Welcome back to Ethereal Arcs. Fang Yuan walks the demonic path alone. 500 years of experience, no allies, no hesitation. If you missed any previous episodes, all links are in the description. The climb continues. Chapter 176. The Resolve to Sacrifice. Elder Fang Yuan, is it true that you massacred the whole family of old Wang? Gu Yebo asked with a heavy voice from the main seat. All the gazes were on Fang Yuan. The young elder coldly smiled. It is indeed true. Gu Yifangzheng closed his eyes in grief. He may have killed many lightning wolves, but he had never taken any human lives. And now that he heard Fang Yuan admitting it himself, he suddenly felt that his own big brother had become so unfamiliar and estranged. In this estrangement, he also felt fear towards his brother's cruel methods and anger at the loss of innocent lives. Fang Yuan, do you not feel any guilt at slaughtering innocents? If you have any difficulties, you can say them out. Ti Ruonan spoke as she frowned. She was someone with extremely righteous character and hated people like Fang Yuan the most. So what if I killed them? I don't find it necessary to tell you my story. However, at that time, I didn't know that the missing Wang was a demonic Gu master. It could be said that Fang Zheng was unexpectedly implicated. Fang Yuan spoke honestly. Big brother, aren't you going to say something to me? Fang Zheng opened his eyes. The corners of his eyes had become red. What do you want me to say? Comfort you or to apologize? Humph, little brother, you are too soft. Fang Yuan sneered. Damn it, big brother. Don't think you are extraordinary just by becoming an elder. I will tell you that I already have the qualifications to break through to rank 3. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, veins popping up in his clenched fists. Enough. Gu Yibo could continue looking at this anymore and shouted, Fang Zheng, go back. What decorum are you showing by making a fuss here? His words had other meaning and expressed dissatisfaction. Tai Ruonan could sense it. But Divine Investigator Ti Shui Leng reacted immediately. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. Gu Ye clan leader and all elders, it is indeed improper for my daughter to charge in and rush into the Lord's discussion hall. This one apologizes for offending everyone. The elders promptly stood up and kept on saying Ti Shui Leng was too kind. Gu Yebo's expression also relaxed. Ti Shui Leng continued. Since little brother Fang Yuan is involved in Jia Jin Sheng's case, and is also a suspect, I hope he remains at the village and will not leave to the other village. Gu Yebo massaged his temples and sighed. Our Gu Ye clan really hopes we can provide a suitable explanation to Lord Jiafu. Since Divine Investigator is also requesting, I will have to request Elder Fang Yuan to not leave before. I hope you can understand. Gu Yebo looked at Fang Yuan, his expression sincere. But his gaze, however, held deep meanings. Fang Yuan might have killed the whole of old Wang's family, but they were only mortals. How could it be a crime for a Gu master to kill these mortals, especially if this Gu master was an elder of the clan? Thus, there was no punishment. Yes. Fang Yuan glanced at Gu Yebo and replied expressionlessly. Damn it, it's like this again. Tai Ruonan punched a tree, causing the leaves to scatter. She was very indignant as she said with clenched teeth, it is clearly a murder, but they are turning a blind eye to it and not giving a damn. Father, are the mortals not humans? Why do Gu masters feel that they have the rights to kill the mortals? Ti Shui Leng was silent like a sculpture. The weather was somewhat gloomy, and the wind blew and tree leaves rustled. Tai Ruonan suddenly lowered her head. Her expression was down. I am sorry, father. She apologized. I didn't listen to your advice, and used the intuition Gu. Sigh. Divine Investigator let out a long sigh, and looked at his daughter with a profound gaze. Child, you have such hatred for evil, and is full of righteousness, just like me when I was young. I am happy, but also worried. Why are you worried? Your ideals are much bigger than mine was at that time. When I was young, my ambition was to capture all the criminals and cram up the demon suppression tower. But as for you, you want to make everyone equal. treating both Gu masters and the mortals equally, causing law and order to be established in the whole world. Such ambitions and ideals are too big and also very heavy. Tishui Leng's words were filled with experience. But father, this so-called law, fairness and justice, if we don't treat everyone equally, what meaning do they have? If the young don't have ambitious dreams, then how could they be considered young? I believe it's all a matter of our own efforts. As long as I give my best, it might not necessarily be impossible to achieve. Tai Ruonan spoke excitedly, her two eyes filled with hopes for the future. Tishui Leng was silent for a good while. There will be a day when you will understand. But this is good too. Young people should walk their paths by themselves. Setbacks will make you mature. Father won't interfere anymore. I only hope you can live the life you want. He then took out a letter and gave it to Tai Ruonan. This is... Tai Ruonan tore open the letter and was immediately overjoyed. This letter was from Jia Fu, and it recorded every information regarding Jia Jinsheng's case, including how Fang Yuan obtained the liquor worm by rock gambling, how the bamboo gentleman was used to interrogate Fang Yuan, and even Tai Ruonan reread the contents of Fang Yuan's bidding prices multiple times. Her gaze turned brighter and brighter. This Fang Yuan is not only fierce in his methods, but also has cruel nature, and is even able to scheme deeply. My intuition tells me he is very suspicious. If he is really the killer, then he should be somewhat afraid. But the bamboo gentleman showed no changes to his lies. How did he do it? Tai Ruonan muttered to herself. What are you preparing to do next? Tishui Leng asked. It has been a long time since Jia Jinsheng's death. Everything is fishy and filled with mysteries. Till now, his corpse has not been found, and even the place of his death has been deduced. This case is too clean, giving me no clues, except that Fang Yuan is the biggest suspect. Although the clues from Wang has been broken, there are no evidences to prove he is the killer. However, because there are no other clues, I can only rely on my intuition to investigate this Fang Yuan. Tai Ruonan enthusiastically replied. You feel that Fang Yuan is suspicious? Tishui Leng asked. Extremely suspicious. Tai Ruonan immediately said. This Fang Yuan is clearly only a C-grade aptitude, but why is his cultivation speed faster than Fang Zheng's? One could say he had the help from the liquor worm and the relic Gu, but this speed is still very fast. Gu Ye clan might not have sensed anything wrong, but this is a case of those closely involved can't see as clearly as those outside. This is the first suspicious point. Besides this, there is another suspicious point. His luck. He rock gambled for the first time in his life and bought 6 purple gold stones, but was able to get 2 live Gu, a mudskin toad, and a liquor worm. Isn't this luck way too much? Tishui Leng nodded. Yes. Continue. This Fang Yuan looks ordinary, but if we look into him, we will find that the mysteries surrounding him are like the thick fog covering the mountain. Many things that were inadvertently revealed makes one ponder. For instance, his rock dissecting technique. He actually used the moonlight Gu to dissect rocks and did it without damaging the core. Such delicate control is really unimaginable for a student. Wait. Tai Ruonan paused. She had discovered something as her eyes let out bright and sharp light. Her gaze landed on a line of words in the letter, and the more she looked at, the more her gaze brightened. I found it. This Fang Yuan has a huge problem. After a long while, she suddenly raised her head and excitedly spoke. The fragrance of the tea in the cup rose with the steam and spread in the study room. Fang Yuan held the teacup, then blew the floating tea leaves and drank the hot tea. After that, he leisurely let out some turbid air. Upon seeing the leisurely attitude of Fang Yuan, Gu Ye Mo Chen did his best to endure and felt the veins in his forehead bulging. Previously, Fang Yuan had asked for a huge price, and he had angrily chased the latter out of his house. But today he had no choice but to re-invite Fang Yuan. All this was simply because circumstances are more powerful than men. Yao faction had been pressuring him from everywhere, and the matter regarding his drop to rank 2 was going to be revealed sooner or later. Mo faction was in imminent danger. It urgently needed an elder to serve as son-in-law and stabilize the situation. This bastard is too vile, making such sky-high demands. Does he really think my Mo faction is bathing in gold? Guillermo Chen cursed inwardly, while outwardly putting on a warm smile and speaking in a negotiating voice. Elder Fang Yuan, your price is too much. It greatly exceeds what my Mo faction can support. Can you decrease it? Fang Yuan glanced at Guillermo Chen. This old man who knew when to give and take was worthy of respect. In fact, his current situation was also becoming messed up. The Tai father and daughter were forcing him into a corner. Once it was found out that he killed Jia Jin Sheng, Guye clan would definitely hand him over to appease the Jia family's anger and simultaneously be able to continue trading with the Jia family caravan every year. It was almost the crucial moment now, so Fang Yuan softened his tone. Then we will decrease it by 30%. But there is a condition. You need to show me your sincerity by paying 40,000 primeval stones in advance. Also, you must hand over a pig iron goo and an afterlife grass goo. Guillermo Chen could help but massage his brows when he heard this. He replied in a sunken voice, Pig iron goo will be handed to you, but my Mo faction's warehouse doesn't have any afterlife grass goo. We can also give the 40,000 primeval stones at once. They will be given to you in install. Fang Yuan knew this old fox was speaking the truth, but he was very clear that being too overbearing could instead produce the opposite result. That's okay. I will wait for you to send them first, then we can talk about marriage. Before that, I can guarantee my allegiance. Fang Yuan left these words before walking away. The study room was silent once more. A long while later, Guillermo Chen suddenly said, You can come out. A hidden door was pushed open, and a young girl walked out. There were tear stains on her face, and her eyes were red from the crying. Grandpa. She paid her respects. She was Guillermo Yan. Guillermo Chen sighed. You are also clear on the family's situation. Mo Yan, our family needs your sacrifice. Can you understand? Yes. The young girl sobbed and lowered her head. No matter which world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Even Fang Yuan contributed a lot of strength to the clan as a clan elder. The only difference is that the amount one pays or obtains differs from person to person. Even those kids with golden spoons also cannot freely enjoy the privileges. By receiving the family's nurturing, they needed to have the resolve to sacrifice. And this resolve was already present in Guillermo Yan. She didn't have the least bit of feelings for Fang Yuan, even feeling hatred and disgust towards the latter. But she knew she had to marry him for the sake of her family, becoming his wife. Chapter 177. Big brother. How can you do this to me? Living steel goo is a rank 2 goo, looking like a charcoal briquette, fist-sized and black all over. On the surface, there were numerous holes. Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence, and this living steel goo started floating, rotating on its own, black smoke pouring out from the holes on it. Chainsaw golden centipede coiled around Fang Yuan's leg, its dark gold-colored armor full of injuries. The 2 rows of razors on its sides tattered and damaged. But when the steel smoke came over and covered these wounds, they gradually healed. The black smoky steel essence continued to be used, as the 2 rows of razors on the chainsaw golden centipede could be seen growing at an observable rate. Healing goo varied in a few types. There were some that healed goo masters, some that specialized in certain injuries, and those that healed goo worms. To the chainsaw golden centipede, the living steel goo is its healing goo worm. An hour later, the living steel goo became smaller and smaller. It went from a fist-sized charcoal to a pearl size, eventually vanishing. It was an expenditure-type goo, but its sacrifice brought about the recovery of the chainsaw golden centipede. At this point, the chainsaw golden centipede was good as new. Its 2 rows of razors were shiny as new, glowing with a sharp and cold flash. On its dark gold exoskeleton, the injuries were mostly healed, and only 5 to 6 light scars remained. But this was nothing to worry about. In about a few weeks, these scars would vanish through the natural recovery of the centipede. However, if not for the living steel goo and just relying solely on the chainsaw golden centipede, it would take at least half a year for the razors to fully grow back. The chainsaw golden centipede was more strong than it was flexible. Although it used little primeval essence and had great attacking power, its weakness was a lack in the healing aspect. All living beings are equal. In this world, there is no all-rounded goo. There has to be weakness and advantages. Even rank 6 or 7 goo and above followed this natural law. This way, the chainsaw golden centipede's battle strength is completely recovered. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, touching the cold exoskeleton of the chainsaw golden centipede, his face slightly pale. On his pale face, cold sweat was forming. Damn it, it had to come at this time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his left hand subconsciously pressing his stomach. His mind entered his aperture, only to see that the white-silver primeval sea was still. The entire aperture filled with an oppressed feeling. All the other goo had been suppressed to one side. Only above the sea, within the aperture, the Spring Autumn Cicada was glowing with a yellow and green luster. At this time, the Spring Autumn Cicada not only had both wings recovered, but its main body also recovered much of its energy. Just like an object falling from the sky, the closer it gets to the ground, the faster it falls, and the Spring Autumn Cicada's recovery rate was the same. After the initial difficult period, as time passed, its recovery speed accelerated. Thus, the problem came. The Spring Autumn Cicada was rank 6, while Fang Yuan was only a rank 3 goo master. His aperture was gradually unable to hold the Spring Autumn Cicada. Back then, when the Spring Autumn Cicada was weak, the burden on the aperture was not as huge. But now that the Spring Autumn Cicada gradually recovered, regaining its rank 6 ability, it caused this tiny temple of Fang Yuan's to be unable to hold this high god. If this goes on, I might even die from the Spring Autumn Cicada before the Tai family father and daughter find out the truth. Truly, when your roof has a hole, it just has to rain non-stop for days. The best solution was to raise his own cultivation level. When he gets to rank 6, the aperture will have the capacity to store the Spring Autumn Cicada again. But this method takes too long. In his previous 500 years of life, he also used more than 400 years to attain rank 6. He was now a C-grade talent with rank 3 cultivation. To cultivate to rank 6, he had a severe lack of time. Other than that, there was another way to solve the problem. It was to take the Spring Autumn Cicada out of his aperture and raise it outside his body. But that act had great disadvantages. Firstly, the Spring Autumn Cicada was not a battle-type goo, so it could not protect itself. Keeping it in the aperture was safer. Secondly, when a rank 6 goo appears, it would interfere with natural laws and cause a mirage at the location it is at. Fang Yuan was now at the village where there were many people, and the Tai family father and daughter was on to him as well. Once this Spring Autumn Cicada leaves his body, everyone would find out. Therefore, he could only feel troubled. The Spring Autumn Cicada's recovery is getting faster. At this rate, I don't have much time. Once I get the 40,000 primeval stones from Guillermo Chen, I'll take the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and leave this place. As for the Tai family father and daughter, I can resolve it at a later time. Fang Yuan sighed. Tai family father and daughter's matter was something that he could only put off and delay. But now, the Spring Autumn Cicada was not giving him time to stall. He was at his wit's end. As time urged him, wasting every minute and second is reducing his lifespan. A goo master being killed by their own goo worm was not uncommon. Many goo masters who forcefully activate their goo get a backlash from their goo worm's power and lose their life. Such incidents were everywhere. Guye Qingshu was the prime example, buried not far away. 6 purple gold stones, each fist-sized. With Fang Yuan's cultivation, he actually opened 5 on the spot. How could he have so much primeval essence at that time? Tai Ruonan stared at the information on the letter, laughing smugly. Ti Shuoleng nodded. You finally found this suspicious point. Indeed, only when you are meticulous can you discover what normal people cannot see. But what can you derive from this suspicious point? Tai Ruonan closed her eyes, activating the intuition goo secretly. In the darkness, she felt an enlightenment in her mind, and she opened her eyes abruptly. Instinct tells me Fang Yuan must have had the liquor worm from long ago. But instincts are sometimes wrong. They cannot represent truth, Ti Shui Leng reminded. Isn't it easy to get evidence? Hey, as long as he has the liquor worm, he has to feed it. If he feeds it, there has to be evidence. Tai Ruonan's mouth curled into an arc. Let's go. We find Gu Ye Fang Zhong, Fang Yuan's brother, once again. As the little brother, he has to be the most familiar with Fang Yuan. You're asking about Big Brother's actions back then? Fang Zhong showed a complicated expression. He sighed, recalling, back then, Big Brother was a very outstanding individual. Since young, he constantly displayed his talent, making many poems, causing the entire village to put their attention on him. Back then, I admired him and held him in awe. In my heart, he was like a tall mountain that I couldn't climb. Maybe because he was at such a high point, when he tumbled down, the despair was greater. Afterwards, during the awakening ceremony, he was tested to have only C-grade talent. Thus, he became discouraged for a long time, sleeping in class, and not returning to the hostel at night, buying wine, and getting drunk all the time. From that moment on, I realized Big Brother was also human. Wait, you said buy wine? Tai Ruonan heard this crucial phrase and caught on to it, squinting. Yes, for a period of time, he was dead drunk. Sigh, maybe reality was too harsh. He only had C-grade talent, but his brother turned out to be a grade, and he could not accept the truth. Actually, if I was in his shoes, I would understand his feelings and emotions as well, Fang Zhong said. Wait, let me ask you, from that moment on, Fang Yuan would buy wine to drink every few days. Tai Ruonan asked again. Yes, from that moment on, brother fell in love with alcohol, spending a lot of money for wine. For a time, he was in love with the bamboo wine, which is our clan's speciality, a very expensive wine. He snatched primeval stones from his classmates in order to buy wine to drink. This is an overbearing act, thus not a single student liked him. Why? Is there a problem? Finally, Fang Zhong asked in confusion. There's a huge problem. I suspect that your brother's liquor worm wasn't obtained from the gambling rocks, but he had it long ago. Your brother's drunkard act was merely a performance. His real motive was to conceal the fact that he had the liquor worm, and was feeding it, Tai Ruonan replied solemnly. What? Fang Zhong, hearing so, jumped from his seat in shock. This was shocking information. What you just said made me even more suspicious. Where did your brother buy wine normally? I need to investigate. Tai Ruonan stood up as well. She was racing against time, moving quickly to solve the case. In our entire village, there is only one place selling bamboo wine. It is that Soul Inn. Then I take my leave. Tai Ruonan turned around and left. Wait, I'd go with your guys. Fang Zhong hesitated, chasing after them. An hour later, Tai Ruonan walked on the stone pavement, concluding, earlier the innkeeper already told me everything, and the situation is clear as day. Fang Yuan buying so much wine, his true motive is to feed the liquor worm. After that, he purposely went to gamble rocks, and that is to expose the liquor worm logically in front of everyone. All this is according to his plans. On one side, Fang Zhong appeared a little distraught, his face looking a little lifeless. He did not expect that the truth was really like this. Long ago, he had once looked down on Fang Yuan, thinking he was a loser, giving up on himself. From that moment on, he felt that the tall mountain was no longer so hard to scale. But the truth was, everything was Fang Yuan's disguise, his performance, his scheme. The surrounding people were played by him like fools, believing his lies. Even he, Gu Ye Fang Zhong, was no exception. Looking at it now, his disdain and despise towards his big brother back then was like a giant mockery of a joke. Big brother. In your heart, what place do I hold? In those eyes of yours that pretended to be drunk, was I a huge joke? Big brother, you are such a scheming fox. In your heart, was I childish enough for you to sneer at? Fang Zheng screamed in his heart. He was humiliated. He was furious. He felt that he was played by Fang Yuan. From the start, he was a clown putting on a childish and laughable act. He felt the disdain Fang Yuan felt towards him. Big brother, how can you treat me like this? If not for Lady Tai, I would still be in the dark. How long do you intend to lie to me and to the clan? You killed the innocent, taking lives as you wish. Deception and lies, indifferent and inhumane. Is that the real you? Chapter 178. Black, White, Gray. Long ago, in Fang Zheng's heart, Fang Yuan was like a tall mountain, so tall he could never scale. Long ago, Fang Zheng thought that the shadow of this tall mountain would enshroud him his entire life. But life gave him an unexpected twist. Fang Yuan, being dispirited, let Fang Zheng see his weakness. The tall mountain that he resembled instantly collapsed. And yet, this was actually all Big Brother's performance, an act? The collapsed mountain in his heart became enshrouded in a layer of mystery. Big Brother, exactly what kind of person are you? Fang Zheng realized at this moment that he knew nothing about this blood-related brother of his. Fang Yuan's heart was full of scheming. He had too deep of a shrewdness. With his acting skills and the indifference towards taking human lives, Fang Zheng felt infinitely distant towards him. Along with this distant feeling, there was also a feeling of fear that Fang Zheng did not want to recognize. This goddamn feeling was back, creeping into his heart. He tried his best to shrug off this feeling of fear, causing him to subconsciously follow after Tai Ruonan's footsteps. Lady Tai, thanks for letting me find out the truth and seeing my brother's true side. Helping you is akin to helping myself, so just ask away. I will tell you everything I know, Fang Zheng said earnestly. Tai Ruonan nodded, but then shook her head quickly. What I need to know, I already understand now. The problem now is, where did Fang Yuan get that liquor worm from? You are right, this matter is suspicious. During Big Brother's situation back then, he had not inherited our parents' assets, and at the same time was only a C grade, beginning his cultivation. Where did he get the liquor worm from? Fang Zheng frowned. In this situation, there's only two causes. One is outside help, and the other is an inheritance legacy. But who would invest in a C-grade talent? If it is an inheritance, which is it? Thinking of this, Tai Ruonan stopped in her footsteps. Inheritance legacy. Inheritance legacy. In her mind, this phrase kept appearing. She fell into deep thought. If it was an inheritance legacy, everything would fall into place. Firstly, the liquor worm's origin can be explained. Secondly, the reason for killing Jia Jinsheng is also established. Tai Ruonan thought excitedly. What perplexed her the entire time was the killer's motive. There has to be a reason to kill. Fang Yuan showed the liquor worm, and Jia Jinsheng wanted to buy it. But the value of the liquor worm is too low to establish a motive to kill. But what if Jia Jinsheng, who refused to give up, adamantly wants to buy the liquor worm from Fang Yuan, thus following him all the way and discovering an inheritance legacy ground? What would Fang Yuan do? He. Tai Ruonan laughed. Fang Zheng showed a perplexed gaze. Tai Ruonan looked back. I want to inspect the Guye clan's history records. Fang Zheng shook his head, waving his hand. The history is kept in the clan's forbidden grounds. How can an outsider inspect it? Then can you get in? Fang Zheng shook his head. Only clan elders. Is that so? Then what can we do now? Tai Ruonan frowned. Lady Tai, maybe I can help. From the shadows, a crippled old woman walked out. It was none other than Guye Yaoji. She was still the medicine faction family head, but when she stepped down from the medicine hall elder's position and was replaced by Guye Qizhong, also losing an arm, her former authority had almost fully vanished. But the pursuit of authority was already ingrained in her soul. She understood deeply that collaborating with Guye Qizhong was only a temporary solution. The only way was to devour the Mo faction. Only then would she have the ability to take back her medicine hall elder's position. To absorb the Mo faction, all she had to do was to eliminate their hope. And this hope was naturally Fang Yuan. Divine Investigator Tai. To speak the truth, I've been observing both of you for some time. Come with me. I'll bring you into the clan's forbidden area. Hey. Normally that place would be heavily guarded. But coincidentally, right now I am in charge of protecting the forbidden grounds. Guye Yaoji laughed sinisterly. She obviously hoped to harm Fang Yuan indirectly. But if he was innocent, she could definitely slander him using her wicked methods. In the underground tunnel inside a hidden room, Tai Ruonan looked at the Guye clan's historical records. From the first generation onwards, after Guye clan was built until its golden age, and then its decline, the records contain the information for the last few hundred years. All events, big and small, were recorded in detail. This first-generation clan leader has a mysterious origin, creating the Guye village single-handedly. He's most likely a demonic cultivator. Tai Ruonan flipped the first few pages, saying something shocking. That's nothing much. Many demonic cultivators, after getting sick of roaming, would choose to spread their bloodline and establish a clan. A few hundred years later, they would be wiped off their demonic origins, and the descendants would become righteous cultivators. Such situations are actually very common. It is nothing strange. Beside her, Tai Shuileng said. Then all his previous wrongdoings, will it all be spared like that? Tai Ruonan had an indignant expression. These demonic cultivators caused all those crimes, but when the time is ripe and they feel tired, they would settle down and enjoy their old age. Isn't this too good for them? Shuileng sighed deeply. Ruonan. When I was young, I felt like you too, thinking that this world is in black and white. But after you see more of the world, you will find out that this world is actually gray. Many times can black turn to white, and white can turn to black. Some white can also be more devious than black, and even bear greater sins. And demonic cultivators also have their own grievances. Righteous Gu masters control the cultivating resources, while demonic Gu masters are all alone, only able to rely on their extreme methods. Those like the first-generation clan leader, who are able to change their ways, that is the best solution. At least he will no longer cause harm to others. Turning from black to white, he can contribute his strength towards the righteous path. Tai Shuileng explained and consoled, but the young girl Tai Ruonan did not seem to be convinced. She shook her head, saying adamantly, "Father, it is not right for you to sympathize with demonic Gu masters. White is white, black is black. They should be punished for making a mistake. Breaking the law, they should face judgment. If not, where would justice lie? Where would fairness lie? Where would the law stand? This is not sympathy. Anywhere where there's people, there are interests involved. Places that involves interests will have crime. As long as people exist, crime would never end. My child, you will find out eventually. A person's strength is too insignificant." Shuileng's voice was experienced and wise, but also sorrowful. Never mind. To the current you, it is still too early to say such things. You should concentrate on solving the case. Yes, father, Tai Ruonan pouted, not agreeing with Shuileng's pessimistic outlook. When people are young, they tend to think they can change the world. But after they grow up, they will eventually find out that a person being able to retain their sense of self and not being changed by the world is already a great success. As the girl continued to flip, her hand suddenly stopped. Fourth-generation clan leader, flower wine monk, liquor worm, her eyes shone. Electric currents flowed as the sharp teeth edges cut like blades, shining with a cold light. A frenzy lightning wolf pounced towards Bai Ningbing, its wolf claw drawing a shadow in the air. Bai Ningbing did not have any movements. As the frenzy lightning wolf's claw became larger in his eyes, he did not have any inclination to dodge. Suddenly, A white rainbow shot out from his aperture. The light rainbow burst, and white light shot down like rain. In the light rain, the elegant white snake appeared, its long whiskers bringing about a fairy-like atmosphere. Towards this rank 5 snake gu. The arrogant frenzy lightning wolf immediately withered, wanting to retreat. But the white form immortal snake opened its mouth and shot out a cloud smoke. The white smoke looked slow, but quickly enveloped the lightning wolf. The frenzy lightning wolf's vision was obscured by the smoke, and it quickly moved back. But no matter how it moved, the white smoke followed it like a shadow, always engulfing its surroundings and not giving it any chance to escape. White form immortal snake's ability was this lump of smoke. After being enshrouded, one cannot tell their directions, as their vision is dyed in a white smoke. Wild beasts like lightning wolves relied on their strong vision and had weak hearing. The frenzy lightning wolf was the same, thus its most useful sensory organ being blinded caused it to howl in panic. In its struggle, it broke many trees and mountain rocks as it became more agitated. It suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a blue thunderbolt. The thunderbolt shot towards Bai Ningbing, but he had no plans to dodge. Crack! The thunderbolt hit Bai Ningbing on the chest, penetrating it. Bai Ningbing lowered his head and saw the huge hole that the thunderbolt had made, allowing him to see through to the back. But quickly, the huge hole began to freeze. Layers of white ice covered the injury, and the ice slowly melted, turning into flesh. This is the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique's true strength. I am ice, and ice is me. Fatal injuries to ordinary Gu masters can be recovered in just a few seconds for me, Bai Ningbing thought, as he slowly raised his right arm. His right arm was ordinary broken, but relying on the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, it had already recovered fully. The white form immortal snake Gu also sensed the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, thus it entered my aperture. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique can attract water-type Gu worms to join me. Such great strength, yet so brittle. Bai Ningbing sighed at the heavens. These days, he did not suppress his cultivation. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique was getting stronger, but he felt that death was approaching him even faster. Great Immortal hasn't done anything? At this time, Bai clan leader came over, asking in concern. Bai Ningbing shook his head. This snake Gu does not recognize me. It is merely attracted by my Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique and moved from the clan's spirit spring into my aperture. Only when I am in mortal danger and in a death situation would it come out and protect me. But the white form immortal snake was not refined by Bai Ningbing. Thus this protection also had its limits. Like earlier, the frenzy lightning wolf's thunderbolt was too fast, and the white form immortal snake could not react in time. Thus Bai Ningbing was hit head-on. After all, the white form immortal snake was not a defensive Gu. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Jiang Fan and the river-swallowing toad was the same. Although Jiang Fan had its assistance, he was still assassinated by a Gu master. Bai clan leader sighed. He felt intense regret and pity towards this, yet there was nothing he could do. He had already done what he could. Right, the 3 clans' negotiation results is out. Zhen clan preserved more than half of their strength. We cannot underestimate them. Eventually, the 3 clans came to a decision that there shall be a 3-clan tournament, and the compensation will be decided by the results of the competition. Only Gu masters aged 30 and below can enter the tournament. I understand. Bai Ningbing nodded. I can already sense it. My life is coming to an end. Having a competition at the end, I am really happy. Thank you, Lord Clan Elder. No, this is also for the sake of the clan. Bai clan leader's expression was embarrassed. It was his suggestion in the first place, and the biggest reason for it was to squeeze out the last remaining value that Bai Ningbing possessed. But Bai Ningbing's gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. The white form immortal snake was unmoved, meaning that he was not fated to receive the first-generation ancestors' inheritance. But life and death are bound to occur. What fear could he have? Bai Ningbing had already found his path. He no longer feared. There was only one lingering battle that he could not let go of. Fang Yuan, The 3-clan tournament, will you attend it? Don't disappoint me, because right now, I am really strong. Chapter 179. History is written by men. The flower wine monk begged for mercy on his knees. The 4th clan head was merciful and kind, intending to spare his life. Yet the flower wink monk suddenly launched a sneak attack, and the clan head flew into a rage, killing the flower wine monk on the spot. However, due to the heavy injuries from the sneak attack, he passed away not long after. Alas, demonic path members were indeed treacherous and unworthy of kindness. However, as Tai Ruonan read through this content, her eyes gradually dimmed down. What a pity, this flower wine monk died on the spot and couldn't leave behind an inheritance. If he could leave an inheritance, that would be perfect to explain everything. The young girl sighed inwardly. Yet she didn't give up and continued to flip through the Guye clan records until the time was up and Guye Yaoji rushed them out. Fang Zheng welcomed the Tai father and daughter outside of the clan pavilion. Were there any discoveries? Tishua Leng was silent, whereas Tai Ruonan gave a bitter smile and shook her head. Fang Zheng continued, I just thought of something which might be of help. Big Brother and Chi faction worked quite closely, and the Chi faction's elder Guye Qi Lian had once defended him in front of everyone. Lady Tai, do you think this liquor worm could have been secretly handed over by elder Qi Lian to my big brother? Chi faction? Tai Ruonan frowned. Yes. Qi and Mo faction were the most influential factions of our Guye clan before the Wolf Tide, Fang Zheng explained. How was Fang Yuan involved with Qi faction? Tai Ruonan reflected on this. She started feeling a headache. This was her first case, and she had been full of confidence at first, but when she actually started doing it, she felt that it was filled with difficulties. When she had seen her father solving the cases, it was as if success was guaranteed. All the mysteries were solved with methodical and orderly arrangement. However, she realized how truly difficult it was to solve a case when it was her turn. There seemed to be no trails sometimes, whereas all kinds of weird clues seemed to emerge, causing Tai Ruonan to be at wits' end. It was like she was covered in a dense fog, and she didn't know how close or far she was from the truth. Would this clue regarding Qi faction be of any use? Tai Ruonan couldn't help but feel at a loss, and she subconsciously looked at her father. Father should have already discovered some clues, right? At this moment, the admiration in the young girl towards her father deepened further. If it was my father, this case should have already been solved. I am still far away from father's level. But even if I fail, as long as father is here, the truth will come out, and the killer will be punished. Tai Ruonan felt ashamed, but also a sense of pride. With Tishua Leng here, she had no worries that the criminal could get away. But the young girl quickly shook her head, getting angry. The anger was towards herself. Ruonan, you are worthless. Didn't you think of surpassing father? How can you surpass him if you have the mentality of always relying on him? Ruonan, cheer up, you can do it. The young girl pursed her lips, inwardly encouraging herself. Her spirit boiled up again. She decided to overthrow her previous conjectures and start over. If Fang Yuan didn't obtain the liquor worm from an inheritance and got it from other people, then this Qi faction would be the biggest suspect. However, why would Qi faction take notice of a C-grade aptitude ordinary student and secretly give him the liquor worm? What does Fang Yuan have that Qi faction felt it worthy to invest in him? Because he is Fang Zheng's brother? No, that is almost negligible. Wait a second, it might not be Qi faction taking the initiative to invest in him. There is another possibility, and that is because Fang Yuan blackmailed them. If it is truly so, what did Fang Yuan have on them to make them hold their nose and obediently compromise with a student that had yet to be a Gu master? Tai Ruonan racked her brains, and an answer seemed to gradually emerge in her mind. But this answer was blurry like the light behind a paper window. Tai Ruonan could feel its existence, but she could grasp and understand it. Father. The young girl suddenly raised her head and looked at Tishua Leng. I would like to borrow the cactus pointer. Tishua Leng replied in a relaxed voice. The suggestion given by Cactus Pointer is based upon the information the user has. It only speculates on behalf of you and might not be accurate. Are you sure you want to use it? The young girl nodded. Cactus Pointer was a seed. Tai Ruonan buried it in the ground, then used her palm to press on the soil, transferring her white-silver primeval essence to it. After several breaths, she withdrew her hand. Soon, they could see the soil loosening up, and a young sprout grew out of it. The newborn sprout was a translucent green and looked very fragile. It quickly grew, becoming bigger and bigger, and its color changed from fragile greenish yellow to verdant green, then finally to dark green. Its appearance was similar to a cactus. It had thick flesh, the surface covered with sharp black thorns, and was lush green all over. Within moments, a flower bud appeared on its top part. The white flower bud gradually grew, becoming charming and delicate. The main body of the cactus, however, was shrinking as if its moisture was being squeezed out. Tai Ruonan stretched her fingers and gently plucked this flower bud. The moment the flower bud was taken out, the cactus started turning gray and completely died after a few seconds. The Cactus Pointer was a rank 3 consumable goo. Tai Ruonan carefully opened the flower bud. The flower bud, however, was not wrapped up with layers of petals, instead appearing similar to a ball of paper. When Tai Ruonan completely opened it, it formed into a neat and square white paper. There were only one word written on the white paper: aptitude. This word would mean nothing to others, and might even sound ridiculous. But to Tai Ruonan, it was a very important tip. The Cactus Pointer was used just like this. It gave insights to the goo masters who had racked their brains but could advance forward. It pierced the paper window and let the goo masters see the light. Right, it is aptitude, Tai Ruonan shouted. She immediately took out the letter which recorded all the intels collected by Jiafu. There was something written in this intel which described the details on when and at what price Gu Yueqi Lian had bought the cleansing water goo. It's this. I only briefed through this earlier and neglected it, not considering the underlying meaning. But the Cactus Pointer speculated on my behalf and gave me the answer. This cleansing water goo only has one use, and that is to cleanse the foreign primeval essence auras from the aperture. Why did Gu Yueqi Lian need it? Hey, this situation is too common and happens a lot in many clans. He should have bought this for Qi Faction's inheritor. Qi Faction's inheritor should have a bad aptitude, so Gu Yueqi Lian poured his primeval essence to raise the former's cultivation. The cleansing water goo is necessary to remove any after effects from this action. By some chance, Fang Yuan found this secret and used it to blackmail Qi Faction, thus forcing them to compromise and give him the liquor worm. Tai Ruonan kept on mumbling out her conjecture. Lady Tai, you are amazing. You could deduce so many things with just this word. But Gu Yueqi Chung clearly has B-grade aptitude, Fang Zheng said. B-grade aptitude. Hey, does that mean it can be fake? It is very simple to prove this. We only need to examine Qi Chung's aperture, and the truth will be out. Tai Ruonan's gaze was burning as her mouth slightly curved upwards. That, inappropriate. Ti Shuileng, however, shook his head disapprovingly. If this truth was found out, it would be a great blow to Qi Faction, leading to turmoil among the Guye village higher-ups and causing political conflicts. Ti Shuileng said, "We came here to solve a case, and not to wreak havoc. In the end, we are outsiders, and unless it is absolutely necessary, we can meddle in other clans' politics." Tai Ruonan nodded. Father is right. Besides this, there are also other ways to prove it. I remember that clans use a photo-audio goo to record every important sacrificial ritual. This is a traditional practice, and I believe Guye clan isn't an exception. I want to refer to the awakening ceremony's image. Divine Investigator Tai, you have constantly been on the move for so many days and have gone through a lot of trouble to solve the case. Please come have tea. As for the image you want to look into, it is stored in the secret room inside the underground cave, which is among the clan's restricted areas. It would be inconvenient to let you two enter, but I have already sent someone to get it. It will be here in a short while, Guye Bo spoke with a smile. I have troubled the clan leader, Tisha Leng politely said. Tai Ruonan and Guye Fangjun were standing on the side. Divine Investigator Tai, if I may be so bold to ask a favor, Guye Bo suddenly said. Tisha Leng. Oh, please speak, clan leader. This is our Qingmao Mountain's internal affair. My clan, Bai clan and Zhong clan have always been in a deadlock, but that changed due to the wolf tide. Xiong village evaded the wolf tide with malicious intentions and tried to take advantage of the wolf tide to weaken the other two clans. The negotiation earlier for compensation with them ended up in nothing. Hence, our three clans decided to hold a three clans tournament. Only Gu masters at age 30 or below can participate in it, and it will decide the future strength of each clan. Upon saying this, Guye Bo sighed. Actually, I have already felt that something was strange with Fang Yuan long ago, but could look into it properly because of the wolf tide. If he really is the killer, my clan absolutely won't shield him. But I hope Divine Investigator Tai can delay this for a few days, since the three clans competition is hosted on the day after tomorrow. Fang Yuan killed old Wang's whole family, but they were just mortals, and it was not worth investigating. What if he killed them? It was a big deal. However, if he really killed Jia Jinsheng, then that would change everything. If Guye clan still protected Fang Yuan, that would mean becoming enemies with Jia family and losing the chance to trade with Jia family caravan again. It would even result in Jia family's retaliation. Organizations protected their inner members, but if benefits were endangered, the organization could easily give up one or two members for the greater good. The organization's earliest form came from ancient times. Human clans assembled together for their survival, borrowing each other's strength to gather more food and dividing up their work to hunt more successfully. Any organization's essence was obtaining maximum benefits. If one or two members obstructed the organization's path to benefits, then sacrificing them was a natural thing. Thus, even if there were very few elders in Guye clan right now, if there came a time when they had to abandon Fang Yuan, the clan leader would have no hesitation. However, the day after tomorrow was the three clans' competition. The results of this competition would decide their future for the next few years, as well as the benefit allocation of Qingmao Mountain. As a rank 3 Gu master, Fang Yuan was a vital fighting force for the Guye clan. Just like Bai clan's clan leader, Guye Bo also wanted to squeeze out Fang Yuan's maximum worth. Chapter 180. Watching the awakening ceremony again. It's about time, I can wait any longer. As the night fell, Fang Yuan opened his eyes in a dark room. He already took off his Gu master uniform and was now wearing a black gown which covered his legs. Matched with his long black hair, he would appear like a specter as he moved in the dark. He was already used to having long hair in his previous life. Some Gu worms needed long hair to show their abilities, like the black hair Gu, steel hair Gu, and so on. Having long hair was quite convenient as well. You could just cut it short if there came a time where you had to alter your appearance. But for short hair, to grow it in a short period, one needed to rely on specific Gu worms. Not long ago, he had made an agreement with Guillermo Chen. Right now, he had already received the pig iron Gu and all 40,000 primeval stones. The only thing remaining was that healing grass Gu. I can only forget about the healing Gu now. How can everything go as one wishes? Reality is full of helpless choices. Fang Yuan sighed, then stood up and lightly opened the door before using the stealth scales Gu and disappearing into the night. He was forced by the circumstances to make this move. Tai father and daughter were drawing in closer, and his plan to be an envoy to Zhong village had been stopped too. Zhong village was able to preserve most of their strength. Bai clan and Guye clan didn't dare to be overly forceful. Thus the compensation talk ended in failure. The three sides then decided on holding a three-clan competition. Mo faction might have intentionally recruited Fang Yuan, but this move caused Fang Yuan to be in the middle of the political struggle and draw every elder's hostility. Also adding in Bai Ningbing, who was growing stronger as he approached his death. The whole situation was becoming more unfavorable to Fang Yuan, forcing him into an impasse. Even if Fang Yuan was an old fox, he still needed strength to support his schemes. Facing such a situation, despite him already using up all his efforts and strength, making much faster progress than he did in his previous life, his rank 3 initial stage cultivation was still not enough to overturn the situation. The situation is dire. I can only take a risk and bet on this method. Fang Yuan thought hard, placing his hopes on the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. As long as he plucked the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the spirit spring in the underground cave would be wasted. The clan was sure to madly investigate. But what else besides the investigation? The spirit spring would already be disabled, and even if they got the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and destroyed it, or put it back into the spirit spring again, the spirit spring would not recover. What could the clan do to survive then? There was only one thing. That was to seize a new spirit spring. However, there were only 3 spirit springs in Qingmao Mountain, and each were occupied by one of the 3 clans. If one was destroyed by Fang Yuan, then Guye clan had only one choice, to make a choice between the 2. This choice was war, a war with either Bai village or Xiong village. Only by seizing one of the spirit springs could Guye clan have the foundation to continue its existence. There was no need to talk of Gu masters being able to support their cultivation without the support of spirit spring. This move was too dangerous, though. But Fang Yuan had no other choice, as the Spring Autumn Cicada was recovering so fast that his aperture was already starting to feel a burden. He didn't have much time, so he could only fight back for a sliver of chance at survival and seek life in death. The hall was bright with all the lights. A Gu master had already delivered the photo-audio Gu, but this Gu was currently in Gu Yebo's hand. Divine Investigator Tai, what did you think about my request? Gu Yebo asked smilingly. Tai Ruanan lightly snorted. Ti Shui Leng ruminated for a while before agreeing. All right. If Fang Yuan really turns out to be the killer, I will leave enough time for him to participate in the 3 clans competition. Father, Tai Ruonan's eyes flashed with a strange light. This was not her father's style. Hey, Divine Investigator's words are worth a lot, and he never breaks his promises. This humble one fully trusts you, and also thanks you for understanding. Gu Yebo's smile became more gentle, however he coldly hummed inside. Gu Ye Yaoji had secretly brought the Tai father and daughter into the underground cave and let them look through the clan's official historical records. How could he, as a clan leader, not know of this? But he had to restrain his anger because of the approaching tournament and also the complicated political struggles in the clan. Tishua Leng might be a powerful rank 5 expert, but he had no way to appease the dissatisfaction in Gu Yebo's heart. Fortunately, the genuine contents are all recorded in the clan's secret records, and only the successive clan leaders can hold them. That official history is for the outsiders to look. Gu Yebo was secretly feeling smug. Gu Ye clan's historical records were divided into official records and secret records. Official records were hidden in the secret room in the underground cave, and its contents were to brainwash the later generations and was a fake, in fact. But the secret records recorded all the genuine details without any fake details. There were even records of some secrets that could never be divulged. For instance, the ritual for summoning the blood guillotine Gu, which could never be recorded in the official records, but was recorded in detail in the secret records. Gu Ye clan leader, my father has agreed to your request. Now show us the image. Tai Ruonan's tone showed her bad mood. Even if Divine Investigator Tai hadn't agreed, I would have fully cooperated with your investigation, Gu Yebo gently clarified. Then he lightly pinched his fingers, smashing the photo-audio Gu. Although the Gu broke into pieces, it instead formed into a ball of 7-colored smoke which contained all sorts of noise. Gu Yebo lightly blew on it. This smoke floated into a wall, but did pass through. Like an ink drop falling into water, a colorful imprint began to appear on the spotless wall. The imprint grew larger until it formed into an image of the former awakening ceremony. Within this image, Fang Zheng quickly found himself, and also many other familiar faces. All these faces held looks of excitement, as they looked all around the cave, their faces full of the immaturity of young. They were like young chicks who had just learned to flap their wings and fly out of the nest. That is Fang Yuan. Similarly, Tai Ruonan soon found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was walking within the group, and although he was looking all around like the rest, his gaze was tranquil and detached. In the group of similar ages, he was like a crane within a group of chicken. If one did specifically pay attention to him, normal people would find any differences between him and the rest. However, the group in the hall right now were all concentrating on him, exposing this peculiarity. This Fang Yuan is really strange. Right now, even Gu Yebo could help but reveal a slightly surprised expression. The scene on the wall changed to when the group of youths reached the Sea of Flowers. The awakening ceremony began, and each of the youngsters stepped in the underground river and walked towards the Sea of Flowers on the opposite bank. The light of the Hope Gu rose and fell. There were also the elders' voices which could be clearly heard. The scenes appeared with such clarity that it felt like one was really there. First, it was Guye Mobe who was found to have B-grade aptitude, causing an uproar. Then Guye Chicheng was also tested to have B-grade aptitude. It really is strange. This Guye Chicheng looks too nervous. His body movements are stiff and his skin color is also not normal. It is just that the light in the underground is dim. But if one carefully looks into it, they will find that something has been applied on his body, and that is what is attracting the Hope Gu. Hey, this is clearly a cheat. Tai Ruonan was confident as she observed this. But in the next moment, she immediately frowned. It was Fang Yuan's turn. He stepped into the river and started moving towards the opposite bank. The light from the Hope Gu was vigorous. The higher the hope, the greater the disappointment, and the sighs from the youths and the elders could be heard by everyone in the group. Everything seemed normal, but Tai Ruonan's frowns got even deeper, because Fang Yuan's expression was calm all along the way. At that time, his back was facing the elders and the youths. They could see his expression. However, as Ti Ruonan observed as a spectator, she saw that Fang Yuan's expression did change at all, indifferent and cold. It was as if he already knew this would happen. This is impossible. If it was me in his place, a 15-year-old with everyone's expectations on me, but was tested to only have C-grade aptitude, how could I not feel the least bit of frustration, disappointment, and discouragement? How can this be? How can this be? Ti Ruonan's frowns were almost forming a knot. Huge doubts and suspicions covered her mind, even stifling her breaths. Her heart was beating loudly at this moment, as all her thoughts flashed through her mind. What is going on? How could this be? Wait a moment. Aptitude. Could it be? Tai Ruonan suddenly raised her head. Her intuition had activated, and an extremely bold and crazy conjecture formed in her mind. Light and shadow reflected upon Fang Zheng's face. The awakening ceremony had been the most important turning point in his life. Before the awakening ceremony, he was living a low and insignificant life, a nobody. After the awakening ceremony, however, his life was completely changed. He was basked in the lights, and his confidence also burst out. In his memories, the awakening ceremony was a picture of blurriness. He had passed through it without even realizing it. Right now, as he observed this as a spectator, complicated emotions rose up in his heart which he couldn't explain with words. Fang Zheng looked at himself when it was his turn. He remembered how inferior and weak he had felt at that time. Soon, he saw how he had tumbled down into the river and struggled to get up, and was pulled up by his big brother Fang Yuan, how he had cut out a sorry figure. A smile appeared on his face. This was the former him, the one who was ridiculed by many. Then he saw himself walking absent-mindedly towards the opposite bank, and saw his body being enveloped by the lights of the Hope Gu, along with the shocks and admiration of many. That time was a moment of glory, a moment of miracle. An A-grade aptitude. His life would no longer be the same from that moment. Fang Zheng, I have a question. Tai Ruonan suddenly spoke, breaking Fang Zheng's recollection. What is it? Please ask. I will definitely answer everything I know. Fang Zheng turned around with a smile. It's about your big brother. When your big brother pulled you up, I saw his mouth moving, but there was too much noise in the surroundings. What did he say to you? Could you tell me the exact words he told? Tai Ruonan asked with a bright gaze. His words. Fang Zheng tried to recall. He seemed to have said, road? Right. It was road. Fang Zheng's eyes brightened. I remember it. He said to me, the road to the future will be interesting. Huh? Strange. I did think anything of it at that time. But now that I recall it, I think Big Brother's words contained profound meaning. As if he already knew I had a grade aptitude. No, he didn't mean the A-grade aptitude, but something else. Ti Ruonan's body trembled, her expression complicated as she let out a breath of turbid air. Chapter 181. By an odd twist, long chapter. Lady Tai, what do you mean? Fang Zheng did not understand. Tai Ruonan stretched out her finger, pointing at the wall. Look at him. Guye Fang Yuan. Don't you think he looks way too calm? When finding out that he has C-grade talent, while his blood-related brother has A-grade talent, normal people would definitely have some reaction to it. But him? Not a trace of emotion. The surrounding praises and mockery cannot move his heart. Don't you find this strange? Throughout the process, he is too calm. Ti Ruonan's words attracted everyone's gaze. As this scene replayed, all the gazes on the wall landed on Fang Yuan's silhouette. Fang Yuan stood among the crowd, standing alone, upright. A dark shadow engulfed half his body. And this scenario was a huge contrast to the other side. His own brother, Guye Fang Zheng, was moving step by step, his body bathed in the Hope Goose pure white light. At this moment, the elder and younger brother had a swap of identities. The former fell from grace, falling to the lowest point in his life, engulfed by shadows. The latter being blessed by fate, shining in brilliance, climbing his way to the top. A 15-year-old youngster, going through such a catastrophic change in his life. But yet, on his body there is no trace of disappointment, perplexity, or jealousy. Only calmness. He stood among the crowd, silently watching like he was an outsider, like he was watching a show. Ti Ruonan's voice came appropriately. Yes. Fang Yuan watched silently. As the shadows engulfed half his body, his face was expressionless, except the pale color of a youngster's skin. Guye Bo stared at the wall, solemn. Fang Zheng felt a strong chill emerging from deep within his body. Brother, what in the world are you? Even if he had a prediction towards the awakening ceremony's results, his heart would definitely feel a change in emotions, and he definitely won't be as calm as this. I used the cactus pointer earlier and always thought that the word aptitude was referring to Guye Qi Cheng. But now that I think about it, it might not refer to Qi Cheng, but most likely Fang Yuan. Ti Ruonan said, Lady Tai, what do you mean? I don't understand it at all. Fang Zheng was more confused. Tai Ruonan raised a finger. Only one type of situation would cause Fang Yuan to be so calm. That is, he has a trump card that no one knows. Only one situation would cause him to not be jealous, and that is because he has something greater. If two people walk together and one person finds a primeval stone, only if the other finds 10 or 100 would they not be jealous and have a calm emotion. Fang Yuan is like that. You are saying Fang Yuan cheated and concealed his true aptitude? He is not a C-grade talent. Guye Bo understood Tai Ruonan's words, but if he is A or B grade, why would he not display it outright? Fang Yuan had great wisdom since young. Ti Ruonan's lips curled, her expression confident as she radiated utter confidence. These few days, I've read some of his poems. With such visions and aspirations, even father was full of praise for him. Such a genius, he naturally has his own schemes. Guye Bo shook his head. Just with this alone, it still does confirm anything. Concealing aptitude and revealing his aptitude gives two completely different treatment. Even if Fang Yuan didn't know this, after a year in the academy, He should be clear of it. Of course he knew. That's why he did not dare to reveal it. Ruonan did not beat about the bush, saying confidently, "What do you mean?" Gu Yebo was also lost now. Gu Ye clan leader. Ruonan turned around, looking at Gu Yebo solemnly. "Do you know about Renzu's 10 children?" Gu Yebo was first stunned, before he immediately reacted, understanding Ruonan's true meaning. His iris expanded, his mouth agape, not having any of his clan leader disposition. This was the first time Fang Zheng saw Gu Yebo in such a state. Renzu's 10 children, eldest son verdant great son, second daughter desolate ancient moon. The 10 children's aptitude defied heaven. Thus heaven was wary, and did not give them a long lifespan. In the Gu world, the 10 children also represented the top 10 most extreme aptitudes. That is, the 10 extreme physiques. Renzu's 10 children died one by one, and Renzu was about to die of old age. But at the end, Renzu gathered the corpse of his 10 children and sacrificed himself, all going into the stomach of the derivation Gu. Derivation Gu's stomach burst, exploding in countless life spreading across the land, creating. These mortals did not have Renzu or the 10 children's talent, but they could cultivate after awakening their aperture. Humanity thus grew and developed, forming today's size. Of course, that is all a mythological story. But according to the story, every one of us has Renzu and his 10 children's bloodline in us. Ruonan continued. The only thing is that most people have diluted bloodlines, or due to intermarriage, restricted each other, and caused it to remain dormant. But some people when born have stronger bloodlines, and as they aged or cultivated, they would start going towards the extreme, with one bloodline dominating the rest. When it appears, that is the 10 extreme physiques. What is this 10 extreme physique? Fang Zheng asked. Don't tell me, Fang Yuan has one of the 10 extreme aptitudes? Gu Yebo was stunned. Very likely so. Only the 10 extreme physique would cause Fang Yuan to be so calm, and does not have much need for cultivation resources. And only the 10 extreme physique that dominates the A-grade talent can cause Fang Yuan to not have a hint of jealousy or envy. And only the 10 extreme physique can cause Fang Yuan to not reveal his aptitude, as he fears being key. Ruonan spoke quickly. Even Shui Leng would not think of rebirth. Not to mention the young girl. Under all sorts of coincidences, she managed to conjecture a conclusion that was completely the opposite of the truth. Hearing so, everyone was dumbfounded. Ruonan's analysis had proof and evidence, causing others to believe it. If not for this reason, what other explanation is there? Yes. The 10 extreme physiques. 10 extreme physiques. It has to be the ancient moon desolate yin physique. Gu Yebo's heart was in turmoil, so excited that his body shuddered. Others might not know this, but he had the clan's secret history and knew many ancient secrets. Hundreds of years ago, the first generation ancestor established the village at this spot and named it Guye Village. The truth is, the first gen was not named Guye at all. Why did he pick the name Guye? It was a mystery. But before Gen 1 died, he once sighed. The bloodlines shall be passed down. There will be a great plan of centuries. Ancient moon desolate yin, the world shall shudder. He left behind those parting words, and in his will, it predicted that the Guye clan would one day in the future produce a Gu master with one of the 10 extreme aptitudes, the ancient moon desolate yin body. He would cause the world to tremble and bring the Guye clan towards a new golden age. He also mentioned to his descendants that if one day such a physique appeared, they had to be brought into the blood pond graveyard. As the clan leader, Gu Yebo knew the weakness of the 10 extreme physiques, but he had studied this will deeply, and found that the first generation ancestor seemed to know a method to curb this weakness. And this method was kept in his coffin in the graveyard, in an eternal slumber with him. If the ancient moon desolate yin physique really appeared, bring him to the coffin. To think that Guye Fang Yuan is that prophesied genius, the ancient moon desolate yin physique. Gu Yebo screamed in his heart. This cannot be. Under everyone's watchful eye, how can Big Brother cheat under everyone's gaze? Fang Zheng was completely taken aback, shaking his head, unable to accept this theory. Ti Ruonan looked at him in pity. If even Qi Cheng could cheat, why could Fang Yuan? The 10 extreme physiques have endless potential, unlimited possibilities. Maybe Fang Yuan awakened early, and maybe he deceived the bamboo gentleman due to the 10 extreme physique. Or maybe Jiajin Sheng was killed by Fang Yuan because he found out this secret of Fang Yuan's. Tai family young lady, speak with caution. Gu Yebo's expression was unhappy, speaking in a low tone. Words cannot be spoken mindlessly. Whether Jiajin Sheng is killed by Fang Yuan, that is not confirmed yet. Fang Yuan is my clan's member, and even if he did commit the act, how we are going to answer to the Jia family is also our matter. You are only here to investigate the case. Gu Ye clan leader's attitude had changed 180 degrees. Before, he had thought Fang Yuan was a C-grade talent with no possibility of investment. But now, Fang Yuan was the ancient moon desolate yin physique. Once it involved the first gen's prophecy and will, his value completely changed. He had to be protected, and even if the Jia family was offended, there will be no regret. Oh crap. This Guya clan leader just turned on his words. How shameless is he, changing his attitude so quickly. I should not have revealed the truth of the 10 extreme physiques so soon. The 10 extreme aptitudes rule over the A-grade talent, so it seems the Guya clan leader wants to protect Fang Yuan now. This will bring great obstruction to solving the case. What do I do now, father? Ti Ruonan's heart sank, and gritting her teeth, she subconsciously looked for her father's figure. Where's father? The young girl was stunned. Divine investigator Tai was still around earlier, but in the blink of an eye he was gone. This discovery caused Gu Yebo to tense up. Where could Ti Shualeng have gone at this time? Gu Ye clan leader naturally related it to Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng, I am going to look for your big brother. Go inform the other clan elders and quickly assemble to look for me. Leaving behind his instructions, Gu Yebo activated his Gu worm and flew out from the window. Tai Ruonan snorted, running out of the room towards Fang Yuan's residence. In the entire hall, only Fang Zheng was left. How can this be? Fang Zheng's current state was not optimistic. His face was pale, his body on the verge of falling over, his spine devoid of all strength. He felt that his world was covered in darkness. He felt his world collapsing. How could it become like this? Brother's aptitude is the 10 extreme physique. My A-grade talent is nothing compared to him, a complete failure compared to him. As he thought and thought, Fang Zheng's tears fell down. At this moment, all of his spirit was dampened. All this time, his greatest achievement was beating Fang Yuan in aptitude. All his confidence was built upon this. But right now, he was told this cruel fact: his aptitude was nothing compared to his brother. His proudest and most confident area had been suppressed by Fang Yuan. The confidence he had built up after so long collapsed in an instant. Big brother! He raised his head, allowing his tears to flow like a river. He screamed in his heart, from start to end, you've been watching a show all along. Seeing me jump up and down, looking at my clown-like performance? The corners of his eye looked at the wall again. The images turned and moved, and people moved all over the place with countless voices praising Fang Zheng's performance. However, Fang Yuan alone stood among the people, his face calm as he watched. Peacefully watching just like that, Fang Zheng suddenly felt that in this image, he who was covered in this light of hope was so childish, so eye-piercing. In his heart, Fang Yuan's calm dark irises showed a divine expression. His image was gradually enlarged, getting taller and taller until he was unable to climb over, as high as a mountain reaching into the clouds. Those calm eyes looked at him from that mountain high up in the sky, staring at Fang Zheng's pathetic appearance, who was at the foot of the mountain. Those eyes were like they were saying, Fang Zheng, my laughable little brother, you want to. like the echoes in a valley, reverbing in Fang Zheng's heart. He felt a strong depression, unimaginable depression, suppressing him until he could not breathe properly. He thought he had gotten rid of this feeling, but to think that today this feeling assaulted his heart again. In fact, it was more intense than before by 100 times. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Fang Zheng's face twitched, veins popping on his forehead. He was drowning in his delusions, gripping his own throat tightly. With a plop, he fell onto the ground kneeling. Because he lacked oxygen, his face went red and his tongue stretched out, his eyes gradually popping out. No, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. His other hand grabbed the tile on the ground, but as he used too much strength, even his nails broke and blood bled. The intense pain increased Fang Zheng's desire to live. His body had no injuries, but in his heart, he had received a fatal injury. He could not get up, for the pride sustaining him had already shattered. He felt that he did not have the face to see anyone. He was unable to face up to reality, to his older brother. He had become a huge joke, an ironic clown. His heart was like dying ash, but this ash still had small embers burning. So what if he is the 10 extreme aptitude? Brother, you did something wrong. You killed someone. You should not have done so. Right, that's right. You have to pay for your sins of murdering, big brother. Jia Jinsheng was killed by you, right? You walked on the wrong path. You did something wrong. So what if your aptitude is better than me? Ring. Something seemed to have sounded off near his ear. A lump of fire started to burn in Fang Zheng's heart. The dying ember resurrected. The hand gripping his throat gradually let go. Fang Zheng's body was covered in sweat as he kneeled on the ground, one hand sustaining himself as the hand was full of injuries from grabbing the tile. Droplets of sweat flowed down his face and nose, and onto the file. His distorted, horrifying face had gradually calmed down. A gust of wind blew along the door and windows into this hall. The cold wind of the night sky stimulated his body as he shuddered. He. Fang Zheng half laid on the ground as he laughed, his voice shrill and eerie. The light of the fire danced around his face along with the wind. As it shone on the young man's face, it was not of warmth and brightness, but it resembled the devil's dance. Chapter 182. Blood Pond Graveyard. There's no one here. Turning the house upside down, Gu Yebo did not find Fang Yuan anywhere. A huge rock weighed on his heart. With Fang Yuan and Ti Shuileng's sudden disappearance, it easily caused him to relate them together. Speak, where is Fang Yuan? Gu Yebo's face was grim like water, as he screamed at Tai Ruonan, who just arrived. How would I know where Fang Yuan is? Tai Ruonan's attitude was tough. Even against a rank 4 expert, she did not relent. Why did Ti Shuileng go missing? Tai family's young lady, can you give me an explanation? Gu Yebo said as he got closer to Tai Ruonan. The young girl's expression was slightly stunned. The truth was, this matter had been very peculiar from the start. The original plan was that her father and her would come here next year. Back then, Ti Shuileng was solving another case when a white crane suddenly descended from the sky. The white crane carried a letter and passed it to Ti Shuileng. After seeing this letter, Ti Shuileng changed his plans and put down the case at hand, heading immediately towards Qingmao Mountain. If not for the letter, the Tai family father and daughter would not have gotten here so early. As his daughter, Tai Ruonan knew her father well. Normally, only exceptional cases would cause Ti Shuileng to make such a decision. But what caused her to not understand was that this Qingmao Mountain case was only about Jia Jinsheng's death. Although Jia Jinsheng's death involved the asset struggle of the Jia family, its severity level was merely average, and was far below the point where the divine investigator has to put so much emphasis on. Towards this, Ti Ruonan was always doubtful. And now, Ti Shuileng mysteriously disappeared, not even telling his own daughter. Where did he go? What did he do? Father, you have an injury. Please take care of your body. Tai Ruonan was worried. This situation had happened several times before. Every time, it was when Tisha Leng was fighting against a strong foe and could not distract himself to protect Tai Ruonan, thus choosing to battle alone. His injuries right now were caused by a strong foe under such circumstances previously. Although father is injured, he is after all a rank 5 expert. Ordinary rank 4 Gu masters are not his match. Father, I believe in you. I will wait for you to return. Ti Ruonan's eyes shone with light as she encouraged herself. Gu Yebo got closer as the young girl raised her head, staring right at the Guye clan leader. Explanation? You want an explanation, but does it mean I need to give you one? Gu Yebo's face grew even grimmer as he said, Little wretch, you sure talk tough. It seems I can only take you captive and use you to exchange for our clan's Fang Yuan. Tai Ruonan laughed instead. Guye clan leader, would you really dare to do such a thing? My uncle is the current Tai clan leader. Do you want to cross swords with my Tai family? Gu Yebo stopped in his tracks. He was anxious and almost forgot. Tai family! It was but a super clan, having thousands of years of legacy, standing strong even today. Standing tall in the Tai clan mountain fort was the demon suppression tower, imprisoning countless demonic Gu masters, the symbol of the righteous faction. Guye clan was only a slightly average clan, and was smaller than Jia clan. But Jia clan was also merely a young clan, unable to compare with the Tai clan. Even in the entire southern border, the Tai clan is a first-class powerhouse, a large clan with strong foundations. Tai Ruonan's words softened. Guye clan leader, I am not here to be enemies with you. But please believe in my sincerity. I do not know where father went, but I will not leave or secretly run away. The Tai family only dies in battle. There are no cowards that run from battle. Not only will I stay here, I will also arrest the criminal that killed Jia Jinsheng. Fang Yuan might not be the murderer. Gu Yebo frowned, showing a fierce expression. But he might be. Tai Ruonan stared, her heroism overflowing. At this point she was refusing to relent. Both sides stared for a long time. Ti Ruonan continued. Fang Yuan went missing, so it is very likely that he is escaping for his crimes, thus he has greater suspicion. But I will definitely not malign an innocent party. Oh, I hope so. Gu Yebo swung his sleeve and left. 15 minutes later, gurgle, gurgle. The spirit spring's whirlpool moved violently as a lotus image flickered above the spring water like an image. Pieces of primeval stones were thrown in by Fang Yuan, causing the appearance of the heavenly essence treasure lotus to become clearer. Earlier at the classmate gathering, they gave me around 10,000 primeval stones. Together with Guye Mo Chen's 40,000, I've already thrown them all in. Why is it that this heavenly essence treasure lotus still hasn't shown its true body? Fang Yuan stared intently through the crystal walls, glaring at the center of the spirit spring, feeling uncertain. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was very precious. After continuous advancing and reaching rank 6, its value would be no less than the Spring Autumn Cicada. Even in his previous life, Fang Yuan had only heard of it and never interacted with it. Thus right now, it was his first time seeing one, and so he was slightly unsure. But he soon calmed himself, laughing. Around 50,000 primeval stones. It's more than enough. Why am I worrying over nothing here? So what if the refinement fails? Hey. Thinking so, he no longer hesitated. Taking in a deep breath, he jumped up, knocking onto the crystal wall. This wall was formed by the moat Gu. When Fang Yuan knocked onto it, it was like jumping into the water. There was a ripple in the walls as he was instantly swallowed up. Water surrounded Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, but he could not see the heavenly essence treasure lotus. The heavenly essence treasure lotus could only be seen through the water crystal walls before extraction. Fang Yuan knew this well and was not surprised. He had already estimated the distance and even accounted for the refraction of the light due to the water and grabbed according to his memory. This grab was like grabbing out of thin air, conjuring a lotus. The lotus was blue and white, its petals closed, looking like a lamp filled with a holy aura. But it had its own consciousness, and even though it was grabbed by Fang Yuan, it resisted. But that was nothing. Just by leaking a little of the Spring Autumn Cicada's aura, this rank 3 flower goo was instantly refined. Heavenly essence treasure lotus obtained. In the spring water, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He willed, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus turned into a white-blue light shooting into his aperture. Without the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the numerous whirlpools in the spirit spring vanished. The spring water that was filled with vitality turned into a puddle of still water without any signs of life. The spirit spring is no more. This place is no longer safe. I have to leave as soon as possible. Fang Yuan's expression turned serious, and just as he was about to leave, something suddenly happened. Deep in the spirit spring, a blinding blood-colored light shot out. A large suction force suddenly appeared. Caught off guard, Fang Yuan was sucked deep into the water. The spring water turned red, becoming blood water, wrapping around Fang Yuan completely, dragging him down. Sky canopy goo, thunder wings goo. In the moment of crisis, Fang Yuan screamed in his heart, and a white armor appeared on his body. At the same time, a pair of large lightning wings appeared behind his back. Thunder wings spread, giving Fang Yuan an upward force. But the blood water came endlessly, and its suction force became greater and greater. There was no way to oppose it. Puff! Hearing the water all around him, Fang Yuan was dragged by the currents, along the tunnel, heading straight down. Just when his breath was used up, the surrounding pressure vanished. Fang Yuan took a deep breath. At least he did not die of suffocation, but he found that he was falling from a high spot. He subconsciously activated his wings, but the Thunder Wings goo was in bad shape. The originally strong wings were tired and soft. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He tried his best to maintain his balance in the air, slowing his descent. This was an area underground. It was not dark, but filled with red light. Fang Yuan was falling from about 15 meters, and below him was a pond. But this underground pond was not of the transparent color. It was red, like blood water. No, it is blood water. The piercing blood stench assaulted Fang Yuan as he continued to fall. This situation was weird no matter how he looked at it, so for safety, Fang Yuan did not want to land in this bloody pond. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. He activated the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, his palm entering the centipede's mouth and swinging it like a whip. The golden centipede's body stretched to the longest, and its tail stabbed into the mountain wall at the side. Fang Yuan willed with his mind, and the golden centipede's body constricted. This way, it brought his body to the side of the mountain wall. These walls were slippery and did not have a good landing spot. But as Fang Yuan relied on the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, he managed to find an uneven area and placed his feet above. Where the fuck is this? Stabilizing his body, Fang Yuan immediately observed the surroundings. According to his estimations, this should be in a place deeper underground, even below the underground cave. How can there be such a place? Fang Yuan was shocked. In his previous life, he was not strong enough to learn about the secrets of the higher-ups. The truth is, this was the Blood Pond Graveyard, the forbidden grounds that buried the first generation's coffin. Even among clan elders, only 1 or 2 knew this secret. Fang Yuan looked down. This blood pond shone with a bloody radiance. Its circumference was even larger than the village, emitting an eerie and scary aura. At the top of the cave, there was up to 100 holes that had water gushing down, bringing the shells, turtles, snakes, and fish from the river with it. Swoosh, swoosh. Streams of water continued to pour down from the holes, entering into the blood pond. The blood water was turbulent as numerous seafood moved around, entering the pond. However, in a few breaths, all the blood in their bodies was sucked out. They turned into dry corpses and floated on the surface of the water, appearing and disappearing as the waves moved them about. The blood pond's redness only intensified. As Fang Yuan looked on, his iris shrunk a little. If he had landed in this pond, even with the sky canopy goose protection, he would not be in good shape. He continued to observe, and other than fresh, dry corpses, there were also some bones in the water. Some were fish bones, bear bones, and even human skeletons. This was a giant burial ground. It was creepy and bloody. The ripples and waves in the blood pond raged on and swept into the surrounding walls, the bright red and glowing blood water entering the surrounding soil. This caused the soil to all turn into a bright red color, turning into red soil. Chapter 183. Blood Sea Ancestor. Wait a second. Red soil? Fang Yuan's mind jolted at the sight. He stretched his hand out and grabbed the wall beside him, taking out a lump of red soil. This red soil was very soft and emitted a faint red light. Fang Yuan merely pressed it lightly, but it crumbled down. So, it was like this. He seemed to have come to a realization. The first time he had entered the secret cave inside the rock crack, he saw that the secret cave was full of this red soil which emitted faint glow. There was no need for any other lighting source. He had felt it weird at the time because Qingmao Mountain soil was blue-black in color. He had thought this was arranged by the flower wine monk, but now it seemed that the source was this strange blood lake. Fang Yuan felt even more wary. His 500 years of experience had almost become an intuition. This place is not only strange, but also dangerous. I don't have the time to dilly-dally. I need to think of how to leave here. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the cave walls, where hundreds of holes were in the top part of the wall, which was the one connected to the spirit spring. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment. Water could flow down here, but it did mean that the passages were wide enough for a human to pass through. And Fang Yuan looked grave as he tried shaking his two wings. However, he could control these thunder wings perfectly like before, and the originally clear blue thunder was now stained with some scarlet. It gave off a contradictory feeling of power and weakness existing at the same time. The Thunderwing's goo had become unreliable. It was very possible for it to screw up and drop Fang Yuan in the middle of flight. Swoosh! An inexplicable undercurrent surged up from within the blood lake, giving off the enormous aura of rank 5 goo. That is, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. A long shadow gradually appeared in the blood lake. Its length surpassed 40 meters and its width over 6 meters. This was an enormous python. It dwelled in the depths of the blood lake, but now that it had smelled out the scent of flesh on Fang Yuan, it came out to begin the hunt. Damn it! Fang Yuan felt a pressing urge in his heart. Right now, he was relying on the chainsaw golden centipede to puncture the wall, barely managing to hang onto the soft red soil, and with his long hair and black gown, he looked like a black ant compared to the enormous blood lake. Hundreds of black dots appeared in the blood lake and rose up, just like a traveling shoal of fish. Woo! They were much faster than the giant python and flew out of the blood lake within moments, revealing their appearance. These were not fish, but bats. These blood-colored bats had 2 long pointed ears with 2 pairs of wings. The main pair of wings were rather big, whereas the secondary pair of wings was on the smaller side and was below the main wings. They didn't have claws, but the edges of the 2 pairs of wings were as sharp as steel blades. Rank 3, Bladewing Blood Bat Goo. A name immediately appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. These Bladewing blood bat groups were directing their intense murderous aura towards him. But the first thing that appeared in his mind was that image. In the image from the photo audio goo, the flower wine monk's whole body was covered with blood, with severe injuries to the point of being near death. Moonshadow goo was not able to cause such injuries, but these bladewing blood bats were a different matter. Could it be that the flower wine monk had come to this place and was injured by these bladewing blood bats? Fang Yuan's thoughts revolved rapidly. Flower wine monk's death had been shrouded in riddles. Now, it appeared extremely likely that it was due to this place. Bladewing blood bat, Fang Yuan murmured. In fact, this goo was a stranger to him. Even though this goo was a rank 3 goo, it was very easy to feed, its food being blood. In his previous life, he had established the Bloodwing Devil sect, and the symbol of the sect was precisely the bladewing blood bat. The resources from the Devil sect were more than enough to support close to 10,000 Bladewing Bloodbat Gu, allowing the sect to establish a terrifying might and spread terror. More precisely, he owed his success to Bladewing Bloodbats. After over 400 years in his previous life, he had accidentally obtained an inheritance from the Blood Sea ancestor. With the colonies of Bladewing Bloodbats and his own rank 5 cultivation, he became an overlord of a region. This Blood Sea ancestor was a rank 7 demonic path Gu master who took lives as easily as cutting grass, and his evil reputation was such that it resounded throughout the world, having his name recorded in history. At the beginning, he was just a mortal, but through luck and destiny, he became a Gu master of demonic path. He started out from the lowest of levels and rose up in ranks, before becoming an authority of demonic path after 800 years. He didn't have high aptitude, thus he had limited primeval essence in his aperture. Therefore, he had a crazed interest towards researching the fusion of Gu worms. Wild Gu worms possessed their own will, and could absorb the natural primeval essence in the air by themselves. However, after a Gu worm was refined by a Gu master, its willpower would be dominated by the Gu master, and it would lose the ability to absorb the surrounding primeval essence. It would be able to only absorb the primeval essence in the Gu master's aperture. Blood Sea ancestor had invested a lot of efforts in researching Gu which could absorb natural primeval essence even after being refined by a Gu master. The righteous Gu masters were very afraid of this. They were extremely worried that the Blood Sea ancestor would succeed in his research. As a result, they organized countless traps before moving in for the kill. In the end, Blood Sea ancestor wasn't able to succeed, but it also wasn't a complete failure. He succeeded in producing the fusion recipes of Bladewing Bloodbat, Blood Guillotine, and Blood Frenzy Gu. Rank 3 Bladewing Bloodbat Gu was his first accomplishment. It was very easy to feed, but it still needed the Gu master to provide primeval essence. The colony of Bladewing Bloodbats was very special. A Gu master just needed to control a male bat, and they could indirectly command all the other female bats. Blood Frenzy Gu was his second accomplishment. This Gu was formless. As a ball of blood essence, it survived by attaching itself to other beings. It was a rank 4 Gu, and had a very unusual ability. Every Gu worm infected by its aura could absorb natural primeval essence every now and then. But it had a great disadvantage. The Gu worms affected by the Blood Frenzy Gu would gradually leave the control of the Gu master and would turn into a pool of blood after a period of time. Blood Guillotine was the Blood Sea ancestor's last accomplishment. This Gu was a rank 5 Gu, and was no doubt more advanced than the previous two. Its usability and feeding were fused into one. Using wars to sustain itself, it multiplied by swallowing Gu master's blood. It didn't need the Gu master to provide it with any primeval essence. Unfortunately, after the Blood Sea ancestor created the Blood Guillotine, due to the many battles and the entrapment by the righteous path, he was defeated. He suffered from fatal wounds that could not be healed, and he carved out a bloody escape from the layers of entrapment. The righteous path figures were worried about his final counterattack, which could endanger themselves, so they didn't have any inclination to chase after him, and looked on as he made his getaway. Since then, these righteous path figures would regret the moment every time they recalled it. They regretted that they let him get away. The Blood Sea ancestor knew his death was a sure thing, so he started setting up a large-scale inheritance. In the limited time before his death, with the strength of his rank 7 cultivation, he unexpectedly set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance grounds. His inheritances extended everywhere from the middle continent to the suit. Right before his death, he smiled devilishly. The blood path is not alone. The legacy will continue for all eternity. This statement was not in the least false, for countless Gu masters benefited from his inheritances, and thus the demonic path flourished greatly. No matter the Bladewing Bloodbat Gu, the Blood Frenzy Gu, or the Blood Guillotine, they were all very easy to raise and multiply. Maybe in some unremarkable valleys, at poor villages, at no-man deserts, or beside some mountain paths. You might find 2 or 3 gu left casually by the blood sea ancestor. These gu were easy to raise, and didn't have a high demand for primeval essence, thus they could easily be used by gu masters with ordinary aptitudes. Survival was a difficult thing in this world, so which gu master wouldn't thirst for stronger powers? The gu worms left by the blood sea ancestor represented a whole new strength. This strength was a quick and easy way to rise in power, and it became more welcomed than other gu worms. Power itself had no sins. It became good in the hands of good, and evil in the hands of evil. But in the world, how many people could have a resolute mind after a sudden increase in strength? A man who got money would often become fickle. A sudden rise in strength would certainly nourish ambitions that weren't there before. As a result, many gu masters that obtained the blood sea ancestor's legacy would become a devil that massacred everything. Even many righteous path figures had changed their sides. The inheritances of blood gu brought great turmoil and danger towards the whole world. In each inheritance of the blood sea ancestor, there were often only 2 to 3 gu. However, these inheritances were like a spark of fire that could cause a prairie fire if left alone. There would be demonic path gu masters who would come into possession of the blood gu every so often and cause chaos. Some of them would fail, killed away in some villages. Some would succeed temporarily and become a huge figure, harming a whole region. No matter if they succeeded temporarily or failed, at the moment of their exhaustion, they would also leave behind new blood inheritances. Thus, the blood calamity continued endlessly. Not only did it not end with the death of the blood sea ancestor through the combined strength of the righteous path, it instead thrived even more greatly with the foundations left behind, unable to be eliminated as it continued. It was to the extent that the righteous path figures would frequently curse these accursed blood gu masters. We have already killed waves upon waves of them, but if we become even a bit careless, we will see a new one coming up from nowhere. By now, the blood sea inheritances were already publicly recognized as the most popular in the whole world, with the greatest number of inheritances. There was no competition. In the strictest sense, Fang Yuan had received a favor from the blood sea ancestor. In my previous life, only after over 400 years, I found a blood sea inheritance and was then able to begin my rule. Now, if I can subdue these blood bats, it will be like completing 400 years of effort. Blood bats charged at him, but Fang Yuan was not afraid. He had the Spring Autumn Cicada, so these bats would submit without question in front of the rank 6 aura. The only problem was the rank 5 blood python that was still concealed, hiding within the blood lake. But this situation is somewhat fishy. The blood sea ancestors' inheritances normally only have 2-3 gu worms. How come this place has hundreds of bladewing blood bats? Could it be that rumor is true? The rumor said that the blood sea ancestors' hundreds of thousands of inheritances were diversions, and the true inheritances were only a few. In these few inheritances, the blood sea ancestor was said to have concealed his best gu worms, or research insights, or fusion recipes. Could this place be a true inheritance ground of the blood sea ancestor? When Fang Yuan thought of this, his heart started to beat loudly. His thoughts moved like lightning, and although he thought of many things, only a little time had passed in reality. Bladewing blood bats charged at him one after another. Fang Yuan was calm, his long hair and black gown fluttering in the air as he climbed up the wall and was going to summon Spring Autumn Cicada. But right at this time, there was a sudden change. As expected, this place is hiding the blood calamity. A deep and firm voice, loud like the clash between iron and stone, came from the top of the cave and echoed within the blood lake. Divine Investigator, Tishui Leng. Chapter 184. Rank 5 Intense Battle. Tishui Leng. Why is he suddenly here? Fang Yuan recognized the voice, feeling shocked. This loud voice echoed above the blood pond, causing intense waves to form. This is Heaven-Earth Magnificent Sound Gu. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. As the loud voice hurt his eardrums, he felt his entire brain buzzing. Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound Goo, a rank 5 goo, was from a sound type goo. Once activated, it could form sound wave attacks that had a wide range, belonging to an extremely strong area of effect attacking type goo. The voice that Fang Yuan was hearing now is only Tishui Leng's probing. It was just him slightly shouting and not activating his goo completely. This intensity was like Fang Yuan using the moonlight goo to open the purple gold rock. It was a type of in-depth control of his goo worm. Of course, the Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound Goo also had its weakness. If used for long, it would cause great strain to the Goo Master's throat and vocal cord. Once his limit is exceeded, the Goo Master would become completely mute, losing his ability to speak. Bah! A loud explosion occurred as blood and water flew everywhere. The top half of the huge python's body appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. Blood River Python. Fang Yuan's irises shrunk as he saw the python with its bright smooth blood-red scales and its head around the size of an elephant. Scarlet gold-colored sharp bone spikes protruded out from above its eyes, showing its ferocious and frenzy aura completely. Blood River Python. I remember that in the Guye clan's history, after the first generation clan leader created the village, a Blood River Python appeared and was a huge threat to the village. Legend says the first gen killed it. But don't tell me. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved, thinking of something. The Blood River Python was humongous, snakehead high in the air, its purple irises staring right at Fang Yuan with two ruthless glances. It had a ruthless nature, untamable and fed on blood. Even if the Spring Autumn Cicada's aura tried to suppress it, that would only cause it to become more frenzied. Among rank 5 goo worms, it was one of the hardest to refine. But after the Blood River Python took a look at Fang Yuan up on the walls, it raised its head higher and turned towards the top of the cave. At the top of the cave, there was another tiny shadow, floating down from one of the holes at the ceiling. He wore a bronze mask, his hands behind his back, his gaze cool and calm. Although compared to the Blood River Python, he was small like an ant. But the imposing aura coming from his body caused a great pressure to emit from him at all directions, like a heavenly being descending down to earth. Righteous goo. A mind-type goo that only someone who upheld justice could activate. People who were villainous or had weak minds and aspirations were often scared shitless under the influence of the righteous goo, afraid of everything as they had a guilty conscience, their battle spirit decreasing in battle and sea. Screech, screech. Under the pressure of the righteousness, the bladewing bloodbat goo were frantic, and could only scream shrilly as a strong pressure pushed down on their bodies. Their wings could only continue to flap as they struggled to stay in mid-air, floating up and down. They could barely take care of themselves, much less bother about Fang Yuan. Even the ferocious Blood River Python slightly lowered its head, feeling Tishui Leng's supreme presence. What a good righteous goo! Fang Yuan climbed on the wall, smirking. This suppression from the righteous goo had no effect on him. Only those with weak minds could be greatly weakened. He was a supreme demonic overlord, his mind strong as steel. How could this illusionary pressure scare him? Fang Yuan's immunity caused Tishui Leng to call out in shock, feeling very surprised. The righteous goo had been with him for many years, and he was very sure about the goo's effect. Righteous goo's effect varied. It attacked the mind directly, sometimes having great effect while other times having no effect. But the times where it did not work were almost non-existent. Even righteous people felt a strong suppression in their hearts. After all, their factions did not determine a person's kindness and evil. There are no perfect humans. But Tishui Leng knew deeply about Fang Yuan's crimes. The first time they met, he already implanted a goo on Fang Yuan, using it to track his whereabouts. After that, Tishui Leng could faintly discern the changes in the surroundings where Fang Yuan went. Those who committed great sins under the righteous goo would definitely waver. But Tishui Leng also met a good number of demonic goo masters that were unaffected by the righteous aura. There is only one type of person who would be unaffected by the righteous goo even after committing sins. These are the people with real demonic nature in the deepest parts of their hearts. They are crazy and adamant, not treating their sins as sins, but thinking of it as natural. To think that this Fang Yuan has such an intense demonic nature. Oof. I'll get rid of this great demon here first. If Fang Yuan manages to survive, I will come and finish him later. Ti Leng hated evil with a burning passion. With a cold snort, he turned towards the Blood River Python. Once he appeared, he was locked on by this Blood River Python. As long as he was distracted in killing Fang Yuan, he would reveal a weakness. Ti Leng had such a severe injury on him, and at the same time there might be a powerful enemy hidden in the background and observing him. Thus, he did not dare to lose focus. He stared at this Blood River Python for a moment before looking further into the blood pond. Not long ago, he received a mysterious letter. Inside there was concrete evidence that Guye village held a bloody calamity. This letter was held by a red-crowned crane coming from the sky with a questionable source. But Ti Leng would rather believe it than miss it. After all, the blood calamity was not ordinary. He could not take it lightly. If he lost focus, it would expand and spread like a plague, harming the world. The best method to deal with it was to eliminate the source before it forms into a strong force. Coincidentally, he already had another request at hand. It was Jia Fu paying a high cost to ask him to investigate Jia Jinsheng's death. Ti Leng thus brought his daughter and rushed to Qingmao Mountain. He ordered his daughter to investigate Jia Jinsheng's case. It was to nurture and train Tai Ruonan, but also to act as a red herring, stalling for time and hiding in the background investigating this issue. The first time when he met Fang Yuan, he implanted a shared sense goo on him. Although it was merely at a whim, he did it due to his accumulated experience and instinct. Shared sense goo was formless and colorless, like a signet. He had implanted over tens of them, but the only successful one was the first one he implanted. First Zhen Guyue, I know you are not dead. You hid for nearly 1,000 years plotting this scheme, but unfortunately, it's all going down the drain. Ti Leng opened his mouth, causing the air to tremble. But there were no changes to the blood pond. Instead, the Blood River Python opened its mouth, screaming furiously. It was born ferocious, unable to be suppressed. The righteous goo triggered its ferocity. Bomb! It stretched its body abruptly, the huge snake body rising with the tides of blood, bringing a killing intent that tore through the skies, pouncing towards Ti Leng, who was in mid-air. Ti Leng was already wary against the Blood River Python, and he quickly moved, avoiding the Blood River Python's bite. The python's body was too long, and its momentum was too strong. It ended up crashing all the way onto the ceiling of the cave. A loud bang ensued as a portion of the ceiling collapsed, and large amounts of debris fell and caused much commotion in the Blood Lake waves. First, Zhen Guyue, you think you are safe with just a blood python protecting you? You might as well appear now. Ti Leng snickered. He moved about in the air, and the Blood River Python's attacks were like a gentle rain pelting on him. The Blood River Python attacked furiously, getting more worked up as it continued to miss. It had unparalleled strength, able to display it all and cause great damage. The entire space was shaking from its strength like an earthquake, and the Blood Lake began to raise strong ripples. Fuck! Fang Yuan was caught by the crossfire, and as the red soil softened, his foothold had been ruined. He could only use the chainsaw golden centipede, as well as the Thunderwings goo to move along the walls. Meanwhile, the rock debris was falling down like rain. As he had expected, the Thunderwings goo was really in bad shape. Fang Yuan's Thunderwings were extremely weak and lethargic, unable to provide him much boost in speed. But the strange thing was, the Thunderwings goo was taking lesser and lesser primeval essence from Fang Yuan. During the period where Fang Yuan moved about, it started to absorb primeval essence from the surrounding air to replenish itself. At first, this situation was uncommon and happened in short intervals. As Fang Yuan continued to dodge, he did not notice initially. But eventually, the intervals got shorter and the duration lengthened. At the same time, the Thunderwings goo got weaker and weaker. I get it. It's the blood frenzy goo, Fang Yuan's mind shone with inspiration. Only when affected by the blood-frenzied goo will such a situation occur. Plop. Fang Yuan put in 100% effort, but eventually still fell into the blood lake. The blood river python was rampaging everywhere, using its thick tail to sweep across the place, causing large debris to fall like rain. Fang Yuan activated the sky canopy goo, covering himself with a white armor. He was good at swimming. In his previous life he had lived in the Eastern Sea for a long time, thus he had sufficient training. The falling rocks were as large as houses, and he tried his best to avoid them. Sometimes he swam underwater, sinking into the lake to use the water to reduce the impact of the rocks. But for the smaller fragments, some were fist-sized while others were like grindstones, and he could not avoid them all. The white light armor was firm like a monolith, but it could not handle the full impact of the rocks, causing him to feel pain when they hit his armor. At the same time, his primeval essence also decreased with each hit endured. Thankfully, the righteous goo's power was surrounding the area, causing the group of bladewing bloodbat goo to fly around randomly, not finding trouble with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. The Thunderwings goo was half crippled after being corrupted by the blood frenzy goo, and without a special goo to clean it, it would soon turn into a puddle of blood water, turning into a new pollution origin. How did it get infected by the blood frenzy goo? Fang Yuan considered the previous events, and there was only one explanation. In this blood water, there was a blood frenzy goo inside. The Thunderwings goo continued to weaken and started to become uncontrollable. Thankfully, he activated the white light armor in time. Otherwise, if the blood frenzy goo got into his body and entered his aperture, most of his goo worms would get corrupted. But if his primeval essence was expended, or if this armor was broken, the consequences would be severe. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, trying to find a way out from the surroundings as he swam around. Large amounts of red soil on the mountain walls collapsed from the battle. The cave ceiling was completely destroyed beyond recognition as well. Xianxia floated in midair, engaging the Blood River Python in combat. Rank 5 battles were not something Fang Yuan could interfere in. The more a goo master advanced, the larger the difference in battle strength among ranks. Maybe with a sweep of the Blood River Python's tail, it could break the light armor and cause the sky canopy goo to be gravely injured, breaking all of Fang Yuan's bones in the process. Perhaps with a simple wave of Xianxia's hands, it could send Fang Yuan falling into an impasse. The situation right now was like two giant elephants fighting, while Fang Yuan was a domestic cat. Although he had tiny claws, there was nothing he could do. Wait, a cave entrance? Chapter 185. Guye First Gen, 5 Great Flying Zombies. The tunnel entrance was big and should have been buried by the red soil before. But now, as the blood lake surged up in a huge wave, the red soil in the surrounding walls were washed away, sinking down in the lake. As a result, the tunnel entrance cleared up again and became visible. No matter what, this tunnel entrance was like a light of hope. Fang Yuan immediately turned around and started swimming towards it. Another intense explosion occurred in the air. The enormous force of the explosion struck the surroundings and violently pushed Fang Yuan forward. "Damn it!" he cursed. Great amounts of red soil had fallen down and buried the tunnel entrance again. Iron fist grappling goo. In the air, Xianxia took a deep breath and slowly extended his right hand when he felt the time was right. There was a ripple in the air before him, and a giant black iron hand appeared. It appeared slow, but pressed down on the Blood River Python's tail within moments. Blood River Python struggled fiercely, and with its wet scales and slick body, the iron hand slipped off it and burst out with golden red light. Xianxia, however, had plenty of battle experiences and wasn't downcast. He slightly raised his head, puffed up his cheeks and blew strongly towards the Blood River Python. Whoosh! Pitch black oil fell down like waterfall and formed into the shape of a dragon in the air, before plunging towards the Blood River Python. Oil dragon goo. The Blood River Python was furious. It snarled and started tearing at the oil dragon goo. The black oil dragon was not in the least inferior to Blood River Python in terms of physique, but it was only a rank 4 goo and did not have a physical body. It was soon torn to shreds by Blood River Python. Tishuoleng smiled. On the contrary, beasts were beasts. If a goo master had personally controlled it, they would have seen through this classic and ordinary battle tactic. The Blood River Python had been refined, and although it had a goo master's imprint on it, it didn't have the wisdom of humans. The oil dragon was exterminated, causing backlash to the oil dragon goo in the aperture. Tishuoleng didn't care. He stopped using the oil dragon goo, then began activating fire dragon goo. He gave a loud shout, and his body shook. And then a goo that looked like a flame shot out of his aperture. The flame quickly formed into a fire snake, winding around its own body. As the fire snake flew, it grew bigger. Then it immediately started growing scales, claws, horns, and sharp teeth. Its face started becoming more like that of a horse. It had changed into an enormous fire dragon. This fire dragon goo was also a rank 4 goo, but it was able to cause a lot of pain to Blood River Python. This was because of the oil dragon. When it was wiped out, great amounts of black oil stuck to Blood River Python's body, and now the fire dragon was causing the oil to catch fire and roast the Blood River Python. Besides the snake, the black oil had also fallen on the lake surface. Right now, a raging inferno was burning on the bright red blood lake, causing the air temperature to increase rapidly. The fire dragon was not the Blood River Python's match at all. It suffered heavy injuries and kept on shrinking. But every time this happened, it would drill into the raging inferno and recover some of its power. With the raging inferno, the fire dragon had a home ground advantage. Blood River Python was constantly being burned as it fought with the fire dragon. There was even a smell of scorched meat coming off it. Blood River Python had a berserk nature, and it would erupt with even stronger counterattack if it got suppressed. But right now, it was actually shrinking back, giving up on the fire dragon and diving deep into the blood lake. Humans were the highest of all living beings, and possessed the intelligence to develop new concepts. With Tishuoleng's tactics, 2 rank 4 goo were able to make the rank 5 Blood River Python retreat. But goo were the essence of the world, containing the secrets of heaven and earth, a portion of the natural laws. And Blood River Python's ability was extreme self-recovery. As it sank to the bottom of the lake, the blood water continuously nourished it, rapidly healing the wounds on its body. The fire dragon had the field advantage. So did the blood python. As long as the blood lake existed, it was like a cockroach that could be killed. Fang Yuan's situation was even more perilous. The inferno on the surface of the blood lake was constantly spreading, burning even hotter, and the flames were roasting him alive. The pressure on the sky canopy goo was getting bigger and bigger. But the most critical point was not this, but rather it was the increasing difficulty in breathing. The flames used great amounts of air to maintain their combustion, and this place is underground and was originally a half-sealed area, which meant it took more time to replenish the used oxygen. Fang Yuan was gradually starting to feel suffocated. Although oil dragon goo and fire dragon goo sent Blood River Python retreating with their combined efforts, this is only temporary. As long as there are large amounts of blood water, Blood River Python will recover with a terrifying rate. Once it comes out, it will have recovered to its peak state, and the fire dragon goo would no longer be its match. But this is basic knowledge. It is impossible for Tishuoleng to not know this. Then Fang Yuan bobbed up and down on the blazing lake. His thoughts were revolving rapidly, and his heart tensed when he thought of this. If he was wrong, Tishuoleng should have achieved his intention by making Blood River Python retreat. Tishuoleng needed enough time, and he needed the situation to be like this to prepare his following killing move. Sure enough, in the next moment, while floating in the air, Tishuoleng suddenly extended both his arms and a deep roar emerged from his mouth. He withdrew the righteous aura that had been suppressing everything, and wholeheartedly poured his rank 5 primeval essence into the copper mask. The copper mask started to brighten up. It was only a glimmer at first, but within few breaths of time, it burst out with an extremely dazzling green light, as bright as a fragment of the sun. The green light shone upon everything like a monarch overlooking the heavens and earth. For a moment, the red soil, blood lake, and raging inferno were covered with a layer of dark green light. The green light contained a mystical power. Under this power, the mountain rocks began to shake and crumble. From above the cave, huge rocks came crumbling down, flying towards the copper mask. Great amounts of soil and rocks from the top to bottom of the red walls also slowly flew up. Tisha Leng's face was already shrouded by the light from the copper mask. Great amounts of mountain rocks gathered around the copper mask and condensed together into a human shape. Debris continuously converged from all around, and the rock figure kept on getting bigger. From 1 meter in the beginning, it rapidly grew to 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters, and finally reached 18 meters. Giant mountain puppet goo. The giant figure with indomitable spirit descended towards the blood lake. Its 2 feet touched the bottom of the blood lake, but the water only reached up to about its waist. Its body was very robust and grand. Horse chariots could run on its 2 arms, and it could hold an elephant on its fist. Its face looked simple and unadorned. It was the enlarged version of the copper mask. Fire dragon, come. It spoke, and its voice seemed to shake the heavens and earth. The fire dragon, which was churning in the fire sea, flew up and coiled around the giant puppet's right arm like a snake, and its head rested on the right shoulder of the giant puppet. Next, the oil dragon goo flew out and formed a pitch-black oil dragon, which coiled around the giant puppet's left arm, and its head rested on the left shoulder of the giant puppet. With dragons on his left and right, the giant figure appeared like a heavenly deity descending down. Fang Yuan used all his strength to swim towards the tunnel entrance. When the debris had flown and formed the giant puppet, the red soil covering the tunnel entrance had also gone with it, once again revealing the opening. This battlefield was becoming more dangerous. The tunnel entrance could be buried again at any time. Fang Yuan didn't dare to stay longer. The fire sea gradually died out, and suddenly a huge red wave rose from the blood lake. Blood River Python initiated its attack from the lake. It coiled around the giant puppet and moved upwards. The giant snake head smashed towards the giant puppet's face like a ram. This attack was very powerful, and if it really struck, more than half of the giant puppet's head would be destroyed. Iron fist grappling. The giant puppet shouted. The air split open, and an iron hand flew out, grabbing at the snake head. With a loud boom, the iron hand shattered, but Blood River Python's attack was also stopped. Tisha Leng won a brief respite. The giant puppet's 2 hands grabbed towards Blood River Python in tandem. Oil Dragon and Fire Dragon seized the chance and climbed Blood River Python. The 2 snakes combined and formed a blazing flame, roasting Blood River Python. Blood River Python kept on hissing in pain and struggled furiously. But why would Tisha Leng let it escape so easily? The giant puppet's hands were like pincers as they firmly pressed on the Blood River Python. The Blood River Python was not able to escape. Its body was scorched black, giving off the smell of burnt meat. This stimulated its vicious nature. Since it couldn't escape, it coiled around the giant puppet and violently contracted, trying to kill it by constriction. Although the giant puppet was made from condensed mountain rocks, its body had the softness of the red soil. With Blood River Python's constricting force, its waist quickly shrunk by a fold. Cracking sounds emerged, and fragments of rocks flew in all directions. Under the stimulation of death, Blood River Python burst forth with an even greater strength. Fang Yuan finally climbed to the edge of the tunnel entrance, when suddenly the giant puppet gave out coughing sounds. Tisha Leng's old illness had reappeared. The giant puppet's hands loosened, and the Blood River Python hissed and its body suddenly jumped ahead. However, the giant puppet's hands tightened again. The Blood River Python opened its mouth wide and revealed its sharp fangs, its head crazily swaying, but it still fell short by a distance. It was not able to retaliate, and it was gradually losing its strength. It would burn to death soon. But right at this moment, Dense bloody fog rose up from the middle of the blood lake. Blood frenzy goo. Fang Yuan's eyes showed a hint of dread. He immediately climbed the tunnel entrance and went inside it. The bloody fog rapidly pervaded the air, and the raging inferno on the blood lake had completely extinguished. A whirlpool appeared in the middle of the blood lake. The whirlpool had started from the middle of the lake and quickly spread from there, growing bigger until its edges were touching the surrounding walls. Humph, Gu Ye first head. You couldn't endure it anymore? The giant puppet coldly snorted. A giant blood wave reaching as high as 10 meters gushed out of the middle of the whirlpool, and from within the blood wave, a vertical crimson coffin gradually rose up. He. A hoarse and strange voice was transmitted from inside the coffin, and anyone that heard this voice would feel cold to the bone. Young Junior, thou darest spoil my plan. Thou court death, and I shall give it to thee. Before the voice had died away, the coffin lid shot out like a catapult, revealing a shriveled corpse. He had a scarlet face and fangs, his hair red like blood, his eyes deep and contained a fire that seemed about to extinguish. He had no skin, and thin strips of red muscles were clinging onto the white bones, giving him a shriveled and fierce look. Junior, thou art wounded, but yet dare to provoke me. Today, thou shalt die. The corpse spoke, but there was no movement in its mouth. The voice had come from its abdomen. Rank 5 blood-white goo. Is he really the first head? Fang Yuan was flabbergasted, but wasn't surprised. In this magical world, there were plenty of goo masters who lived for centuries. Besides using the most orthodox way of increasing lifespan through the lifespan goo, there were also some demonic ways to make one live forever. For instance, the rank 2 roaming zombie goo. If this goo was used for too long, the goo master would turn completely into a zombie, and as long as they sucked blood at specific times, they could live freely forever. The Guye first head in front of him had used such a way. Blood-white goo was a major rank 5 advancement route of the roaming zombie goo. Along with the Ashura zombie, heavenly demon zombie, nightmare zombie, and plague zombie, they were called 5 great flying zombies. The lifespan goo was difficult to find. The first head had turned himself into a blood-white flying zombie and buried himself here. Chapter 186. Spring and Autumn does not appear. In the blood lake, 2 strong foes opposed each other. Even the rank 5 blood-white is only a zombie at the end. First Zhen Gu Ye, you are no longer a living person. You are full of death essence. Your aperture is dead too, and even though you can store primeval essence, every bit you use cannot be replenished. You cannot recover on your own, the giant puppet said coldly. Although I cannot recover primeval essence, so what? I can continue to use primeval stones to regain primeval essence. You have an injury on you, yet you dare disturb me. Die! First Zhen Gu Ye shouted. At once, blood mist spewed out, and as blood waves raged on, a large group of insects flew out from the blood lake. It was the rank 5 blood guillotine. At the same time, troops of bladewing blood bats flew out from the cave ceiling and emerged from the blood lake, joining together and attacking towards the giant puppet. A large pack of bats, almost 1,000 of them, formed into a huge army. Although they were rank 3 and were a close combat type goo, but numbers made up for quality. Even the rank 5 Xianxia felt a headache fighting against them. But that was not the end, for after first Zhen Gu Ye's consciousness awakened, under his command, troops of bloodbats continued to show up, gathering here. He had operated there for almost 1,000 years, and had a heaven-shattering scheme. He had converted the place into his personal backyard, thus having a great location advantage. Bloodbat groups were organized, staying in formation in the air, continuing to move around like a strong army, surrounding the giant puppet. The blood river python stopped struggling, instead coiling up its body. This caused Ti Shui to feel a threat, and he concentrated his mind even further. A goo's power, although strong, was unintelligent. A bloodbat army with or without a goo master's control had a hell of a difference. First Zhen Gu Ye only just appeared, and yet he has turned the tables, almost suppressing Ti Shui. He has great location advantage, having his troops at his disposal, while Tixue Leng has an injury on him. The situation is not looking good. Fang Yuan had hid into a cave in the walls, using the shadows to hide and observe the battle. But Tixue Leng has roamed the southern borders for many years. With an injury on him but still entering this trap, he has to have some trump card. No matter what, there's going to be an intense battle soon. This entire district might even collapse. Should I stay here and observe? Staying here is very dangerous. This is the deepest part of the underground cave. I might get buried alive. If I stay and watch the show, what are the chances of me benefiting from their conflict? Fang Yuan thought quickly, evaluating the gains and losses. He was only rank 3 initial stage now, and there was a high risk in staying. As long as he got hit indirectly by one of their attacks, he would get heavily injured. But if he really gained something from this, surviving to the end, the benefits would be overwhelming. After all, what a rank 5 Gu master owns could help him save up to 100 years of hard work. High risk, high return. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh and planned to retreat. The situation was no longer under his control. There was too much risk in staying. Birds die for food. People die for fortune. These situations, he had seen much of them in his previous 500 years of living. He was vigilant in nature. As long as he lived, there would always be more opportunities in the future. After all, he knew countless secrets and many unexposed inheritance grounds. They were all profitable and useful to him. He did not have to risk his life here. Just when Fang Yuan was about to leave, a small amount of bloodbats flew out from the army and towards him. This bloodbat group had around 100, causing Fang Yuan to quickly retreat. My clan junior, don't worry. There are traps set up in that cave, and even underground beasts reside there. These bloodbats can ensure your safety. The first Zhen Guye's voice resounded. When Fang Yuan heard this, he ran even faster. First, Zhen Guye was slightly shocked, not expecting Fang Yuan to be so observant at such a young age, able to sense his evil intents. Immediately, he pushed his will and another group of hundreds of bloodbats chased after Fang Yuan. His distraction caused Tixue Leng to discover a weakness that was really a flaw. Heaven, earth, magnificent sound Gu. Howl! The giant puppet opened its mouth, giving off a howl that shook the 9 heavens. At once, the overwhelming sound waves rushed towards all directions like the sound of thunder. The bladewing bloodbat Gu Closeby were instantly murdered by this power, falling down one by one. Bloodbat groups further away were in disarray from the attack, flying randomly in the air. The concentrated bat army earlier had in a split second gone into chaos and could not have any utility in the next short period. Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound Gu was as high as rank 5, and it was an area of effect type that specialized in dealing with bloodbat groups. When Tixue Leng first used it, the power was not strong, but that was due to him keeping it down forcefully. Now that he used the body of the giant puppet, he could display the true power of the Heaven Earth Magnificent Sound Gu. Even numerous blood guillotine all over the sky were killed. As the blood mist dispersed, clear vision returned. The sound waves bounced off the walls as the entire space within the mountain started trembling. With the giant puppet as the focal point, the blood lake's water level was forced downwards, forming a bowl shape in the lake, and the blood water oozed out through the cave opening. But before that, there were sound waves spreading. Fang Yuan was caught in the crossfire, his white armor shimmering, almost breaking apart. To endure this sound wave attack, his aperture's primeval essence was used up by about 10%. The sound waves echoed in the narrow cave, and Fang Yuan's ears could not endure the buzzing, and he almost tripped on the ground. But this sound wave was at least helpful to him. For the 2 groups of bloodbats chasing him, the second was already decimated, and the first were in chaos from the attack, flying all over the place in the cave, and not being able to chase Fang Yuan. It was a rare chance, so Fang Yuan quickly sprinted, pulling some distance from the bloodbats. This group of bats were the furthest from the sound waves, thus recovering quickly. They flapped their wings, continuing their assault. There were about 100 bloodbats, all rank 3. Fang Yuan could not fight against them, and could only run away. Earlier, the cave was dark, and he did not know the directions. But now his eyes had adapted to the dark environment, and he could see a bit of the area. This was all thanks to the red soil emitting light. Although his thunder wings were already unreliable, it could at least help a little. Thus Fang Yuan activated it with all his strength. But even so, the two had a great difference in speed, and the distance was slowly shortened. The distance is almost there. It's time to use the Spring Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. As the blood bat group continued to get closer, he could only use this method. Bladeing blood bat goo was only rank 3, so the rank 6 goo aura completely dominated them. But Tishui Leng and first Zhen Gu Ye were nearby. Once the Spring Autumn Cicada appears, it would cause a great mirage, and the commotion would attract their attention. But Fang Yuan had no choice. With the situation before him, he could only hope that they were concentrated in fighting, and could not split their attention towards him. Screech, screech. The bloodbat group continued to get closer, almost less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan breathed out in anticipation, thinking in his heart, Spring Autumn Cicada, come out. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Fang Yuan was stunned, standing on the spot. The Spring Autumn Cicada was in the center of his aperture, unmoving while emitting a brilliant yellow-green light. How can this be? Fang Yuan was shocked. Far away, the sky glowed amidst the mist. It was dawn. On the slope, Gu Yebo, Bai clan and Zhong clan leaders stood side by side. Even though the real competition is tomorrow, we have to have a preliminary competition. The time is just right. Shall we start? Zhong clan leader smiled as he said. Bai clan leader snorted, ignoring him. Then let's start. Gu Yebo answered while distracted. He moved his gaze to the Gu masters gathered there, trying to search but could not find Fang Yuan among them. His worry intensified. These Gu masters were all under 30 years old, and while standing together, they distinctly split into 3 groups. Taking one glance, the 3 clans' strength was apparent. Zhong clan had the most Gu masters since they retreated at the start and kept most of their battle strength. Gu Ye clan and Bai clan had less members, but Bai clan had Bai Ningbing. He alone was enough to promote the Bai clan's overall strength to the top of the 3 clans. Zhong clan leader shouted, "This competition will be held around the surrounding 100 Lai, all the way until nighttime, ending when the sun sets. Battles will not have life and death restrictions, but I hope you can control yourselves. You have a token in your hands, and the ones who collect 30 of them gets the qualification to enter the 3 clans competition. Ready and start. Life and death battles. Only those who qualify can enter. There is no participation limit, and the surrounding 100 Lai is the stage. Even entering midway is permitted. This is not a fair competition." But the 3 clan leaders did not have any opinions or grudges towards it. In this world, survival is based on one's own strength, one's fist. The stronger you are, the more rights you have to gain more benefits. If you are weak, then you should begrudge your luck and lay low, accumulating strength and becoming strong. In a few breaths' time, Fang Yuan felt like 2 or 3 years had passed. His forehead was full of cold sweat. The Spring Autumn Cicada was unable to come out. How could this happen? Spring Autumn Cicada is his vital goo. It was very important to him. A rank 6 goo, his final trump card, to think it could not be controlled. This was too severe, and Fang Yuan had to place all his attention on this problem. In the dark cave, he squinted. He only panicked for less than a second, before calming himself down. His mind moved like lightning, his spirit entering his aperture. There was nothing wrong with the Spring Autumn Cicada. It was still recovering quickly. But no matter how Fang Yuan willed it, it remained stagnant at the center, not moving even a single step. I get it! Fang Yuan was enlightened. This Spring Autumn Cicada, once it becomes a vital goo, it stays in the aperture and can no longer be moved. Goo was the essence of living beings. It had endless possibilities, and all sorts of forms and abilities. For goo worms, nurture, use, and refine, All three were deep and profound, and often were there special cases in these aspects. On nurturing, goo worms only ate specific food. On refine, they had all sorts of requirements. On juice, the bamboo gentleman could only be used by a goo master that has never lied. And to use the righteous goo, it needed the goo master to have a heart of justice. Or the photo-audio goo, dying after one use, while the visuals could stay on the rock walls for a period of time. Once the Spring Autumn Cicada is refined, it stays in the aperture and can no longer be moved. This specialty reminded Fang Yuan of another goo, the water curtain skyflower. Chapter 187. There exists one river of time, and the Spring Autumn Cicada acts as the crossing boat. The water curtain skyflower goo was a rank 4 goo. Once used, it would turn into a giant spherical water shield. The defensive strength of the shield was extremely good, and it could even resist attacks from rank 5 goo. However, it had a big weakness. It could be moved and could be stopped. The water shield isolated the inside and outside world, so even the owner could freely enter or exit. Thus, this was used by many forces to protect their territories. Fang Yuan was not familiar with Spring Autumn Cicada. In his previous life, he died by the besiegement of the righteous path. After just having succeeded in refining the Spring Autumn Cicada, he simply didn't have the time to experiment with it. Also, Spring Autumn Cicada was at his vital goo at the time, and this characteristic hadn't revealed itself. In this life, his cultivation was still low, so he didn't dare to randomly let out the Spring Autumn Cicada. Spring Autumn Cicada was classified as one of the most unusual goo and was extremely mysterious. The records of the insights and experiences of its users had never been spread. Furthermore, once a goo reaches rank 6 and above, they become the only one of their type in the whole world. If someone wanted to refine them, they would only have a probability of success after the previous goo died. Otherwise, it was 100% failure. Thus, this led to Fang Yuan knowing about this characteristic only now. Rebirth isn't an easy thing. The spring and autumn conceals disaster. Spring Autumn Cicada's recovery speed is increasing more and more, and even the cultivation speed of an A-grade aptitude with a sea of resources might not be able to match its speed. Their aperture will sooner or later explode under the pressure of Spring Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth. Rebirth was beautiful, but possessing Spring Autumn Cicada was equivalent to having half a 10 extreme aptitude. It was like being under the execution post where you could be executed at any moment. If I can let Spring Autumn Cicada out, then does that mean I can only use it to rebirth again? Fang Yuan's frowns deepened. This appeared to be the only way. A rebirth would mean Spring Autumn Cicada would enter a weak state again, and at the same time, Fang Yuan could escape from this dangerous situation. This situation seemed to be perfect, but it contained many problems and huge dangers. First of all, there was no guarantee of the rebirth being successful. Fang Yuan had gone through rebirth once, and he was only able to bring back his valuable experience. He came to an understanding by integrating the Earth's concept. The world is a three-dimensional space and time is an axis connecting the past and present. Without time, space would be stationary. The movements of every matter was a process, signifying the consumption of time. There were no parallel dimensions in a world. Using the Spring Autumn Cicada to be reborn was to step across from the latter half of the time axis, future, to some point in the first half, past. However, Fang Yuan's aged body in the future didn't exist in the past. Due to the restrictions from the great Tao of the world, his body could be brought over to the past and could only self-detonate. The energy from the self-detonation was a propulsion force, and the fragment of the laws of time in Spring Autumn Cicada was like a lone boat, which carried Fang Yuan's consciousness from futures to be reborn into the past. Consciousness was a physical matter like a body. Strictly speaking, this future's consciousness, too, did exist in the past. The ingenuity was contained therein. Future consciousness led to the goo master changing himself, and thereby influencing his surroundings. This influence would gradually extend to the whole world. This was the butterfly effect. When the butterfly effect took place, the world would no longer be the same, causing the existence of the future consciousness to receive the approval of the great Tao of the world. Someone had said that history was like a long river, and a change in an event in the upstream would completely change the downstream. This mystical world of goo was like the water in the long river. Almost everyone could only flow along with the stream and go from upstream to downstream. Fang Yuan's consciousness, however, went against the stream, going from downstream to upstream by relying on Spring Autumn Cicada. When he made changes in the upstream, there would also be changes in the downstream. But the river was still the same river. The world of Goo Masters was still the world of Goo Masters. It was just that history had turned into another corner, bringing another possibility to the equation. This analogy could be easily understood. However, Spring Autumn Cicada hadn't recovered completely. It was like a leaky, worn-out boat right now. Fang Yuan's cultivation was also only rank 3 initial stage. There would be an unimaginable difference between the propulsion force of his self-detonation now from the self-detonation of his rank 6 cultivation in his previous life. With such a minute force, he simply wouldn't be able to push the Spring Autumn Cicada, let alone flow against the long river of time. I probably won't succeed by trying to rebirth through self-detonation. Who is to say that the broken boat won't be stranded in the long river? And if that happens, my consciousness and memories will be ruthlessly washed away by time. To raise the probability of success, it would be best to wait until the aperture is pushed to the limits, stall for time as much as possible, and let Spring Autumn Cicada recover more, decreasing the holes in the worn-out boat. At the same time, increasing my cultivation will provide higher propulsive force to go against the stream after self-detonation. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. This change in the Spring Autumn Cicada was beyond his anticipation. But with his ever-cautious nature, he had a plan ready. The bloodbat group was nearing. Fang Yuan, however, had his attention in his aperture. Yellow-green rays of light flooded his aperture. His white-silver primeval sea was as still as a mirror under the majestic aura of Spring Autumn Cicada, but there were dangerous cracks in the light membrane of his aperture. All the other goo had been suppressed down to the depths of the sea by Spring Autumn Cicada's aura. Fang Yuan sent his will, and a goo slowly flew towards the surface of the sea, resisting the pressure. This goo appeared like a square dice. It was gray and very firm. This was one of the goo that Fang Yuan had plundered from Binding Bing. It was a one-time use goo, and would disappear once used. But its effects were extraordinary, and once used it would completely extract all the strength and potential in a Goo Master's aperture and instantly raise a Goo Master's cultivation to the peak stage of the same rank. Stone aperture goo, explode. Fang Yuan willed it. The stone aperture goo immediately exploded, changing into gray powders just like the smoke from a cigarette, and pervaded the primeval sea. The aperture's walls were originally a light membrane, but once this gray powder touched it, the light immediately dimmed down. The powder stuck to the light membrane, and the light membrane gradually thickened, experiencing a qualitative change from light to stony. After several seconds, Fang Yuan's aperture walls had thickened by several times and changed into a heavy, sturdy stone aperture. The yellow-green radiance of Spring Autumn Cicada still fluctuated continuously, but the aperture could now support its pressure. Fang Yuan was at rank 3 initial stage with light silver primeval essence, and his primeval sea shone with light silver light. But right now, his cultivation experienced a sudden rise, leaping from rank 3 initial stage to rank 3 peak stage, possessing snow silver primeval essence. Using the stone aperture goo means cutting off one's advancement route and using up all the potential within the aperture. It will be very difficult to step to rank 4. But my cultivation has increased, and the aperture has turned into stone walls, which is multiple times thicker and firmer than before, and will be able to support the pressure from Spring Autumn Cicada for the time being. Using the stone aperture goo should have been Binding Bing's response to the limits of Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Unfortunately, the 10 extreme aptitudes are much more troublesome than the Spring Autumn Cicada. Their potential is endless, and even by turning one's aperture into stone, the aperture walls will quickly recover. At this second, The Bladewing Bloodbat group pounced in for the kill. Fang Yuan gave a cold snort, then took out his chainsaw golden centipede and killed as he retreated. Fortunately, this tunnel was narrow, and with the sky canopy Gu's defense and the chainsaw golden centipede's wide body, Fang Yuan was able to block the Bloodbat group and stop them from surrounding him. This greatly reduced their threat. For a moment, there were only continuous ringing sounds within the tunnel. The sounds of chainsaw golden centipedes' attacks and the sound of bladewing bloodbats smashing into the white armor quickly echoed through the tunnel walls and formed into a medley. The primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture continued to deplete rapidly. There were close to 100 bloodbats, but without a Gu master there to control them, there were a lot of internal frictions between the bats, and they could form a tacit cooperation. Thus, in reality, Fang Yuan only needed to deal with 30-40 bloodbats at the same time. But even this number wasn't something he could withstand, and he had to retreat while fighting back. What was even more awkward was that even though he had leaped to rank 3 peak stage, his aperture still contained the initial stage light silver primeval essence. Just by relying on his C-grade aptitude, the self-production speed of snow silver primeval essence was way too slow. The current situation also didn't allow Fang Yuan to multitask and take out primeval stones to absorb natural primeval essence. Consuming primeval stones could quickly recover primeval essence, but this method was suitable in a real battle. Distracting oneself in a life-and-death battle was asking for humiliation. It was an extremely stupid move and was akin to courting death. At the same time, the efficiency in absorbing natural primeval essence at such a situation was also very low. This way could only be used during normal cultivation, or to exploit short gaps in battles to quickly recover primeval essence. Luckily, Fang Yuan obtained a grass Gu not long ago. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus could produce primeval stones. It was very precious and rare. But in fact, this effect was only an expression of its innate ability. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was also called Portable Spirit Spring, and its innate ability was to produce natural primeval essence. The primeval essence would then condense together to form primeval stones. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus that Fang Yuan possessed was lying deep in his primeval sea. It appeared like an extremely small spirit spring. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus's recipe was created by immortal Venerable Genesis Lotus. Only the Gu masters who have reached rank 9 were respected as venerables. For righteous path, they were called immortal venerables, and for demonic path, they were called demonic venerables. Immortal Venerable Genesis Lotus was also known as the person with the fastest primeval essence recovery speed since the ancient times. In this aspect, he was above other immortal venerables and demonic venerables, and it was all because of the Essence Lotus. Fang Yuan's Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was only a rank 3, and he had just refined it, so it was at its poorest level. But it was already providing a continuous supply of natural primeval essence to Fang Yuan. The moment this natural primeval essence appeared in Fang Yuan's aperture, it would be automatically refined and turned into snow silver primeval essence. Supposedly, if Fang Yuan absorbed primeval essence from primeval stones, he would still have to divide a part of his mind. But this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was his Gu, so using it was as simple and easy as moving his fingers. Fang Yuan retreated while fighting, and with the assistance of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, his primeval essence recovery speed could already be comparable with B-grade aptitude Gu masters. Kill! He gave a fierce shout before abruptly changing his battle style and charging into the Bloodbat group. Chainsaw Golden Centipede exploded forth, and its silver sawtooth crazily rotated around, producing screeching sounds as it cut down on a bladewing bloodbat hiding in the rear. This bloodbat appeared rather similar to other bloodbats, albeit looking a bit more dominant. This was the sole male bat in this bloodbat group, and was refined by the first Gen Guye. By controlling it, one could indirectly gain control of the whole bloodbat group. Fang Yuan had been secretly planning this attack after careful observation, and made this attack appear unintentional. With the Guye first head not present on the scene, This attack was very effective. The male bat died on the spot, twisting into a bloody pulp. The remaining female bats immediately scattered. Chapter 188. Senior paves the way for juniors to run smoothly. In a bloodbat group, there was only one male bat, while the rest were all females under the command of the male bat. Between the male and female bats, they looked the same and did not have difference in appearances. But Fang Yuan was beyond familiar with these blade-winged bloodbats in his previous life. As long as he had enough time, he could differentiate them. Without the male bat, the entire group fell into chaos. Fang Yuan took the chance and waved the chainsaw golden centipede, killing his way through. A moment later, over 20 blade-winged bloodbats were decimated, showing Fang Yuan's resolution of battle. But the intense battle also caused Fang Yuan's primeval essence in his aperture to decrease tremendously. Time to go! Fang Yuan decisively retreated, running away at full force. When the bloodbat group behind him reacted, Fang Yuan was already 100 steps away. About 20 blade-winged bloodbats continued to chase after him while the others flew in all directions. Gasp, gasp. In the narrow tunnel, Fang Yuan breathed hard while sprinting, activating the heavenly essence treasure lotus. After an intense battle, the snow-silver primeval essence left in his aperture, as well as the low primeval sea level gradually rose back up. The longer time passed, the faster Fang Yuan's battle strength recovered. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's thunderwings flapped, and the force dragged his entire body forward, almost letting him crash into the cave walls. The thunderwings goo had been polluted by the blood frenzy goo, and it had reached its limits, starting to show signs of being uncontrollable. Very soon, the thunderwings goo will turn into a pool of blood water and turn into a new pollution source. Thinking so, Fang Yuan stopped hesitating and activated it 3 times, finally causing the disobeying thunderwings goo to detach from his back. Go! Fang Yuan resolutely gave up the thunderwings goo, throwing it behind him. The blade-winged bloodbat group behind him surrounded the thunderwings goo completely. They rushed up, tearing the thunderwings goo into bits. This obstruction gave Fang Yuan a little bit of time to recover. Until the blade-winged bloodbats caught up to Fang Yuan, the primeval essence in his aperture had already recovered over half of the total. The snow-silver primeval essence compared to the light silver primeval essence had several times more sustainability, and Fang Yuan's current battle strength had greatly exceeded an initial stage. He laughed heartily, waving the chainsaw golden centipede to fight once again. After killing around 8-9 of them, the rest all flew and escaped. Unfortunately, I do not have a goo like the Iron Hand grappling goo. The blade-winged bloodbat goo flies too fast, and its wings are sharp like blades. It is really hard to capture. If I can capture 2 or 3, that would be nice. Fang Yuan kept the chainsaw golden centipede and turned around towards the deeper part of the cave. When he snatched the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he was engulfed by the blood water. That was definitely caused by the first Zhen Guye. First Zhen Guye used the blood-white goo, turning into a flying zombie. His aperture was long dead and could no longer recover primeval essence. Unless he used primeval stones, his primeval essence in the aperture would be limited by the amount left inside. But if he had a heavenly essence treasure lotus, to a large extent, he could negate this weakness. Thus, not long ago, he sent 2 groups of blade-winged bloodbats towards Fang Yuan, attempting to capture him. Thankfully, Fang Yuan saw something amiss and turned around in time. At the same time, Leng indirectly helped him with the sound wave. I wonder how's the battle between Leng and first Zhen Guye. Fang Yuan's gaze was concentrated. No matter which side won, they would still target him. Leng wants to bring him to justice, while first Zhen Guye wants the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Although the blade-winged bloodbats had dispersed, Fang Yuan's danger was still unresolved. I have to leave Qingmao Mountain immediately, as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He could no longer return, only able to walk along this mountain cave, trying to find a way out. This cave was obviously man-made, but after a long time, Many areas had collapsed. Fang Yuan continued to advance, and when he met these dead ends, he could only use the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede was originally an underground creature, adept at digging holes, so at this time it had a great use. Fang Yuan also had the strength of 2 boars, and he dug through the soil and continued forward. This greatly reduced his speed, and after 3 to 4 hours, he finally got to the end of the cave. A large, sturdy rock wall blocked his path completely. Even the chainsaw golden centipede could drill its way through. Did the first Zhen Guye seal this cave completely already? Fang Yuan's heart sank. Bah! The 2 sides' palms met, and the Zhong clan Gu master flew into the air like a rag, landing heavily on the ground. Cough. The Zhong clan Gu master coughed out a mouthful of blood, falling unconscious. In the sky, the sun was shining brightly, sending down scorching rays of light. The sunlight shone over the wilderness, and the light reflected on Bai Zhongshui's fat face. This young Bai clan Gu master laughed smugly. So what if you were the Zhong clan Gu master, daring to compete strength with me? She moved her fat, slim body, trying to finish off her opponent and take the token, but suddenly a moonblade came attacking. Bai Zhongshui's body turned, shooting a water ball from her mouth. The water ball and moonblade collided, exploding together. 3 Gu masters with Fang Zheng as the lead jumped down from the branches. Guye clan's people, this is my battle reward. Bai Zhongshui squinted, her eyes showing a dangerous light. Fang Zheng's strangely bloodshot eyes stared at Bai Zhongshui intently as he said, "So what? Now you are our prey." At another side of the forest, more footsteps were heard. A few people walked out from the shadows. It was Xiong clan's genius youngster Xinlin. His bald head reflected the sunlight, causing him to shine like a diamond. Hey, this has gotten interesting. Bai Zhongshui laughed loudly, but the next moment her laughter stopped. The 2 sides attacked together, causing Bai Zhongshui to be caught off guard, getting surrounded. Bai Zhongshui coughed out some blood, her expression turning ugly. What? Guye clan, you are cooperating with these despicable Zhong clan people? Fang Zheng was expressionless, his killing intent raging, not saying a word and getting closer to Bai Zhongshui. Zhonglin laughed. This battle concerns the 3 clans' demographics for the next 100 years, so let me tell you. Guye clan has already established an alliance with our Zhong clan. Bai Zhongshui, today is your death date. Spit. Bai Zhongshui coughed out a mouth of blood water as she stared at her surroundings in disdain. So what if I die? Hey, ganging up. You are just afraid of our Bai Ningbing. It's useless. This is only the initial battle. There will still be 1 versus 1 later. Is there anyone in your clans that can fight against Bai Ningbing? We are destined to be number 1. Hey, thus we decided that in this first battle, we shall cooperate and finish off Bai Ningbing. Zhonglin laughed loudly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chainsaw golden centipede's razors grinded against the rock wall, causing a loud noise to echo in the cave. This rock wall was sturdy and thick, being very weird. Fang Yuan's forehead was full of sweat as he used the chainsaw golden centipede and blood moongu to attack in turns, but even after many hours, he only progressed about 50 cm. Is it really the end for me? Fang Yuan's heart moved, suddenly feeling that there was a life form in the rock wall. He quickly used the earth communication eargrass gu, listening to the rock wall. There was a mysterious life form on the other side of the rock wall, but its aura was very weak. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan dug a hole, and the mysterious life form showed itself. Its entire body was pitch black, emitting a metallic glow like iron and steel. Both its chest and back armor were thick lines that showed a dominating aura. It had 3 pairs of legs, each having spiral-shaped feelers at the tip. It caused Fang Yuan to think of the spiral tip of an electric drill. It's the 1,000-li earthwolf spider. Fang Yuan was enlightened, immediately thinking of the flower wine monk. The questions in Fang Yuan's heart were mostly answered at this point. Back then, the flower wine monk, in order to nurture the heavenly essence treasure lotus, came to the Guye village. But at the last moment, He was stopped by first Zhen Guye. Thus he used his methods to throw it into the Blood River graveyard. The Flower Wine Monk was also a rank 5 Gu master. He had to have an intense battle with first Zhen Guye. First Zhen Guye had operated for hundreds of years, having terrain advantage, so the Flower Wine Monk could not compete against him. Thus he could only escape. He used the 1,000-li Earthwolf spider to dig out this path, and after leaving the battlefield he had already suffered an incurable injury. At the end of his life, he hurriedly left behind his inheritance as a last act of revenge. He attempted to let his descendants take the heavenly essence treasure lotus and ruin the Guye clan's foundation. This explains why the Flower Wine Monk was bathed in blood, his body full of injuries. But the reason for why the 1,000-li Earthwolf spider fall into slumber and seal itself here, that was still a mystery. Also, the first Zhen Guye. What in the world was he after? These suspicions are all minute details. What's important is leaving this place. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, sending out some primeval essence and refining the 1,000-li Earthwolf spider. This sturdy rock wall was the cocoon created by the 1,000-li Earthwolf spider when it fell into hibernation. It was extremely weak, like the white boar goo that Fang Yuan took out from the earth treasury flower goo. Thus, even though it was rank 5, Fang Yuan easily refined it. Fang Yuan threw the Thunderwings goo away earlier, and was lacking a movement-type goo, this being his weakness once again. But now he obtained the 1,000-li Earthwolf spider, so it was like a glimmer of hope in the darkest hour. This 1,000-li Earthwolf spider was a large steed-type goo. It ate soil as food, and was easy to raise. Fang Yuan injected his snow-silver primeval essence into it, and the 1,000-li Earthwolf spider gradually awakened, its aura becoming stronger. It started to consume, eating large amounts of soil. When it recovered to an extent, Fang Yuan, who couldn't wait to leave, quickly got onto its back, ordering it to move forward. Although it had only recovered a little, the 1,000-li Earthwolf spider was still a rank 5 goo. Its 3 pairs of legs moved quickly, dashing through. After the cocoon broke, the cave behind was exposed too. This path was the one the Flower Wine Monk created when he escaped. Seniors paved the way for juniors to run along, so this greatly helped Fang Yuan. The only worry was, steed-type goo worms took a lot of primeval essence to use. The 1,000-li Earthwolf spider was rank 5. Rank 3 primeval essence could not sustain its expenditure, so every now and then, Fang Yuan had to stop and sit on the 1,000-li Earthwolf spider's back, activating the heavenly essence treasure lotus while extracting Natra. With 2 sources, as well as his C-grade natural recovery, Fang Yuan's primeval essence recovery rate was fast, incomparable to before. As he instructed the 1,000-li Earthwolf spider to move forward, he would also stop to recover his primeval essence. When they encountered a cave-in, they would drill their way through, and with such a repeated process, Fang Yuan gradually moved away from the Blood Lake graveyard, going towards the surface. Chapter 189. Shocking Change. The sun lowers as night descends, and the setting sun was like a burning fire on the horizon. Standing on a slope was Bai Ningbing, clothed in white, his hair snowy white. The setting sun's last rays reflected in his eyes, hinting that his life was ending. Such a beautiful sunset. How many more times can I see it? This brilliance of nature. I have only seen a little of them all. What a waste. Especially when around me, these annoying fellows are still arguing. Bai Ningbing snorted in his heart, retracting his gaze and sweeping the environment. Guye and Xiong clan's alliance. The remaining 100 Gu masters gathered together and surrounded Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, if you back out of this competition now, we can spare your life. Indeed, if you know your place, we might as well be kind and let you off. Your Bai clan Gu masters are mostly finished. The remaining ones have all been stopped by us. Don't rest your hopes on reinforcements. They will not come. With Fang Zheng, Zhong Jiaoman, Xiong Lin and Qi Cheng as leaders, the young Gu masters spoke in turns, trying to break Bai Ningbing's spirits. But these words, Bai Ningbing did not put to heart. A bunch of rats coming to the elephant and screaming, How pathetically laughable. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, showing disdain. Among you people, only Guya Fang Yuan is slightly interesting. Too bad he isn't here. Hey, come at me together. Saying so, Bai Ningbing created an ice blade, using his hand to wipe the sharp blade that emitted cold energy. He did not even look at the people around him. This person is too arrogant. Oomph, not taking us seriously. Brothers, let's attack together. Everyone send out one attack. Even 10 Bai Ningbings will be turned into meat paste. The Gu masters jeered, but no one dared to attack rashly. Although Bai Ningbing was alone, his aura was overwhelming, causing everyone to feel threatened. Everyone calm down, don't listen to Bai Ningbing's taunts. We did not practice together before and do not have good cooperation. If we attack together, we will waste much of our efforts, and he will take advantage of it. Zhonglin shouted. Then who attacks first? Chicheng asked. Although they cooperated with Zhong clan and attacked the Bai clan, this alliance was not a close one. Whoever attacks first bears higher risks, and also risks the other party taking advantage of their combat. Never mind, I'll engage Bai Ningbing first. To be honest, I've wanted to fight you some long ago. Zhong Jianman took a step forward. She blew a whistle, and once she did, sounds of beasts stampeding could be heard from afar. Many black shadows overlapped in the forest, and what showed up was over 200 black bears. The black bear at the front of the horde was larger than the rest. It was 100 Beast King level black bear. The wolf tide was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. Zhong Jiaoman rose to rank 3 because of it, and the bear enslavement Gu also rose to rank 3. Finally being able to enslave bear-type 100 Beast Kings. This was Zhong Jiaoman's trump card. Way to go, lady boss. Oh my god, so many bears. With all these bears and us being around 100 people, Bai Ningbing is dead meat. Zhong clan Gu masters were stirred, getting excited. Guye clan looked complicated. After Zhong Li died, this Zhong Jiaoman became the #1 contender in the Zhong clan. Looking at Guye clan, after Qing Shu died, Mobei followed as well. Although Fang Yuan rose to rank 3, his aptitude is only C grade. It was hard to count on him. Thankfully, we still have the A grade Guye Fang Zheng. Many Gu masters looked at Fang Zheng, thinking so and feeling assured. Especially during this 3-clan competition, Fang Zheng seemed to have gotten more mature, attacking more ferociously, and many Bai clan Gu masters were killed by him. Such a performance caused many clansmen to feel comforted. This was the true disposition of a A-grade genius. The results are pretty much assured. Even a rank 3 peak stage with much talent cannot be the match for 100 people. Lord Qing Shu, I will take revenge for you personally. After that, if Big Brother appears, Fang Zheng stared intently at Bai Ningbing, thinking rapidly in his mind. Merely 100 Beast King, what a boring trick. His entire body was emitting cold air. Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. I'm at my limit already, huh? Bai Ningbing felt his life ending. His body had reached some sort of limit. Not soon after, he would die. Even now, he could feel his body starting to collapse, and much of his flesh and blood was turning into ice and snow. But even so, Bai Ningbing remained calm, his gaze concentrated. He took a final look at the sun's rays, before turning around and looking at the charging bear group. Since you are all looking for death, I shall act mercifully, and grant you all your wishes. Maybe this way, it can bring some excitement to my life, he sighed softly. Not far away, the 3 clan leaders and Gu masters stood still, completely silent. The battle is finally starting. Killing Bai Ningbing is the greatest victory. Zhong clan leader was secretly excited. Oomph, we were tricked. They actually ganged up to deal with us. He. You have all underestimated Bai Ningbing. Get ready for a shock. Bai clan leader was calm as water, plotting in his mind. Gu Yebo showed a worried expression. Up until now, Fang Yuan and Ti Xueleng did not show up at all. Although the 3-clan competition was important, his mind was elsewhere. desolate yin ancient moon physique. If Fang Yuan really has such an aptitude, we have to protect him at all costs and bring him into the Blood Lake graveyard. Thinking so, Gu Yebo looked at Ti Ruonan without turning his body. This Tai family young lady had a strong background, but she was already brought around by Gu Yebo, secretly a captive. Tai Ruonan was not worried about her situation. She believed her father, and was also thinking about how to capture Fang Yuan. Whatever aptitude Fang Yuan had, as long as one bothered to, they could assess it. If he really was a 10 extreme talent, then his suspicion would be the greatest. Fuck! Fang Yuan cursed, lying on the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's back, sticking closely and preventing himself from falling off. He wanted to use the flower wine monk's open path to advance easily. But good times do not last, for not long after, the 1,000-li earthwolf spider started to go crazy. It started to absorb the natural essence in the air, using it. At the same time, its 3 pairs of legs started to dig out new paths, moving around randomly in the underground cave. Fang Yuan understood finally. This 1,000-li earthwolf spider, under the flower wine monk's command, had engaged in battle with first Gen Guye previously. In the battle, it was corrupted by the blood frenzy Gu. The flower wine monk relied on it to escape, then hurriedly created the secret cave, leaving behind his inheritance before dying. Upon losing its master, the 1,000-li earthwolf spider lost control and frantically went back to that path that it had dug when escaping. Right before death. What was fortunate was that the 1,000-li earthwolf spider sealed itself and fell into hibernation, preserving its last life force before dying. Hundreds of years later, Fang Yuan returned to the place and dug out the cocoon, causing it to awaken again. But the blood frenzy Gu's problem was not solved, and thus after a while, it started to act up again. Fang Yuan was deep in the cave, and just by relying on his own strength he could not escape to the surface. He needed the ability of the 1,000-li earthwolf spider. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider started to go crazy, getting more uncontrollable. Fang Yuan could only ride on its back, betting on his luck. But at this point, the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's frequency of going crazy was not so high, so Fang Yuan still had some control of it. Although his control was slipping overall, he still controlled the general direction. He let the 1,000-li earthwolf spider dig its way to the surface, but where it would end up, Fang Yuan had no idea. The last of the sun's rays were like blood, reflecting on the minced corpses and broken limbs everywhere on the battlefield. Bai Ningbing stood arrogantly on the battlefield, a thick layer of ice beneath his feet, as the icy domain continued to spread outwards. The remaining Gu masters amounted to less than 30, staying closely together trying to find a bit of assurance from each other's body warmth. The bear group had long been exterminated. Even Xiong Man had been beheaded by Bai Ningbing's ice blade, and her head flew far away as blood poured like a fountain out of her neck. Lin was penetrated by the icicles from Bai Ningbing, and Guye Chi-chung was turned into an ice sculpture. In the ice coffin, he still retained the dodging action right before death, his face showing shock, fear, and utter shock, vivid and lifelike. Fang Zheng's body was full of injuries, but there was no blood. His injuries were all frozen by the ice and snow. He breathed roughly, looking at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. What happened earlier was like a nightmare. Bai Ningbing was definitely a rank 3, but his battle strength was almost rank 4. Oof, although lookalikes, but you are not him. How boring. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Zheng, walking closer. Fang Zheng, still being alive, was also intentional by Bai Ningbing. The Gu masters all got into a commotion, their morale at its lowest. If not for the fact that their clan leaders were watching from afar, they would broken down and escaped for their lives already. Damn it, damn it! Why is our battle strength so different? I am an A-grade talent. Am I going to die here? Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, screaming in his heart. Da! Bai Ningbing jumped, raising his ice blade high while in mid-air. The ice blade expanded, almost 5 to 6 times of the original, sending an unblockable aura as it slashed towards everyone. I am going to die. Ah! Facing this attack, Many Gu masters broke down and cried in despair. Fuck, why did it come to this? Zhong clan leader's face was full of despair. Gu Yebo was urging to move, but Bai clan leader snickered, stopping him. Gu Ye clan leader, no one is to interfere. Are you going to turn on your word and break the agreement? Gu Yebo squinted his eyes. Bai Ningbing is only rank 3. He cannot have such strength. You are cheating blatantly. Cheating. Hey, let me tell you the truth. Our clan's Bai Ningbing is the northern dark ice soul physique. Bai clan leader shouted loudly. What? 10 extreme aptitude. At once, Gu Yebo and Zhong clan leader were shocked. Reporting. Clan leader, there has been a strange earthquake. Many of the clan's bamboo buildings have collapsed, and the ground is seeping with blood water. Not many people are injured, but they are flustered. A Gu Ye clan Gu master came running. To think that there is a thing. Gu Yebo's expression changed. Chapter 190. Third battle against Bai Ningbing. Moon Raiment. With the blade impending, Fang Zheng shouted, activating his Gu worm. A misty light that was blue like the moon gushed out from his body, extending and surrounding all the Gu masters around him. But even so, everyone was still in despair. Struggling is useless. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone with cruelty and indifference. But at this time, bomb! The ground under everyone's feet suddenly grew and turned into a lump before exploding, sending soil flying. Gu masters cried painfully as they rolled away from the impact. In a cloud of smoke, a giant spider emerged from everyone's sights. The aura of a rank 5 Gu made everyone wary. On the spider that looked like it was made of steel, a black-clothed, black-haired young man was standing upright. I finally reached the surface. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, his eyes emitting a brilliant glow. Eh? Soon after, he saw Bai Ningbing who was hacking towards him in midair. The giant ice blade cut through the winds as it slashed towards him. Fang Yuan, you are finally here. Bai Ningbing's calm face, after a slight stun, completely transformed into one of excitement and battle intent. Fang Yuan snorted before the ice blade touched him. The icy winds caused him to feel a slight chill as his black hair flew behind him. He raised his hand, the chainsaw golden centipede. Ice blade collided with the chainsaw golden centipede, and after a stalemate, the golden centipede's razors rotated furiously, large amounts of ice shards flying out. Friction noises. Cracks quickly emerged from the surface of the ice blade, quickly covering its entire body. Break! Fang Yuan shouted. He had the strength of 2 boars. His strength completely overwhelmed Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only let go as the ice blade broke into pieces, and ice shards fell. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider began to go berserk again, spreading its 6 legs and attacking towards Bai Ningbing. Gu worms had low intellect, but they were born sensitive, able to sense which target was more of a threat to them. Bai Ningbing's aura caused the 1,000-li earthwolf spider to treat him as an enemy, locking onto him. Bai Ningbing's arms waved, and icicles flew out in a row. The icicles hit the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's body and shattered, while the 1,000-li earthwolf spider went berserk and growled, pouncing while Fang Yuan was on it. Swish, swish, swish. 3 black spiral legs shot out like an arrow towards Bai Ningbing's fragile body. Sensing danger, a snowy light shot out from Bai Ningbing's aperture. The light expanded, revealing the white form immortal snake Gu, floating in midair. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily, leaping and landing on the white form immortal snake's back, staring at Fang Yuan. Interesting. Very interesting. Fang Yuan, you did let me down after all. Be big, brother. Fang Zheng climbed up from the floor. His face had been cut by the ice blade, his face full of blood as he stared at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. The opponent has a rank 5 Gu as well? Bai clan leader's gaze tightened, becoming nervous. Fang Yuan, you finally appeared. Rank 5 Gu, isn't that the 1,000-li earthwolf spider? Gu Yebo's attention was attracted. On the battlefield, 2 youngsters of different ages stood on opposing sides. One wore white robes, had silver hair and blue eyes, riding on the white form immortal snake, holding an ice blade in his hand, like a ice immortal descending to the mortal realm. The other had black robes, black hair, and black eyes, standing on the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's back, having the chainsaw golden centipede in his hand, buzzing as it rotated, like a demon god summoned into the world. The two's opposing stances attracted many gazes. Bai Ningbing had an excited expression, raising the ice blade, shouting loudly, "This will be the most exciting battle in my life. Come, Fang Yuan, let us battle to the death." Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, using his peripheral vision to observe the surroundings. This was the three clans' competition. To think that the 1,000-li earthwolf spider brought him here. He did not want to engage with Bai Ningbing and waste his time here. Whether Ti Shuoleng or the first Zhen Guye wins, they would definitely hunt him down. But if he does not defeat this Bai Ningbing, how could he escape? Thus battle it is. White form immortal snake and 1,000-li earthwolf spider collided. The white snake coiled as the black spider stabbed, fighting at close range. On the two goose backs, two bodies moved about, the ice blade drawing different sparks in the sky while the chainsaw golden centipede buzzed as it extended and contracted at will. The mountain rocks broke, and thunderous explosions happened continuously. Icicles hit Fang Yuan directly, but were blocked by the white armor of the sky canopy goo. Blood Moonblade hit Bai Ningbing, causing a large injury that was instantly covered by a layer of frost, sealing the wound. The frost turned into blood and flesh, causing Bai Ningbing to recover completely. It really is the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Zhong clan leader saw this, and stared with his eyes wide open. 10 extreme physiques were legendary aptitudes. He did not think he would see one with his own eyes. Hey. Fang Yuan dares to attempt to fight Bai Ningbing. He is assured to lose. Bai clan leader laughed sinisterly. That might not be. Tai Ruonan beside him pouted. 10 extreme physique, it has to be it. In such a battle, if he was a C-grade, his primeval essence would been long gone. Fang Yuan, you are indeed the desolate yin ancient moon physique. Gu Yabo clenched his fist, his expression extremely agitated. This is Big Brother's true power? So Big Brother really is a 10 extreme physique. He's been concealing himself this entire time. Fang Zheng's mouth was slightly open, his face full of dejection. The truth was in front of him, so what does his previous pride amount to now? Every time, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's intense clashes would cause his heart to tremble once. He felt himself getting smaller, and his older brother Fang Yuan's shadow started to enshroud him once again. What sort of battle is this? I cannot believe that this is two rank 3 Gu masters fighting. Did I see wrongly? Fang Yuan is so ferocious, fighting one-on-one against Bai Ningbing and being equally matched. Some surviving young Gu masters stared in disbelief. The battle suddenly shifted once again. White form immortal snake and the 1,000-li earthwolf spider both took great damage, but it was not refined by Bai Ningbing, merely attracted by the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. White form immortal snake spit out a lump of white fog, covering the entire battlefield. Then, its body trembled, and it threw Bai Ningbing off its body before leaving. This, immortal. Seeing this, Bai clan leader was shocked. As he watched the escaping white snake, he did not know what to say. This fog was like a maze, able to obscure vision and follow one like a shadow. Fang Yuan was covered by the white fog, and his eyes saw nothing but whiteness. But he did not panic, as although his vision was affected, he still had his other 4 senses: taste, hearing, smell, and touch. Earth communication, ear grass. Roots grew out of Fang Yuan's ears, and very soon he heard a sound analyzing the situation within 300 steps of his radius. Lightning Eye Gu. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with lightning. Although Lightning Eye Gu was rank 3 and could break through illusions, this fog made by a rank 5 immortal snake completely suppressed it. Fuck! He cursed loudly. Icicle Gu. Dozens of icicles flew out in all directions. Fang Yuan's ears twitched, hearing the sound of the icicles moving against the wind. Thus, he hurriedly flipped his body to the other side of the 1,000-li earthwolf spider. Bam, bam, bam. The icicles struck the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's body, causing it to go into a rage and rush towards the direction of the icicles. I'm not going to play with you. Fang Yuan got off the 1,000-li earthwolf spider, abandoning it and relying on the earth communication air grass and attempting to leave the battlefield. This 1,000-li earthwolf spider had already been corrupted by the blood frenzy goo, about to turn into a pool of blood water soon, so he should abandon it as soon as possible. That Bai Ningbing was now a ticking time bomb, and killing him is akin to setting off a bomb. He cannot be touched. The Goo Masters observing the battle only saw a lump of mist, before a small piece was divided out and floated towards the southeast direction of the battlefield. Within this mist, it was naturally Fang Yuan. The maze fog followed like a shadow, and unless dispelled, it would continue to obscure Fang Yuan's vision until the maze fog fades on its own. Fang Yuan's eyes continued to see nothing but fog, but he had the earth communication ear grass. Thus he could determine his location through sound. The moving wind and tree leaves, the mountain springs and its flowing water, the chirping of the birds, the breathing of the wild beasts, these were all sounds. Only the mountain rocks had no sound. Thus, he sometimes knocked into them. Ice Blade Storm. Behind him, Bai Ningbing's voice came. Huff, huff, huff. The winds blew as cold air spread. The temperature in the air started to decrease, and the white-colored ice blade storm was formed, even bigger than before. Even the 1,000-li earthwolf spider was repelled by it. That lump of mist, it should be Fang Yuan. Quickly stop him. Beside, Tai Ruonan shouted loudly. Fang Yuan, don't go. Guye village is your home. Guye Bo was anxious, trying to chase after him, but was stopped by the other two clan leaders. Why? Guye clan leader, are you going to break the agreement and enter the battlefield? Xiong clan leader crossed his arms and snickered. Off. Our Guye clan admits our loss for this battle. Now, whoever stops me, I will murder without hesitation. Guye Bo watched as Fang Yuan got even further, as his anxiety rose. Are you threatening me? I am not scared of you, Guye Bo. Bai clan leader's expression was grim, at the same time signaling to his Goo Masters. The Goo Master understood, and immediately dispatched his men to chase after Fang Yuan. We cannot let him escape. I'm going ahead. Tai Ruonan, seeing this chance, immediately moved, a pair of black steel wings emerging from her back as she flew into midair, chasing after Fang Yuan. But at this time, a green shadow shot over. Rank 5, Giant Mountain Puppet Goo. This goo looked like a bronze mask. Its appearance was simple, only showing both eyes and mouth. The bronze mask was covered in blood, flying towards the young girl's face, disregarding her shock. Father! Seeing the blood traces, Tai Ruonan screamed subconsciously. At this time, a large steel hand flew over as well, grabbing Tai Ruonan and flying far away without a moment of pause. This sudden change caused everyone to be taken aback. It seems Tai Shuileng is most likely going to lose. Hey, it has been almost 1,000 years, senior brother. You have really brought me, your junior brother, some surprise. Over 300 meters above the ground, an elderly Goo Master stared at the scene, his expression calm and indifferent. His hair was white, and so were his eyebrows. As he sat on a giant crane, his right palm opened with a kinship bloodworm goo. This goo was crystal clear, like a red agate. Its shape was like a cicada, emitting a glow at times, pointing towards the Guye village. Senior brother, even if you hide here, I can still find you. You stole my opportunity back then, so I will return the favor to you 1,000-fold this time. The white-brow elderly gritted his teeth as he said so, and he showed an expression of utter hatred. Chapter 191. Crane Disaster. In the azure blue sky, numerous clouds were floating aimlessly. The elderly Goo Master rode on top of the white crane. Under his white eyebrows that were sharp like daggers, his eyes revealed a deep killing intent. Hey, with this grudge of mine, I shall start taking revenge on your descendants, he laughed, staring down at the battlefield, stretching his thin and dry finger and pointing downwards. The white crane below him raised its long and elegant neck, crying out in a bright and loud voice. The voice spread through the skies, and from far away, there were many return calls. What sound is this? Fang Yuan was activating the Earth communication eargrass at the time. Thus he heard it first and was shocked in his heart. The crane cries went on endlessly, all at different pitches, giving off an impressive magnitude. This was not over 100 canes, nor a few thousand crying at once. It was the collective cries of over 10,000 flying cranes that could cause such an effect. Is there a migrating flock of cranes nearby? Out of nowhere, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of danger. The crane cries attracted the attention of the Gu masters in the arena, turning their heads to look at them. What's that in the sky? From the sound, I'd say it's a large herd of migrating birds. Tell all the Gu masters not to attack recklessly and bring trouble upon themselves. Bai clan leader was just saying, but suddenly he came to a halt. His eyes dilated, seeing 1, 2, 3, almost 10,000 cranes in the sky, clumped together and attacking towards the arena. How can this be? Get your guard on. Defend. Let's escape. There are 10,000 cranes here. There has to be a myriad beast king. The wolf tide is just over. Now we have a crane disaster? Oh heavens, Qingmao Mountain is truly a place of disasters. Gu masters started commenting, expressing the shock in their hearts as their spirits wavered. After finally resisting the wolf tide, a crane disaster appears. The 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain have suffered great losses already. How could they have the excess energy to deal with such a large flock of cranes? The flying cranes folded back their wings, shooting down like a rain of arrows. Under the thunderous cries, screams of fear, pain, and horror erupted at once, as all sorts of lights burst forth. Moonblades, water balls, and steel spikes were sent into the skies. After a momentary resistance, more than half of the Gu masters were killed. These flying cranes were like pile drivers. Each time their wings flapped, it had the strength of a boar, and their claws were sharp and could break rocks. Ordinary cranes were hard enough to deal with, not to mention the large amounts of 100 and 1,000 beast kings among them. The clans had centuries of experience in dealing with the wolf tide, and also the sturdy villages that can defend against them. But here, it was the wilderness with no buildings in sight. Where could they find anything resembling a fort? Thus, during the first attack, half the Gu masters passed away. The cranes' long beaks penetrated hearts, their claws grabbing onto skulls. With a flap of their wings, people would vomit blood and be sent flying, all their bones broken. Fang Yuan was also attacked. His eyes could only see white fog as he relied on the Earth communication eargrass to avoid their attacks. Fang Yuan, hang in there. This time, he heard Gu Yebo shouting behind him. Fang Yuan felt puzzled. What's up with this Gu Yebo? When he shouted Fang Yuan's name earlier, the tone was weird, like he had intentions to protect him. Now he even ran over to help. Fang Yuan was a scheming old fox, but even he could not predict everything. In this short period, how could he conjecture that Tai Ruonan assumed he was a 10 extreme physique? Gu Yebo was a rank 4 expert. Thus, since the cranes attacking Fang Yuan were ordinary beasts, they were easily killed or repelled by him. Fang Yuan, is that you? Gu Yebo came to the maze fog. Fang Yuan's thoughts whirled in his mind. Right now, his predicament was extremely dangerous, and being near Gu Yebo would greatly increase his chances of survival. Thus he answered, "It's me." Gu Yebo, hearing Fang Yuan's voice, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. Fang Yuan, let's not mention what happened in the past. No matter what, the clan will protect your safety. Let's return to the village. I will protect you while retreating. What he did not know was that the village was the most dangerous location for Fang Yuan right now. But the crane disaster was a much greater threat compared to the village. At least if he went back to the village, he would not die immediately compared to staying under the crane's attacks. Fang Yuan sighed without hesitating. Please lead the way, clan leader. I will try to keep up. But at this time, a giant crane descended from the sky. The white-brow old Gu master sat on top of the crane, his tone cold. No one can escape. All of you shall die here. Fang Yuan could not see, but heard Gu Yebo beside him shout, "Rank 5 Gu master!" Evidently, the Gu clan leader had investigative methods that was able to deduce the stranger's cultivation level. Fang Yuan was stunned in his heart. Where is there another rank 5 Gu master here? This tiny Qingmao mountain, it was neither a famous location nor full of resources. Why are all the rank 5 experts gathering here? Don't tell me. This has to do with first Gen Gu Ye. Fang Yuan hit an inspiration. His heart jumped. If it was an ordinary crane disaster, he would have no chances left. Wild flying beasts were hard to make use of. And although he was at rank 3 peak stage, compared to a rank 5 he was still weak and could not get out of the danger. But now another rank 5 Gu master showed up. Not only is he another source of extreme danger, but also a chance to break out of his predicament. This current Qingmao mountain, the 3 rank 5 experts were the crucial players, the rest were insignificant. Only a rank 5 can deal with rank 5. Immediately, Fang Yuan decided in his heart. It is time, he has to bet on this. Clan leader, the first Gen ancestor has fully awakened. We will be safe if we return to the village, Fang Yuan said. What? Gu Yebo shouted in shock. His shock gave Fang Yuan reassurance. I won't lie about such things. As long as we get back to the village, we can save our lives, Fang Yuan continued. Gu Yebo was a resolute man. Thus he brought Fang Yuan and sped towards the village. But the flying cranes continued to approach, blocking the path. 100 Beast Kings and 1,000 Beast Kings appeared non-stop. Gu Yebo fought with his life, protecting Fang Yuan. Eventually he could no longer proceed, falling into the encirclement of the flying cranes. Fang Yuan was protected by Gu Yebo, thus he was safe for the time being. Once time was up, the maze fog vanished. Fang Yuan observed the battlefield, only to see corpses lying everywhere, showing that a terrifying battle had happened. The Gu master's sacrifice was huge, but the flock of cranes were also greatly damaged. Other than broken limbs of humans, there were also crane corpses everywhere. Isn't this the iron beak flying crane? Fang Yuan felt puzzled. Others might not recognize it, for after all, this flying beast was not from the southern border. But he knew that this iron beak flying crane originated from the Middle Kingdom. Eh? Myriad Beast King, rank 5 expert. Next, Fang Yuan saw in midair, a giant crane was flapping its wings, floating. On its back, a white-browed, white-haired old man was sitting with a cold expression. Fang Yuan looked away, back at Gu Yebo. This Gu Ye clan leader was already full of injuries, his body full of blood, fighting with his life. Many times he could clearly have avoided, but to protect Fang Yuan, he would rather suffer the injury himself. Clan leader, the current situation is not looking good. Gu masters are fighting bravely, but are all divided into different areas by the flying cranes. They will eventually get overwhelmed. We must gather their strength into one. Only then can we have a chance to break out of this and return to the village. Fang Yuan said to Gu Yebo. You are right. Gu Yebo looked across the battlefield, shouting loudly. Everyone, the enemy is before us. Our Gu Ye village has a method to deal with the enemy. Quickly assemble with me and kill our way out. The voice echoed in the battlefield, attracting numerous gazes. What? Gu Ye clan still has a trump card to deal with a rank 5? Believing in it is better than nothing. Brothers, let's go. Gather with the Gu Ye clan leader. They were already despairing. But now that Gu Yebo said it, they saw some hope. Under the pressure of death, these former enemies united and worked together, quickly gathering into one spot. Gu Ye clan. Hey, you are all senior brother's descendants. On the huge crane, the white-brow elderly laughed coldly, about to command the cranes to intercept, but on second thoughts, he stopped that idea. Why not let these people escape back, so I can finish them off together? But these are all his descendants, so in the battle later, I can use them to threaten him. But these 3 rank 4 Gu masters have the ability to interfere with the battle. I cannot let them stay. I shall kill them first. Thinking so, the white-brow elderly screeched strangely, flicking his finger and sending 3 balls of light flying. What Gu is this? Zhen clan leader was first hit by the white ball, and after getting covered by it, his speed fell drastically, slower than a snail. The other 2 clan leaders were the same. Fang Yuan, quickly go. Guye clansmen, listen up. You have to protect Fang Yuan at all costs. He's the only one that knows the method. Guye Bo tried all ways but could not get rid of this light ring. Thus he screamed loudly and turned around to face the white-brow elderly. Fang Yuan turned around, looking at this Guye clan leader deeply. Elder Fang Yuan, let us protect you. A large number of Guye clansmen gathered beside Fang Yuan, protecting him in all directions. Healing light as well as speed buffs were all casted on Fang Yuan. Collision sounds were heard from the back, and under the mystical and cruel fate, the 3 clan leaders who hated each other worked together tightly right now, battling against the mysterious elderly with their life on the line. The results of this battle was decided from the start. The 3 clan leaders died one by one as the white-brow elderly flicked his sleeves, sitting firmly on the huge crane. Flying cranes engulfed the skies as they gradually forced their way into Guye village. Guye village was in chaos, and the sad cries of people were heard everywhere. Large numbers of bamboo buildings fell, and the debris area was full of corpses with white cloths covering over them. Injured members cried in pain, lying on the ground as many healing Gu masters worked to the bone. The clan main pavilion was half devastated, and the village square was covered in a layer of blood water. This was extremely horrifying to the clansmen. Because Tisha Leng and First Zhen Guye engaged in fierce combat, it caused the mountains to shake. Thus, Guye village, which was right above, was greatly affected. Guye Yaoji, who was staying in the village, did not manage to receive Guye Bo, but instead saw the injured remnants of the 3 clans. What is going on? She shouted loudly. Fang Yuan didn't reply, because the flock of cranes behind her was the best explanation. This? Oh my God! Is our Guye clan going to perish today? Immediately, the village fell into chaos once again. Senior brother, you're junior. I have come here all the way to see you. Why aren't you coming out to meet me? White-brow elderly stood on the crane's back, his tone full of icy killing intent. Before he was finished, on the village square, blood water gushed out like a 10-meter fountain, and the bright red coffin appeared vertically. As a blood white, First Zhen Guye stood inside the coffin, his blood-red eyes staring closely at the white-brow elderly. To think that you didn't die. How did you find this place? As expected, that Gu master earlier was instigated by you. First Zhen Guye said hatefully. Chapter 192. Raising eyebrows at exhale. How did I find you? Ha ha! The white-brow elderly laughed loudly. His voice sounded extremely happy, while his gaze was ruthless. He opened his palm, revealing a Gu. It was the kinship bloodworm. Kinship bloodworm was crystal clear, like a red agate. It was like a cicada, emitting light at times, pointing towards First Zhen Guye. Although senior brother stole my opportunity and backstabbed me, taking away my Gu, I still managed to learn the secret arts. Thus I refined this kinship bloodworm. You know how I refined it? Hehehe, using the heart blood of your 2 blood-related sons. They were only 5 to 6 years old and were too young, so without sufficient heart blood, I could only turn them both into living sources, taking their blood every month. After spending tens of years, I finally accumulated enough heart blood and refined this Gu. The white-brow elderly said briskly, his tone extremely smug. Oh, right. Both your sons died soon after. Ha ha ha. After refining the kinship bloodworm, I used it to find you for many years. But this world is too big, and you were nowhere to be found. Even though the kinship bloodworm was rank 5, its range is still limited. Eventually, when I was almost dying, I could only use the life-retaining jade burial Gu, living through death and sealing myself. Not long before this, I had to come out of ceiling, and I tried one last time. To think I found you by coincidence. Senior brother. Do you know how happy and excited I was at that time? As for that Shui Leng, I did send him a letter to attract him here. Seeing him, I thought of our former relationship. How nostalgic. Back then, we were from the same sect, chasing after demonic cultivators. We were called the righteous twin cranes, having unlimited glory and pride. The white-brow elderly saying so showed a nostalgic expression. His expression was calm and his tone was gentle, but the more he thought about it, the stronger the killing intent was in both of his cold eyes. This white-brow elderly came from the Middle Continent. He was known as Lord Sky Crane. Back then, he used the rank 5 crane enslavement gu and ruled over a myriad beast king-level crane king and rose to fame. Because he could enslave a myriad beast king, it meant he controlled a 10,000 beast army. This strength allowed him to use his own power and eliminate a single village. Lord Sky Crane and First Zhen Guye both came from the Middle Continent's immortal crane sect. Hundreds of years ago, they were senior and junior brothers, closer than real brothers, killing many demonic gu masters and working together, having perfect synergy with each other. In one of their attempts in chasing after demonic cultivators, they found an inheritance ground. This inheritance was one of the many set up by the Blood Sea ancestor. But if it was an ordinary inheritance, so be it, they would not have turned on each other. However, this inheritance ground's treasure was beyond precious. It could allow one to rise to the heavens and become an immortal from a mortal. Thus, the two brothers were moved. Legend says, Blood Sea ancestor left behind over 100,000 inheritances spread throughout the world. But his real motive was the few true treasures hidden in a few of these spots. They hid his personal goo worms, his true methods. The sect brothers encountered the Blood Sea ancestor's true treasure inheritance. Lord Sky Crane was quicker and obtained the inheritance. Corrupted by greed, First Zhen Guye schemed against him and stole the goo worm. Then he attempted to kill Lord Sky Crane, but did not succeed as the latter managed to escape. Seeing that the matter was exposed, First Zhen Guye could only hide his name and escape everywhere, preventing himself from getting found by his former sect. After tens of years, he could not find a lifespan gu. Thus, in his final days, he stood at Qingmao Mountain in the southern border, changing his appearance and calling himself Guye, establishing the Guye village. Lord Sky Crane, being unable to find him, was filled with hatred. Meanwhile, the immortal Crane sect was very interested in the Blood Sea inheritance. Thus, with their help, Lord Sky Crane used the life-preserving jade burial gu, falling into a deep sleep and preserving his last bit of life. This life-preserving jade burial gu's method was also a special method. Similar to First Zhen Guye's transformation into a zombie, they were unorthodox methods and were just desperate measures. Turning into a zombie, replacing life with death. Life-preserving life burial could enable one to hang on to life, but did not increase their lifespan. There was only one way to increase one's lifespan in this world. Like what Fang Yuan did in his previous life, they would need to use the lifespan gu, increasing one's own lifespan from the roots. This was the proper way. Other methods had disadvantages and were not recognized by heaven and earth, belonging to helpless resorts. Senior brother, you shameless disciple, despicable scum. Back then when you backstabbed me, did you expect retribution today? Ha ha, the heavens did not let me down, for I finally found you. Today, not only will I exterminate your bloodline and destroy your 1,000-year plot, but I will also take back my opportunity. This day, I have waited far too long. Ending his reminiscences, Lord Sky Crane sighed loudly, gathering his killing intent. But before he struck, First Zhen Guye acted even faster. The blood water on the ground poured up like a fountain, giving off a terrifying aura. The sharp smell of blood spread as within the thick concentrated blood water, tens of thousands of blood guillotines flew out, tightly packed together. Whoo! Sounds of wings flapping were heard as countless blade-wing bloodbat gu flew into the air, engulfing the sky and killing towards the crane flock. The crane flock fell into chaos. Blood guillotines and bladewing bloodbats were much smaller than the iron-beak flying cranes, gaining movement advantage in battle. Lord Sky Crane was furious, screaming loudly and ordering the flying crane king he was riding on, rushing towards first Zhen Guye. "Retreat!" a Gu master shouted. The winds howled as the myriad beast king's charge was too imposing, like a meteor hitting the ground, causing people to feel shocked and afraid. But suddenly, a blood wave flew into the sky, and the hiding blood river python assaulted under the cover of the blood water. It opened its mouth, biting at the flying crane king's long neck. At the same time its body coiled, trying to drag the flying crane king into the blood pond on the ground. Lord Sky Crane snorted. He knew about the blood river python. Blood water was like a supreme recovery medicine for the python, thus he needed to cut the contact between them. With this he willed in his mind, and the flying crane king stretched out its steel claws, grabbing onto the blood river python. At the same time it flapped its wings, flying towards the sky. After battling with Tishue Leng, the blood river python still had many injuries on its body, and its strength was also greatly diminished. Thus it was carried by the flying crane king into the air, slowing leaving the village. "Hand over your life." Lord Sky Crane howled, turning into a white flash and pouncing on first Zhen Guye, was who in the red coffin. First Zhen Guye took a step out of the coffin, and with a stretch, wings grew out of his back. These pair of wings were large and strong, like jet-black colored bat wings. Zombie goo are a classic series of goo worms, widely spread in the world. Rank 2 roaming zombie goo. Rank 3 fur zombie goo. Rank 4 jumping zombie goo. Rank 5 flying zombie goo. The blood white goo was one of the flying zombies. Of course it could fly. First Zhen Guyue's eyes burnt with raging flames as he opened his arms and showed his devious demonic claws. He spread both wings, rushing towards the sky. With a boom, he collided with Lord Sky Crane, who was in the air. The two had almost equal strength, and after retreating for a distance, they stabilized themselves and attacked once again. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in aerial combat, their bodies colliding constantly. The power of rank 5 was fully displayed, as the aftermath of their conflicts resulted in numerous bamboo buildings collapsing. After a while, first Zhen Guye shouted loudly, his body covered in blood shadows, as his attacks became several times more ruthless. Lord Sky Crane's eyes glowed with light, attacking like the slashing of a flying blade or the piercing of an immortal sword, breaking the shadows one by one. First Zhen Guye breathed out a bloody mist again, prompting Lord Sky Crane to activate his goo worm, which formed a light barrier, blocking the blood mist from invading. After a while, Lord Sky Crane was after all a dying old man, his elderly body weak, and thus his strength fell, slowly getting overpowered by first Zhen Guye, falling into a disadvantage. After hundreds of years, you did not improve one bit. First Zhen Guye laughed loudly and mocked. "God damn scoundrel!" Lord Sky Crane scolded in rage. He did not expect first Zhen Guye to be so strong, be it the blood guillotine or the bladewing bloodbat goo. They were supposed to be his. Thinking so, he got even more furious. It's time to use my trump card," Lord Sky Crane snorted secretly, his white eyebrows raising lightly, transforming. His eyebrows grew frantically, becoming two thick bushes over tens of meters, one left and one right like snakes coming out of their dens, moving quickly and coiling around first Zhen Guye. First Zhen Guye struggled to no avail, his claws unceasingly attacking. These eyebrows looked fragile but were stronger than steel, and also malleable. Once restrained, it was like the roots of an old tree. It is actually the raise eyebrows et exhale goo. First Zhen Guye's tone changed for the first time, shocked and furious. This raise eyebrows et exhale goo did not use ordinary ki, but primeval energy. Using the primeval essence in the goo master's aperture, and sending it out as primeval energy, this goo was uncommon as it had a lose-lose type of usage. By using this goo now, not only was first Zhen Guye's primeval essence rapidly expended, but so was Lord Sky Crane's. Raise eyebrows at exhale gu was like a bridge, connecting the two's aperture, causing primeval essence to be expended. It was often used by high-ranking gu masters to bully the weak. Once used on someone stronger, it was akin to courting death. But this situation was different. Lord Sky Crane and First Gen Guye were both rank 5 peak stage, but First Gen Guye turned into a zombie and his aperture was dead. Thus he was unable to recover natural primeval essence. Although Lord Sky Crane was dying of old age and barely had any lifespan, his aperture was full of life, and his primeval essence could still recover. This attacked First Gen Guye's greatest weakness. Lord Sky Crane's primeval essence was still recovering, but in First Gen Guye's aperture, his primeval essence would only go down and not up. First Gen Guye desperately retreated, but the white eyebrows extended with him as if they were endless, and at the same time Lord Sky Crane was moving closer as well. First Gen Guye howled, willing in his mind, and calling the blood guillotine and bladuing bloodbat gu, in attempt to cut the white eyebrows, but it had no effect. The white brows were extremely strong, and even if a few were cut, they would reconnect themselves. His primeval essence continued to decrease, and if this went on, First Gen Guye was definitely going to lose. He was after all an ambitious man, forced to his wits' end. He gritted his teeth and changed tactics, sending the blood guillotine and bladuing bloodbat gu towards Lord Sky Crane. Lord Sky Crane had to constantly sustain the raise eyebrows at exhale gu, and by being attacked like this, he could only use the light barrier and defend himself passively. The white barrier wavered and Lord Sky Crane's heart sank. The situation was not looking good for him. Most likely before he finishes expending First Gen Guye's primeval essence, his light barrier would be broken through, and he would get killed by First Gen Guye. Chapter 193. Divine Investigator's Last Move. The Sky Crane Lord's face turned malevolent, and his two eyes glinted with ominous light as he suddenly threw down a rain of feather arrows. This arrow rain was not targeted at the First Gen Guye. First Gen Guye had already turned into a blood-white zombie, a being that possessed astounding defense, and would be difficult to breach. The feather arrows rained down, and instead pierced through countless of Gu masters, instantly killing them. Along with this, two white lights burst out from Sky Crane Lord's eyes. As two beams of light swept through the village, wherever they went the bamboo buildings would collapse and street pavements were disintegrated. Anyone that touched these beams of light would melt like the snow meeting the sunlight. When a rank 5 Gu master acts, he could instantly create huge casualties with every move. Miserable shouts, screams, and cries of despair continuously rang in the battlefield like a medley. A feather arrow flowered towards Fang Yuan, but he casually grabbed someone beside him and threw the man into the arrow's path. The feather arrow pierced this person's head and stopped. Fang Yuan then rolled, dodging a claw attack of an ironbeak flying crane. There was very little that a rank 3 could do against a rank 5. Even Bai Ningbing was dodging non-stop at this moment. Every time he was injured, the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique would heal him, but this also brought him closer to death itself. Rank 5 Gu masters were already at the peak of the secular world. "Stop!" The First Gen Guye shouted. As he watched the Gu masters before him getting slaughtered, his heart felt like it was bleeding. He had a great conspiracy for establishing the village and spreading his bloodline. It was not simply just to hide his identity. The clan members were the fruits of centuries of planning. But now, as they were slaughtered by the Sky Crane Lord, it was akin to using up the First Gen Guye's centuries worth of hot blood. Being left with no choice, First Gen Guye could only 5 up on Sky Crane Lord. He ordered the blade-winged bloodbat gu and blood guillotine to fly towards the village, defending it against the Sky Crane Lord's attacks. The Sky Crane Lord laughed loudly. The Blood Sea inheritance was focused on attack and not defense. By doing this, the First Gen Guye was giving up on his own advantage and using his weak point to battle. The Sky Crane Lord understood the First Gen Guye very well and knew his scheme. Thus, he intentionally let these Guye clan members go first and then attacked them at this moment. Sure enough, he was able to escape from the perilous situation he was under while the first Gen Fuye was troubled by trying to take care of the entire situation. Not good. As the situation continued to be in a deadlock, the first Gen Guye suddenly shouted. Shadows of iron chains had suddenly appeared around his entire body. These shadows immediately turned from virtual into reality and formed into long iron chains. These chains were like snakes and pythons as they coiled around first Gen Guye, binding his hands and feet. A talisman paper also gradually appeared and stuck right between the first Gen Guyue's eyes. Bang! First Gen Guye was bound by the iron chains. He could no longer stretch his wings, and thus he fell smashing down onto the ground. Such an unexpected scene not only shocked the first Gen Guye, but it also caused Sky Crane Lord to be shocked for a while before the latter started to laugh madly. So this is the demon suppression iron chain goo and the problem nipped in the bud goo. Ha ha ha. I guess that so-called divine investigator wasn't a good-for-nothing after all. My good senior brother, you are sure to die today. These two great goo were both the main goo worms of the Tai family. The demon suppression iron chain goo could restrict a goo master's movement ability and thus let others trample upon them. The problem nipped in the bud goo was able to extract goo worms from inside the goo master and seal them away. Countless numbers of demonic path goo masters had been captured by Ti Shuileng through these two goo, and now he had used it on the first Gen Guye. When did this happen? The first Gen Guye was startled and also furious. He thought back to the final scene when he had struck Ti Shuileng dead. The copper mask had flown away, revealing a square face. Although his death was certain, there was no fear on his features. Two eyes shone with the vicissitudes of time and resoluteness as his bloodied palm struck lightly against first Gen Guye's chest. However, the strength it contained was so minuscule that first Gen Guye had completely ignored it at the time. So it was then. Damn it, I would have already sensed it if I had a living body. But though my zombie body is strong in both offense and defense, it is not sensitive. The first Gen Guye's head was full of regrets. There were many shortcomings when turning one's body into a blood white. He should have already died according to his original lifespan, but he lived on by defying the heavens. So how could there not be any price to pay? Ha ha! The Sky Crane Lord's aura grew with his laughter. Then he charged towards the first Gen Guye. First Gen Guye could only try to resist. Naturally, he fell into an absolute disadvantage. The demon suppression iron chain goo not only bound his whole body, but the phantom image of the black iron chain also appeared within his aperture and sealed it. The primeval sea surged like boiling water, and many goo worms flew around in the aperture, resisting the suppression of the demon suppression iron chain goo. With this, the first Gen Guye's primeval essence expenditure became extremely huge. Your defeat is certain. Accept your death. Sky Crane Lord's attacks came non-stop, like he had fallen into madness. First Gen Guye's head was riddled with injuries, while his pale ribs were exposed, and his two arms severed from the shoulders by the Sky Crane Lord. When it seemed that Sky Crane Lord was going to really kill him, the first Gen Guye suddenly opened his mouth and gave an unearthly cry. Yanning. Extremely ear-piercing sound waves concentrated and instantly struck the Sky Crane Lord. When Sky Crane Lord heard this sound, he felt like he had just met with an enormous attack, and he was sent flying dozens of steps away, his white eyebrows even pulled tight and straight. After that, he rapidly fell down to the ground. Blood started flowing out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. The lingering sound was causing chaos inside his body, causing the blood to flow in reverse. He couldn't move at all for a moment. Seeing this chance, many goo masters threw moon blades, water bullets, and so on from a distance, but they were all blocked by the light halo on the Sky Crane Lord. Dozens of flying cranes swarmed at the first Gen Guye, but their iron beaks felt like it was smashing against steel skin and iron bones as they attacked the blood-white zombie body and broke off one after another. A rank 5 goo's defense was no small thing. Even if Fang Yuan used the chainsaw golden centipede to saw at the blood-white zombie body for some time, he might not be able to cut off even a piece of skin. Right now, in this battle, only these two rank 5 Gu masters could threaten each other. Although they were in a very bad state, as long as their primeval essence didn't end, others could only look on helplessly. Sky Crane Lord saw that the Flying Cranes were unable to accomplish anything, while the Flying Crane King was fighting with the Blood River Python far away. As for himself, he was unable to move anything other than his eyes properly due to his ki and blood being in conflict. He concentrated his mind on the raised eyebrows at exhale Gu, greatly accelerating the primeval essence consumption. First Gen Gu Ye was on the verge of death. The primeval essence in his primeval sea quickly decreased, and once it was completely used up, his Gu worms would have no primeval essence to resist the suppression of the demon suppression Iron Chain Gu. Once this happened, that would truly be the end. First Gen Gu Ye shouted in panic, "Quick, lend me a hand. Grab the eyebrows and activate your primeval essence. Let's help. Help the first ancestor. Let's go." A large group of Gu masters went to help, not only from Gu Ye clan, but even Bai and Xiong clan. Even first Gen Gu Ye was not able to cut apart these white eyebrows, so there was no way these Gu masters' methods would work. They could only do as first Gen Gu Ye said, stretching their hands and grabbing the white eyebrows. They had just touched the white eyebrows when some of the eyebrows split up and coiled around their wrists, arms, and then finally extended to their bodies. Miserable shrieks echoed in succession. How could a rank 2 Gu master's primeval essence fight against a rank 5 primeval essence? In a short while, their primeval essence was consumed clean. Their primeval sea was empty, their apertures completely dried up. Their apertures started to crack, before finally crumbling and collapsing. The aperture was the most vital part in a human body, even more important than heart. Once the aperture broke, many Gu masters' eyes would roll and lose their lives on the spot. Fuck! First Gen Gu Ye cursed in anger. The demon suppression Iron Chain Gu was tightening up, piercing into the skin and flesh. The bones were starting to make cackling sounds. It was reasonable to say that with Tishui Leng's death, this demon suppression Iron Chain Gu could gut primeval essence from its Gu master and shouldn't have been able to activate. However, it had been infected by the Berserk Blood Gu, and thus it could absorb the primeval essence in the air. Also, demon suppression Iron Chain Gu was Tishui Leng's Gu, so it contained Tishui Leng's will to subdue First Gen Gu Ye. First Gen Gu Ye's primeval essence was depleting quickly, and he would not be able to bear it much longer. Many Gu masters that were rushing to provide assistance saw this and could not help but slow down. What are you afraid of? If the first ancestor loses, we will also die. Are you hoping that you will be spared? Fang Yuan shouted. He hurried to the side of First Gen Gu Ye and grabbed the white eyebrows. The 1,000-li Earthwolf spider had already died, and the enemy had flying cranes that could fly around to pursue and attack. There was no hope for him if he tried to escape alone. On the contrary, if he helped First Gen Gu Ye and the two sides fought each other to death, he might be able to reap some benefits. The white eyebrows firmly locked onto Fang Yuan's wrists. Then it followed to his arms and creeped along like a vine towards his waist. The snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture was being quickly consumed, but Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and persevered. His actions served as an example. Other Gu masters were spurred and rushed forth in succession. Let's do this together. We might have a chance at life. That's right. There is strength in numbers. Sigh. What else can we do? We can only stake our lives. Countless hands touched the white eyebrows. Gu masters kept on dying, and many other Gu masters kept on filling the gaps to add in to the consumption. Ha ha ha. Fighting against a rank 5. How brilliant and interesting. Bai Ningbing also stepped forward. Life or death will be decided by this. Zhong Jiaoman similarly stood up. Fang Zheng was nowhere to be seen. He was lost in the wild and hadn't escaped back to the village. Whether he lived or had died, no one could be sure, but everything boded ill for him. Time seemed to be passing very slowly at this moment, becoming unendurable. As time passed, many Gu Masters died. Some Gu Masters directly attacked Sky Crane Lord, but the white halo around him stood as steady as Mount Tai. Only rank 3 Gu Masters could hold their grounds in this consumption face-off. Many Gu Masters' confidence started shaking, and they were beginning to hesitate. Both sides were locked up in deadlock. Sky Crane Lord smiled grimly and said, "My victory is certain. You will all die." There was too big a gap between rank 3 and rank 5. Rank 4s would have been able to affect the situation, but the 3 rank 4 clan leaders were already killed by Sky Crane Lord. First Zhen Guye was bound by the iron chains while the white eyebrows had also coiled up around him, and the problem nipped in the bud goo on his forehead was swaying. There was already very few primeval essence left in his aperture. Suddenly the problem nipped in the bud goo let out a faint yellow light and slowly extracted a ball of yellow light from First Zhen Guye's aperture. This yellow light was bigger than a fist, but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated down on the ground, and only a faint glimmer of the yellow light remained. A goo that looked like a crystal skull showed up. The goo was like a skull of a child that could fit on a palm, and the skull was like a crystal filled with reddish blood stripes. Blood Skull Goo. After hundreds of years, I finally get to see you again. Sky Crane Lord looked on from a distance and wept tears of joy. He was extremely moved. Chapter 194. Blood Curtain Skyflower. First Zhen Guye clenched his bloody fangs so hard that it made cracking sounds, but he couldn't even budge, much less struggle. Suddenly, another ball of light was captured by the yellow talisman, and it fell to the ground, turning into an alternating black and white Taiji light sphere. 2 peculiar goo worms were circling and chasing each other within this light sphere. As the Taiji light sphere continued to rotate, they seemed to carry traces of great Tao, shocking many Gu Masters. What Gu is this? Bai Ningbing and many others were bewildered. It actually is a rank 4. Fang Yuan's eyes focused in concentration. Yin-yang rotation Gu. Sky Crane Lord screamed, his face clearly revealing his shock. He remained stunned for a while, then he raised his head and laughed. My good senior brother, I truly have to thank you for finding such a good Gu. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn back into a human, but what a pity for your pee. First Zhen Guye anxiously moved his legs and snarled. He had completely lost his manners. Whether it was Blood Skull Goo or Yin-Yang Rotation Goo, they were both crucial to his plan that stretched through a millennium. Now, they were both sealed and extracted. All his painstaking plotting had almost gone up into smoke now. Sky Crane Lord's smile turned even more jubilant. His desire for vengeance was fully satisfied by seeing this expression of First Zhen Guye. Another yellow light that was captured fell to the ground. It was a scarlet-colored goo, and looked like a translucent water sphere. On seeing this goo, First Zhen Guye suddenly stopped his struggle. He was exulted. He opened his bloody mouth, revealing his fangs as he shouted, "Quick, destroy this goo worm." Several Gu Masters immediately moved forward upon hearing this and used their attacks. This Gu had been sealed by problem nipped in the bud Gu, stopping the First Zhen Guye from activating it with his thoughts. There was a layer of yellow light on the surface carrying an imprint. It could only be unsealed by Tisha Leng or by using some special Gu worms. However, this Gu was an expendable Gu, and was special as it needed to be destroyed to be activated. Several Gu Masters made their moves. The yellow light imprint was only a sealing Gu worm and didn't have any defensive powers. After several attacks, the yellow light imprint collapsed, destroying the sealed Gu worm along with it. Bah! A soft cry resounded, and a bloodlight bloomed, suddenly expanding and turning into a spherical shield within moments. First Zhen Guye was within the shield, while Sky Crane Lord was outside. The blood-red shield's range was 6 mu, and Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were both within the shield, whereas Xiong Jiao Man and some others were outside. The most encouraging part was that the white eyebrows were instantly cut apart into 2 halves by this shield. With the disintegration of the white eyebrows, Fang Yuan and others recovered control of their bodies. The aura of this shield reaches rank 5, But why does it resemble the water curtain skyflower goo? Fang Yuan was bewildered. He had never seen this goo before. Sky Crane Lord was separated by this shield, and he staggered up before laughing coldly. Senior brother, such a good move. You are actually able to counterattack and break my raised eyebrows at exhale goo. It's a pity such a trifle d. First Zhen Guye instead laughed loudly. Junior brother, how about testing it yourself? That's my intention. Killing intent flashed in Sky Crane Lord's eyes. Countless flying cranes and feather arrows shot towards the shield, while his eyes also sent out the white beams at the same time. However, the blood shield was still unshakable, and was as stable as before. Sky Crane Lord's face turned extremely dark as he stopped his attacks. What goo is this? Guye first threw his head back and laughed. Let me teach you. This is my personally fused goo. Blood curtain skyflower goo. The water curtain skyflower goo, a rank 4 goo, can block rank 5 goo attacks. This goo is at rank 5, and has even more powerful defense. Water curtain skyflower goo prevents its owner from going in and out. But this blood curtain skyflower goo lets me go out. Junior brother, don't be impatient. You can attack slowly, use all your strength. Just wait till I recover, then I could come out and cut your dog head. Aha! You thief, keep on boasting. Sky Crane Lord was in turmoil. He had everything in his grasp before, but to think first Zhen Guye was able to recover some ground, and the situation turned into a deadlock again. He attacked madly and extremely fiercely, killing all the goo masters outside the shield, including Zhang Jiaoman. However, inside the blood curtain skyflower goo, all was calm and quiet. The blood shield was as stable as Mount Tai, and the group of goo masters inside the shield were relieved. First Ancestor is indeed an unrivaled hero. We are finally saved. The First Ancestor will show his divine might, and this person will definitely be defeated. Who? This is the strength of rank 5 goo master. I am actually still alive in front of such strength. The goo masters cheered and shouted. On the contrary, Bai Ningbing snorted. His death was certain due to the 10 extreme aptitude, but this deadlock decreased the splendor of it, and he was not happy about it. Sky Crane Lord kept on attacking for a long while with no results. At one moment, he suddenly stopped as if he had woken up. First Zhen Guye's words were meant to incite him into attacking the blood curtain skyflower goo and wasting his primeval essence. If he was wrong, this blood curtain skyflower goo had the same effect as water curtain skyflower goo. Its fusion price was extremely high and belonged to one-time use expendable category, but it had a high defense, albeit with a. It would automatically dissipate after a certain amount of time. At this thought, Sky Crane Lord sat cross-legged, then took out 2 primeval stones and pinched them, starting to recover his primeval essence. Lend me a hand. You will only have a chance at life by helping me. Primeval stones. I need a large number of them. First Zhen Guye shouted. The surrounding goo masters immediately took out primeval stones and piled them around him. First Zhen Guye opened his bloody mouth wide and breathed in deeply, sucking the primeval stones into his mouth. Crack! He chewed the primeval stones. Large amounts of natural primeval essence poured into his aperture. On seeing this, the Sky Crane Lord became anxious and started shouting, "Don't give them to him, you morons. Once he recovers his movement, he will kill you all and use your blood to upgrade his aptitude. You are causing your own doom." Imph, using such a low-level tactic to sow distrust, so ridiculous. Quick, this old thief is telling us not to give it, so we need to give even more primeval stones. Everything depends on Lord Ancestor. Goo Masters provided the primeval stones generously, and soon, great quantities of primeval stones entered First Zhen Guye's mouth. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing watched indifferently from the side. A normal body would be able to endure such a large amount of primeval essence pouring into them, but First Zhen Guye's blood-white zombie body was powerful and strong. The primeval essence in his primeval sea began to rise rapidly. The demon suppression iron chain goo was becoming weaker, and after quite a while, it turned into a pool of blood. It had thoroughly died out. With the bindings gone, first Zhen Guye gave a long roar and activated his blood-white vital goo. Great quantities of blood were absorbed into his body, and within moments, his powerful arms grew back again with claws as sharp as. He gave a hearty laugh, then stood up. At this exact moment, the problem nipped in the blood goo on his forehead also turned into a pool of blood and completely dissipated. It seems the heavens do not want me dead. First Zhen Guye threw his head back and laughed. We ask First Ancestor to behead this old thief. Once the Lord Ancestor makes his move, he will definitely succeed. The group of Gu Masters was elated. First Zhen Guye's laughter gradually stopped and fire burned in his eyes as he spoke unhurriedly. I will, of course, kill my enemy. But before killing him, I still have something I need to do. Not good. Fang Yuan's heart suddenly jumped when he heard the tone of the voice, and he discreetly moved towards the outer edge of the group. The people beside him were puzzled by this, but they were still filled with high fighting spirit. We are not sure what First Ancestor has to do, but we will serve the Ancestor to the best of our abilities. First Zhen Guye threw his head back and cackled with laughter. Ha ha, the thing I need to do is to take your lives. What? The crowd turned pale with shock. First Zhen Guye, however, didn't hesitate to make his move. Squelch. His claw immediately pierced through a rank 3 Gu Master near him. When he took back his palm, there was a pulsing heart on it. This Gu Master was a Guye clan member, and his expression was one of disbelief at this moment. He gave a loud scream, blood spurting out like a fountain as he fell down with his head facing up. Good blood can't be wasted, First Zhen Guye exclaimed. With a shift of his mind, the blood skull Gu flew up and made one round around this Gu Master's body. The Gu Master's corpse twitched, and all the blood in him was extracted by the blood skull Gu, entering into its 2 empty eye sockets. After the blood skull Gu drank its fill, the blood stripes on its crystal skull turned even brighter. First Ancestor, you? As the group retreated with all their might, someone cried out. Noisy. First Zhen Guye's figure flashed and appeared in front of this person, slashing his body into 2 with a knife. Blood spurted out and was absorbed by the blood skull Gu. First Ancestor, you ungrateful beast, if not for our primeval stones, how could you have any fighting strength left? This First Ancestor is no decent person. Everyone let's attack together and kill him. That's right, there is power in numbers. Ah! A bloody massacre unfolded. First Zhen Guye was a peak rank 5, and he had completely recovered his primeval essence. These Gu Masters were just rank 1, rank 2, or at most rank 3, so how could they be his match? And this blood curtain skyflower separated inside from outside, forming a sealed space. Only its master, First Zhen Guye, could go out. But once he exited, he couldn't enter again. He would have to destroy the blood curtain skyflower, or wait for it to dissipate. The group of Gu Masters weren't able to escape. They tried fighting but were utterly defeated and killed by First Zhen Guye. Except for Bai clans and Xiong clans. Gu Masters. He killed every Guye clansman and used the blood skull Gu to absorb the blood. After killing several hundreds, the rank 4 blood skull Gu was glistening red as it had reached the limit of what it could absorb. First Zhen Guye laughed loudly and summoned the blood skull Gu. The blood skull Gu came towards him and floated above his head. This day, this moment, my centuries of arduous planning has finally come to fruition. He let out a long exhalation of relief. At this moment, the blood skull Gu opened its tightly shut mouth and threw up a blood fountain. The blood fountain didn't have the fishy odor of blood, but instead let out a sweet relaxing fragrance. This blood fountain poured from above First Zhen Guye and completely soaked him. However, what was strange and mysterious was that not even a drop of the blood fountain sprayed on the ground. All of the blood stuck to First Zhen Guye's body, then slowly seeped inside, finally reaching the aperture. First Zhen Guye stood on the spot. He was silent, and his head was down as he appreciated this moment. Suddenly, He burst out with a crazed laughter as he spoke. Kaka kaka. My aptitude has advanced. My aptitude has really advanced. The rest of the Gu masters tremored. Outside the blood shield, Sky Crane Lord pointed at first Zhen Guye and furiously shouted, "Return my blood skull Gu back to me." Chapter 195. Then let me become a demon. First Zhen Guye laughed with even more joy. Suddenly, he stopped laughing and turned towards Lord Sky Crane, speaking with a voice filled with hatred. "Junior brother, you never thought there would be a day like this, right? We were both orphans raised by the Master. But since young, Master always pampered you more. Why? Isn't it because your aptitude is A grade, and mine is only C grade? Naturally, with your A grade aptitude, your cultivation progressed much faster. Did you know, with my C grade aptitude, how much sweat and effort I had to put in compared to you, just barely be able to match with your pace? Although we were called the twin cranes of righteous paths, you were always the main, and I the second. You were like the brightest star, just because you were an A-grade genius. Even your luck was good, and you obtained one of the true inheritances of Blood Sea Ancestor. Blood Skull Gu could purify the blood of the relatives killed and pour them into the aperture, upgrading it. Did you know what my mood was like at the time? I thought day and night, thinking of countless schemes. I knew the Blood Skull Gu was my only hope. With it, I could change my life, change my fate. But it is mine, mine. Lord Sky Crane was so angry that he stamped his feet repeatedly. Yes, it is yours. First Zhen Guye nodded. Your aptitude is great, and your luck is also great. Clearly, we started out at the same time, killing enemies together, but the heavens only appreciated you, giving you the true inheritance. Did you know, when I looked at your proud expression and listened to you talking about your future plans, when I was forcing myself to smile, I suddenly realized. The heavens favored you, gave you a great aptitude, and the true Blood Sea inheritance. But what could I do about it? I was only an insignificant C-grade talent, so how could I succeed just by relying on myself? I could only seize, rob, change what wasn't mine to become mine. The fate that heaven had planned for me was to let me bow under someone, making me a shadow behind others. But I am indignant, for on what basis did he put me below and you above? First Zhen Guye actually seemed to be weeping and whimpering at the end. Blood-white Zombie's appearance was extremely terrifying, and adding on to this strange sound, anyone who heard it would feel coldness seep into their bones. Since the heavens don't favor me, Master doesn't love me, other people don't value me, I can only love myself more. I can only value myself more. I can only rely on myself more. I can only put in more effort. I can only take more risks. I can only exert myself more. Only then can I succeed. But the righteous path talks of moral codes, ethics, comradeship, qualifications, hierarchy. I am only a lone person, a nobody with no background, no talent, and no resources. So tell me, how could I succeed? With the righteous path, I could only let myself be exploited and bullied. I could only look up to these young masters and geniuses. Even if I kept on increasing my qualifications until I got old, I would only achieve minute success. This is the righteous path. A bullshit path. Only by becoming a demon, forsaking ethics, comradeship, the social rules, and paying a huge price, I could take another path among the thorns and brambles, a path that belonged to myself. So, I schemed against you, seized your Blood Sea true inheritance, and became a demon. Ha, and a demon I became. A demon I became. The voice reverberated within the blood shield. Outside the shield, Lord Sky Crane was in a quiet and somber mood. First Zhen Guye slowly stopped laughing, then began killing again. Large numbers of Gu masters were killed, their blood absorbed by the Blood Skull Gu, and concentrated into the blood fountain, pouring into First Zhen Guyu's aperture and raising his aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the more primeval essence could be stored in the aperture. As First Zhen Guye killed more and more Guye clansmen, his aptitude kept on increasing. After chewing the primeval stones, his primeval essence increased, and his fighting strength became more powerful. Outside the blood shield, Lord Sky Crane was burning with anxiety, but the blood curtain skyflower was like a deep chasm. He could do nothing but sigh. He had tried to prevent it, but he could only give up. As time passed on, there were only a few numbers of people left inside the blood shield. Brat, you stole the heavenly essence treasure lotus. I will give you a chance to atone for your crime. Obediently hand it over, and your life will be spared. First Zhen Guye walked closer step by step, his killing intent firmly locking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew the chance of his survival was scarce, but his expression did change and instead sneered. Only 3-year-old children might be deceived by your bullshit. I will destroy Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus if you come any closer. You should know that I have refined this goo and can easily cause it to self-destruct with a thought. It's up to you. First Zhen Guye's steps slowed, then he resolutely and quickly pressed on towards Fang Yuan. Rat, you have guts, and you are smart too. You are indeed my descendant. I will take your blood and use it to raise my aptitude. Of course, I won't let you go. Originally, I used a blood-type goo to purify my heir's blood lineage, to try and bring out a descendant with the ancient moon desolate yin physique. As long as I absorb the blood of such a genius, I would be able to raise my aptitude sharply to 99% a grade aptitude. If it had been so, I could have let you guys go, but unfortunately your luck doesn't seem to be good. Humph, the thing I hate the most in my life is being coerced. If Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus dies, then so be it, but you are sure to die. His words hadn't even finished when the 2 wings on his back flapped, propelling him forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Fang Yuan. First Zhen Guye made a grabbing motion with his right hand. In that split second, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, and his hairs stood on the end as he retreated hastily. However, how could it be easy to dodge a rank 5 expert? The blood-white claws were almost upon him, but suddenly an ice hand pierced in from his side. There was the sound of a collision, and the ice hand shattered and cold aura flew all over the place. The first Zhen Guye had to take a step back. Bai Ningbing! Fang Yuan was shocked when he turned around to look at the person who had helped him. Bai Ningbing took back his broken arm, and cold air blew out from the wound and instantly condensed into a new ice hand just like before. It was just that there was no flesh in the hand. He was already reaching the lifespan limits of his 10 extreme aptitude. To think that I can have such a splendid death. It's a pity I won't be able to see the conclusion to this battle. Bai Ningbing heaved a deep sigh, then suddenly smiled and looked at Fang Yuan with his deep blue pupils. Fang Yuan, you and I are the same kind of people. My death is certain, but it would be a real pity if you were to die too. So I will protect you, but I have a condition. Bai Ningbing may only be a rank 3 Gu master, but as his death closed upon him, his fighting strength continued to grow steeply like a water fountain. The final hope to win against First Zhen Guye was him. What condition? Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Bai Ningbing stretched out his 2 arms like he was embracing the world. Clothed in a white gown, matching with his snowy white hair and sharp eyebrows, he said, "Live on for me, and witness the myriad wonders of this world." In that moment, Fang Yuan was emotionally moved. This man, Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing, and he felt like he was looking at his younger self in his previous life. Bai Ningbing's words might sound like nonsense, but they were genuine. Maybe ordinary people would never believe it, but Fang Yuan understood the profound meaning contained within these words. Bai Ningbing was a top genius, his talent in defiance of the heavens, but his lifespan superficially short. He had already found his path and found his faith. He was afraid of death, but he was reluctant to leave this world. He had regrets, but under this situation where he had no other alternatives, he could only entrust them to Fang Yuan. Oh, it actually is Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Tease, such a pity that you are not a descendant of my lineage, otherwise they wouldn't have needed to die. First Gen Guye smiled malevolently. But you want to block me by relying on this northern dark ice soul physique. So naive. His figure disappeared and appeared right in front of Bai Ningbing. There was a noise of explosion, and the two had traded off a blow. First Gen Guye was forced back 2 steps, whereas Bai Ningbing's whole skull and most of his body was blown away. But in the next instant, crackle, crack, cold air permeated the area. Ice and frost condensed together to again grow out the body and the skull. Bai Ningbing was resurrected. What? First Gen Guye got the shock of his life. 10 extreme aptitudes were rarely seen, and this was the first time he was facing one. 2 people traded off blows again. In the end, Bai Ningbing's cultivation level was weak and was firmly pressed in a disadvantageous position, so the situation looked very bad. However, no matter how First Gen Guye killed him, he did die. At this moment, Bai Ningbing's northern dark ice soul body was close to an undying body. No matter how severe the wounds, they would be frozen back to the original state in a matter of seconds. Guye Bo was becoming more furious and also fearful, and he crazily increased his offensive attacks. Bai Ningbing gradually lost all color of life, turning into a moving iceman. Even his white hair had turned into thin icicles. The time had finally arrived. Death was descending at this moment. Infinite brilliance in the mortal realm. To the ends of the world, the skies and seas stretch beyond. As the winds blow my ashes back to the earth, it is incomparable to the shining moon in the reflection of the water. Bai Ningbing recited a poem with a faint smile. Henceforth, his facial expression froze. There was a burst of cold wind, and the fog like frost suddenly rose up. Crackle. Large amounts of ice started spreading from under his feet. Then the glacier rose up like the birth of a mountain. The surging, majestic ice was like a landslide, like a tsunami, like a dragon rolling on the waves, as it crushed towards First Gen Guye. First Gen Guye let out a gasp and brought out all his strength to resist it. The red hairs on his head were all standing on end, mist of blood rising from all over his body, and large numbers of blood guillotine and bladewing bloodbat goo were sent to crash against the glacier in an attempt to slow it down. In the end, he was still suppressed by the glacier, confined and engulfed. The enormous glacier filled the whole blood shield, but it did touch Fang Yuan as he was in a small space left intentionally by Bai Ningbing. Bang! The blood-curtained skyflower burst with a soft sound. With no hindrances, the cold air crazily flew around, and ice immediately condensed into a glacier which continued to spread. It broke the shield of blood-curtained skyflower goo. Such power! Lord Sky Crane did dare face the glacier as he promptly took to the air. Under his astonished gaze, the glacier continued to spread and actually covered the whole Qing Mao mountain from the top of the mountain to the bottom. In this instance, the lush, thriving Qing Mao mountain turned into a sinister land of ice and snow. The icy ground under Fang Yuan's feet continued to raise higher. He too was personally observing this scene. This 1,000-li glacier was the evidence of the fall of a young genius, and contained within it was Bai Ningbing's indignance and helpless sigh. Not good. I need leave this place soon. Bai Ningbing's consciousness is weakening and gradually dying out. He is already losing the control of the glacier. Fang Yuan found that the space he was on was shrinking. Ice continuously condensed and moved forward, compressing the space he was on. Chapter 196. Rebirth once more. Fang Yuan immediately used the chainsaw golden centipede, as well as the blood moon goo, trying to break the ice. But the ice layer was way too thick, and the coldness was oozing. Every layer of ice he shaved off, 2 layers would grow. Fang Yuan was trapped in a desperate situation, without any way to free himself. At this same time, bloodlight emerged from under the icy river. There was initially a hint of bloodlight, but it soon spread, becoming stronger and stronger, until a blood-colored aurora enveloped the area. Ha ha ha! With a long laugh, bloodlight rushed towards the sky as First Gen Guye broke the ice and escaped. Although he looked miserable, his tone was arrogant. This northern dark ice soul physique, if he reached rank 4, he might be able to kill me. Sadly for him, he is only a rank 3 peak stage. Saying so, he turned his gaze to Fang Yuan within the ice river. Northern dark ice soul physique could kill you, then let me do it. Far in the sky, Lord Sky Crane flew over casually. The iron-beak flying crane king he was sitting on had already returned after killing the Blood River python when they flew away earlier. At this point, in the entire Qingmao mountain, only 3 people remained. Bai Ningbing had already turned into the ice mountain, his consciousness expended. Fang Yuan was like an insect inside an amber, trapped within the ice. As for the 2 rank 5 Gu masters, however, after first Zhen Guye raised his aptitude, his aperture could store much more primeval essence. Lord Sky Crane had already recovered most of his strength after resting. The two's gaze were focused on Fang Yuan. First Zhen Guye wanted to kill Fang Yuan, to take his blood. Lord Sky Crane wanted to stop first Zhen Guye, and he would naturally not restrict himself by protecting Fang Yuan. Thus he could only strike first and kill Fang Yuan. With their natures, they would not tolerate a bystander. After all, what if both of them got injured, and a third person profited from it? Fang Yuan sighed. Seeing their gazes, he knew he was finished. He had lost the Thunderwings Gu and Thousand Li Earthwolf Spider. Even if he had them, he could not escape from 2 rank 5 Gu masters. He only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, incomparable with rank 5. In this situation, he was like fish meat, easily cut by knives. And these were 2 extremely sharp knives. He could not beat them in combat, and could escape from them either, but Fang Yuan had a final move. That is, Spring Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan's mind went into his aperture. The light walls in his aperture had turned into a rough stone aperture. His snow-silver primeval essence was about half left. The stone aperture no longer had recovery abilities, but Fang Yuan's heavenly essence treasure lotus maintained such a scene in his aperture. These were not important. He placed all his concentration on the Gu in the middle. His vital Gu, the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada. Only by using this Gu could he travel against the flow of time, creating a new miracle, using an impossible method to change fate itself. Even then, such a method was extremely risky. The River of Time is a forbidden area in the Great Tao. Mortals are not allowed to traverse in it. Once they enter, it is breaking the rules of heaven and earth, and they would face divine retribution. Secondly, Spring Autumn Cicada had not fully recovered, so it was like a broken boat forcefully traveling in the River of Time. He might capsize midway and sink. Lastly, Fang Yuan was only at rank 3 peak stage. Activating the Spring Autumn Cicada now was like a baby using a sword, and he might easily get hurt by the sword. Once I use the Spring Autumn Cicada, I will have to self-detonate, using all my cultivation and the flesh and blood of my body, as well as all my other Gu worms, as a driving force to move the Spring Autumn Cicada forward. Compared to my previous life, even if I self-detonate, this force is too small, and there is a high chance it would kill me directly. But at this point I have no other ways left. I am forced to use this Gu. Fang Yuan was helpless too. Earlier, he would rather use the stone aperture Gu than the Spring Autumn Cicada, because of the great risk involved. Given 100%, there was less than even 10% chance of succeeding. Many times, when Gu masters use high-ranking Gu, they would face a strong backlash. Like Guye Qingshu, right now Fang Yuan could only bet on the fact that Spring Autumn Cicada is his vital Gu. Little rascal, hand over your life and contribute your blood to your ancestor. Lad, you are unlucky. You can only blame this despicable ancestor of yours. I will set you free from your misery. First Zhen Guye and Lord Sky Crane both attacked at once. Fang Yuan was forced to the cliff's end. He could only jump. Spring Autumn Cicada, do it! His eyes glowed with wondrous light, as 2 green and yellow lights burst forth from his body. This aura? How can this be? A rank 6 Gu. At once, the 2 rank 5 Gu masters were shocked, but soon, greed emerged on their faces. Kill him, and take the rank 6 Gu. This is an opportunity from heaven, Good lad, hand it over, and I may spare your life. Their speed was even faster than before. But at this time, a loud boom occurred. Fang Yuan self-detonated. What? Before his death, he heard the two rank 5 Gu masters' cries of shock. Legend says, the world has one long river, known as time. Humans were like fish in the river, and under the currents, the fish could only flow downwards. Sometimes, 1 or 2 fish would jump above the surface of the river and see the events below. This was predicting the future. Without the river of time, the world would be still, becoming a drawing. Only with this river can change occur, and the world can move, either prospering or withering. The river of time with roaring currents. Every ripple was a story, an event that occurred in the past. Under the turbulent river water, a tiny goo worm was flowing upstream. It spread its wings, moving with difficulty. With the waves crashing against it, every impact could nearly cause its demise. It carried Fang Yuan's consciousness and memories, while a yellow-green light was protecting its body. It moved up the river shakingly, like a candle blown by the wind. Eventually, it could only move up a little before the yellow-green light dispersed. The Spring Autumn Cicada had reached its limit, and with a swoosh, it turned into a flash and burrowed into one of the ripples. Fang Yuan's body shook, his eyes having a tint of yellow-green light deep within. This light flashed by quickly, and Fang Yuan shuddered. Consciousness and memories assaulted his brain, merging instantly. He succeeded. He was extremely happy. He had rebirthed once more. After sensing this, he immediately looked around, observing his surroundings. He found that his primeval essence was being expended as his arms and body were coiled by white eyebrows. Seeing once again, oh, so it was this moment. Tai Shuileng's backup plan activated already. First Zhen Guye was trapped by iron chains, not being able to move. His forehead also had a yellow talisman, the demon suppression iron chain Gu, and the problem nipped in the bud Gu. That Lord Sky Crane also landed on the ground, his body covered in a white barrier. He activated the raise eyebrows at exhale Gu, trying to exhaust all of first Zhen Guye's primeval essence. Fang Yuan squinted. He was coiled by the white eyebrows, not able to move. Thus he could only use up primeval essence and wait for a good chance. Under the effect of the problem, nipped in the bud Gu, a yellow light flew out of first Zhen Guye's body. This yellow light was about fist size, smaller than a person's face. It casually landed on the ground, showing the blood skull Gu inside. Blood skull Gu. After hundreds of years, I finally see you again. Lord Sky Crane, on seeing this, was exhilarated, and his expression extremely excited. Guye first head clenched his bloody fangs so hard that it made cracking sounds, but he couldn't even budge, much less struggle. Suddenly, another ball of light was captured by the yellow talisman and fell to the ground, turning into the alternating black and white Taiji light sphere. Two peculiar Gu worms were circling and chasing each other within this light sphere. It was the yin-yang rotation Gu. According to Fang Yuan's memories, Lord Sky Crane shouted again, "Yin-yang rotation Gu, my good senior brother. I truly have to thank you for finding such a good Gu. Ha ha ha. You actually wanted to turn back to a human, but what a pee." Fang Yuan looked at first Zhen Guye. Indeed, he was anxiously moved his legs and snarled. He had completely lost his manners. Wait a bit longer. My opportunity is coming. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, choosing to wait a bit longer. The third yellow light that was captured fell to the ground. It was a scarlet-colored Gu and looked like a translucent water sphere. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Blood curtain skyflower. It was this Gu that changed the situation and allowed first Zhen Guye to overturn the crisis. Blood curtain skyflower was created by first Zhen Guye. Fang Yuan didn't know it earlier, but now he was clear of its effects. Indeed, afterwards, first Zhen Guye shouted, "Quick someone, destroy this Gu worm." Several Gu masters immediately moved forward upon hearing this, and immediately used their attacks. Swoop! A soft cry resounded. Blood curtain skyflower appeared again, the blood color sphere shield isolating the two areas. Some people were outside while some were inside. The blood shield broke the white eyebrows completely, and Fang Yuan and the others no longer had to compete with the Lord Sky Crane in primeval essence, thus regaining freedom. Lord Sky Crane was blocked by this goo, hurriedly getting up and snickering continuously. After some conversation, he could not break the blood shield, and had to stop, asking, "What goo is this?" Gu Ye laughed smugly. "Let me teach you. This is my personally fused goo. Blood Curtain Skyflower. Water Curtain Skyflower, a rank 4 goo, can block rank 5 goo attacks. This goo is at rank 5 and has even more powerful defense. Water Curtain Skyflower prevents even its owner from going in and out. But this Blood Curtain Skyflower can let me leave. Junior brother, don't be impatient. You can attack slowly, use all your strength. Just wait till I recover. I will then come out and cut away your dog head. Ahaha." Lord Sky Crane was furious, attacking again, but failed. After he calmed down, he chose to replenish his primeval essence, waiting for the blood shield to lose effect. The Goo Masters, seeing the blood shield being impenetrable, were overjoyed, thinking their lives were saved, quickly flattering First Gen Gu Ye, but only Bai Ning Bing snorted. First Gen Gu Ye thus asked for more primeval stones, and everyone quickly contributed what they had. Although First Gen Gu Ye was chained up and could not move, his mouth continued to crush primeval stones as he recovered quickly. Sky Crane Lord, seeing this, started shouting, "You morons! Once he recovers his movement, he will kill you all and use your blood to upgrade his aptitude. You are causing your own doom." No one believed him. Hey, using such a low-level tactic to sow distrust. We'll laugh till our teeth drops. Quick, this old thief is telling us not to give, so we need to give even more primeval stones. Everything is depending on Lord Ancestor. Chapter 197. Changing Fate. Large numbers of primeval stones continued to be absorbed by First Gen Gu Ye, as he chewed and crushed them. Bai Ning Bing watched coldly. But Fang Yuan moved. He did not observe but had a different choice than before. First Gen Ancestor, the situation is dire. I have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus to offer. He was filled with sincerity as he walked up quickly, a look of helplessness but determination. Gu Ye laughed heartily. Very good, as expected of my descendant. Such filial piety as your ancestor. I am very happy. He had long wanted the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, and once sent 2 Bladewing Bloodbat groups to chase after Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan escaped quickly and didn't give him the chance. However, right now he had no suspicions. Firstly, he did not fall out with Fang Yuan yet, and earlier he had lied that he was protecting Fang Yuan when he dispatched the Bladewing Bloodbat group. Secondly, Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to grab onto the white eyebrows and help the First Gen Gu Ye in the primeval essence expenditure, causing the wavering people to make up their minds. Such a loyal performance, First Gen Gu Ye still remembered it vividly. Lastly, under such circumstances, Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on First Gen Gu Ye. Only then could he defeat Lord Sky Crane and protect his life. First Gen Gu Ye did not believe that Fang Yuan would ruin his own survival chances and attack him. Thus, when Fang Yuan got closer, First Gen Gu Ye laughed continuously. With the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, my chances of victory is higher by 20%. All of you move away and let him in. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Outside the blood barrier, Lord Sky Crane was stunned and quickly shouted, "You mustn't do it." Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan got to First Gen Gu Ye's side. First Gen Ancestor. I have thought it through. It was you who created the village. It was because of you that all of us descendants exist. Back in the day, you made such a great contribution to the village. Today, you even led our clan towards brilliance. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus should be used by you, great ancestor. He was full of admiration, his tone excited and nervous. First Gen Gu Ye nodded continuously, thinking, this lad is good with words. Too bad I still have to kill him later and retrieve his blood. But at this time, Fang Yuan lowered his back, striking. He grabbed First Gen Gu Ye, using the strength in his waist to turn his body, and moved both arms. He opened his mouth and growled, using the strength of 2 boars, expending all his energy to throw. Swish! First Zhen Guye was thrown out of the blood barrier by him. Dead silence. At this time, it was as if time stopped. The outside winds blew relentlessly. First Zhen Guye was smashed onto the ground, his red hair flying around in the winds as he stared blankly, having unable to react to what had just happened. In front of him, less than 10 steps away, was Lord Sky Crane. This old man was still furious and anxious over Fang Yuan contributing the heavenly essence treasure lotus. He did not expect in the least that in the very next moment, such a drastic change would occur. He was stunned too, staring blankly at First Zhen Guye. First Zhen Guye was his mortal enemy. But at this point, Lord Sky Crane was stunned, like he was still dreaming, not moving at all. In the blood barrier, everyone stood like a statue, silent and unmoving. Some people opened their mouths, so large that a fist could fit in it. Some stared with wide-opened eyes, almost bulging out. Even Bai Ningbing lost his composure, staring at Fang Yuan in astonishment. Only when half a bamboo building collapsed within the blood barrier did everyone jolt awake all of a sudden. What the fuck? Someone swore. Fang Yuan, what dumb shit did you do? Someone pointed at Fang Yuan, his entire body shivering. First Gen ancestor! Someone attempted to pull First Zhen Guye back, but was blocked by the blood curtain Skyflower. Despicable thief. Lying to your ancestor, I will tear you to shreds. First Zhen Guye finally reacted, lying on the ground screaming. Ha ha! Amidst the frightened individuals, someone laughed. It was none other than Bai Ningbing. He laughed till his tears came out, giving a thumbs up to Fang Yuan. Interesting, truly spectacular. Fang Yuan, are you crazy? Fang Yuan, you harmed the first Gen ancestor. You plot even against the ancestor. Are you still human? Wah! Fang Yuan must have been bought over by that white-haired old man. You spy, you traitor! The surrounding people pointed at him in rage, but Fang Yuan lightly laughed. I am a rank 3 peak stage. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? At this point, within the blood barrier, there were few rank 3 Gu masters. They had little primeval essence left due to the fight earlier, and they even gave up their primeval stones and could not get replenishments. As for the others, they were mortals or rank 1 or 2 Gu masters. Without the first Zhen Guye, within this blood barrier, Fang Yuan really was unstoppable. Hey. Fang Yuan laughed, bending down and picking up the 2 Gu worms. His left hand carried the blood skull Gu, and his right hand carried the yin-yang rotation Gu. These 2 were owned by First Zhen Guye, but right now they had a thin layer of yellow light, sealed by the problem nipped in the bud. But this seal was an obstacle to Fang Yuan as well. He wanted to break the seal and refine the 2 Gu worms. Forcefully breaking the seal, however, will only cause these 2 Gu to be destroyed. This was different from the blood curtain Skyflower Gu, as the blood curtain Skyflower Gu had to be destroyed to be used. By breaking the seal, it was the same as using it. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. He knew what would happen next. Both the demon suppression iron chain Gu and problem nipped in the bud Gu would be corrupted by the blood frenzy Gu, turn into blood water and die. Ha ha ha, my good senior brother, to think you have this day. Hand over your life. Lord Sky Crane howled, rushing into the sky and attacking towards First Zhen Guye. First Zhen Guye was suppressed by the demon suppressing chains and could not move. Thus he was a target board and could only take the hits. He scolded furiously, howling and struggling. Suddenly the iron chains turned into a puddle of blood water, allowing him to regain his freedom, and he hurriedly flew into the air, crashing against the blood barrier. With a loud bang, unquestionably, he was blocked by the blood barrier. This blood curtain Skyflower was refined by him, and it was his greatest invention. It had superb defense, but once used it cannot be moved nor turned off. For him, he could only exit and not enter. Little rascal, you will die a painful death. First Zhen Guye's grievance and rage towards Fang Yuan was greater than anything, rising like a tsunami. Lord Sky Crane naturally chased him, laughing non-stop. First Zhen Guye could only give up on the blood barrier and resist the Lord Sky Crane. He had eaten large amounts of primeval essence earlier, thus he had ample primeval essence. Even though he had the lower hand, he could stabilize his situation. First Zhen Ancestor, good luck, Lord First Zhen. We are cheering for you. Ancestor, you are our only hope. The battle between two rank 5 attracted everyone's attention. Fang Yuan, however, retracted his gaze and looked at Bai Ningbing. This situation was like two tigers competing, while Fang Yuan was a rabbit. Both the Lord Sky Crane and First Zhen Guye were crafty old foxes. To wait for the two to injure each other and benefit Fang Yuan, such a chance was slim. No one was stupid. They would not let the battle adrenaline get to their head. Moreover, this blood barrier could only protect them for a while. Once the time is up, everyone inside, including him, would face the slaughter of Lord Sky Crane and First Zhen Guye. He had already rebirthed once. Thus, the Spring Autumn Cicada had fallen into a weak state again, unable to be used. Right now, he could only try to get as strong as possible, exerting the greatest effort to fight for a chance to survive. Fang Yuan already had a plan. But in this plan, there was a person who played a crucial role. That person is Bai Ningbing. The Northern Dark Ice Soul physique's self-detonation would greatly affect the battlefield, especially when the two rank 5s were fighting outside of the barrier. But how was he going to convince Bai Ningbing? Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing, and Bai Ningbing sensed it, turning back to look at Fang Yuan. Among the people, they stared at each other. Fang Yuan, in his black robe, with black hair and eyes, revealed a devilish smile as his lips curled. I have a way to resolve the 10 extreme aptitudes and allow you to return to life, he said. Bai Ningbing's body shuddered. He obviously wanted to live. What method? However, Fang Yuan's words changed. But this method does not have much chance of success. It is highly probable to fail. Yet this made Bai Ningbing even more convinced. Next, Fang Yuan said his third sentence. But I think even if we fail, it will allow your final moments to be as spectacular as ever. Bai Ningbing's was moved. Fang Yuan used 3 sentences and targeted his heart's innermost desires, convincing him. He was also smart, and after thinking, he asked directly. Then, what do I need to do? Fang Yuan's smile disappeared. At the same time, the problem nipped in the bud goo turned into a puddle of blood water. Blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo's seal vanished and were about to fly away, but Fang Yuan grabbed onto them. He used the Spring Autumn Cicada's aura. These 3 goo were merely rank 4. They were immediately tamed. Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence and refined them, turning them into his. What? Fuck! Outside the blood barrier, First Zhen Guye's head hurt as he lost the connection with the blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo. He was beyond shocked, losing his bearing and rushing towards the blood barrier. How can this be? How could you refine my 3 goo worms so quickly? First Zhen Guye cried out sadly, attacking the blood barrier like a crazed man. Fang Yuan stole food from a tiger's mouth. By taking the blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo, it was a fatal blow to the First Zhen. Everyone was shocked, taking a step back. First Zhen Guye was like a fierce beast trapped in despair, his eyes starting to burn with fire. But quickly, Lord Sky Crane's attack came. I want you to die. I want you to die. First Zhen Guye went frantic, attacking without defending, exerting all his anger on Lord Sky Crane. Lord Sky Crane was taken aback as he received some damaging blows. The two fought it out again, as the battle slowly reached its climax. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, saying to Bai Ningbing, "Come, kill them all with me." Before he finished, he acted. As the razors on the chainsaw golden centipede moved, he slashed a goo master nearby into half. Blood skull goo. Soon after, Fang Yuan activated the blood skull goo, absorbing the blood. Chapter 198. Ruthless in murdering people. Cruelty exercised to profit from disaster. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? Quickly stop. The enemy is before us. How can we fight among ourselves? Stop now, otherwise. Everyone was shocked. Fang Yuan was ruthless, killing another clansman. I am only killing Guyue clan people. Outsiders, fuck off. Otherwise I'd kill you as well, Fang Yuan screamed. Everyone was stunned, retreating steps away, not expecting Fang Yuan to be so insane. Fang Yuan has lost it. He's lost his logic. Attack together. Indeed, if this goes on, even before the first ancestor defeats the enemy, we'd have been slaughtered by Fang Yuan already. It was like Fang Yuan stabbed a beehive, causing everyone to stir, but no one dared to attack. Most could only shout and encourage others to fight. Ha ha ha, interesting. Bai Ningbing laughed loudly, suddenly attacking and killing someone beside him. Lord Bai Ningbing, you. The dying person was a Bai clansman. Oh no, Lord Bai Ningbing lost it too, everyone shouted. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, looking at Bai Ningbing, not expecting him to change so drastically. Bai Ningbing laughed maniacally. Since you can kill your own clansmen, I can lose to you. Sigh. Since too many deaths have occurred, Bai clan's future is ruined already. We can no longer be a village. The clan leader I'm indebted to is dead too. I might as well kill them now and enjoy the fun. Hey, that's great. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his body moving quickly, starting his slaughter. Since these clansmen were going to die anyway, they might as well die at Fang Yuan's hands, contributing to his aptitude growth instead of first-gen Guyue. These people in the blood barrier, how could they be a match for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing together? Especially when Bai Ningbing, who was nearing death, was much stronger and killed even more people than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took the last hit and extracted their blood. After killing 100 people, the blood skull goo reached its limit, and the crystal skull started to turn blood red. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, activating the blood skull goo, raising it over his head. The teeth opened, shooting out a fragrant bloodstream, drenching Fang Yuan from head to toe. Fang Yuan enjoyed the discomfort and breathed in deeply, living in the moment. His black robe and hair, together with his blood-bathed body, made him look like a demon straight out of hell. The surrounding people, upon seeing him, were all scared and cried out in fear. My aptitude really increased. Fang Yuan's aptitude was only 44% C-grade originally, but after the man-beast life burial goo, it dropped to 43%. Right now, standing under the bloodstream as it gushed into his aperture, his aptitude rose by 10%, going to 53%. Indeed a great treasure, no wonder first-gen Guyue treated it like his life. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, nodding in satisfaction, starting another round of slaughter. The two caused much bloodshed within the blood barrier. This was a large slaughterhouse. Fang Yuan, you mad and crazy monster. Guyue Moyan rushed up. Fang Yuan dodged her attack and raised his chainsaw golden centipede before throwing it down. The young girl was split in half. Fang Yuan, let us go please, we your uncle and aunt. Guyue Dongtu and his wife kneeled down and begged. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, his left hand waving, and a blood-colored moonblade shot out, beheading the two. Blood skull goo absorbed the Guyue clansman blood, turning into a thick bloodstream, pouring into Fang Yuan. What a pleasure! Fang Yuan closed his eyes, breathing in deeply, only to feel a warm feeling traveling through his body and causing his mind to become sharper, like he had been reborn. Aptitude rose again, becoming 63%. A Goo Master's aptitude, 40-59% was C grade, 60-79% was B grade, and 80% and above was A grade. Fang Yuan had officially left C grade and become a B grade talent. But my cultivation dropped. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, staring intently. Fang Yuan's aptitude rose to B grade, but his cultivation dropped from rank 3 to rank 2. Strange. First Gen Guyue evidently retained his cultivation level as his aptitude rose, so why was it that when it came to Fang Yuan, such a thing happened? This problem should be due to the stone aperture goo. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Fang Yuan had used the stone aperture goo to squeeze out all his potential, causing his cultivation to rise to rank 3 peak stage. But this blood skull goo injected the quality bloodstream into him, raising the aperture's potential and raising his aptitude. Undeniably, these two goo clashed in nature. But blood skull goo was rank 4, while stone aperture goo was rank 3. The blood skull goo ruled over the stone aperture goo, causing Fang Yuan's aperture to turn from stone back to light. However, the cultivation increase that the stone aperture brought was also disappearing, and even reducing his cultivation in the process. This change was something Fang Yuan did not expect in such a short time. But Bai Ningbing was getting stronger. He killed everywhere he went. Thus, Fang Yuan was able to keep his strength and stop attacking, only collecting the bloodline. First, Zhen Guye, who was outside the blood barrier, saw the people getting slaughtered and flew into a rage, screaming but to no avail. He spread his bloodline, waiting for hundreds of years. It was all for this moment, killing his descendants to raise his aptitude. After planning for so long, in the end, someone else benefited from it. This lad, so young yet so ruthless, even more demonic than his ancestor. Lord Sky Crane, seeing this, was slightly shocked too. The slaughter continued until 6 hours later. Fang Yuan's cultivation dropped to rank 1 initial stage, but his aperture returned to being a light wall, able to recover primeval essence on his own. He was bathed in blood over 10 times, and towards the last few times, the effect weakened. The first few raised his aptitude by 10%, but the percentage continued to drop with each try. But his aptitude had increased from the C-grade 43% to over 90%. 90%. A grade aptitude. A grade aptitude? 500 years of my previous life, I only managed to raise my aptitude from C to B about 200 years later through pure luck. To think that this time, I can benefit from a disaster and rise to a grade. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, secretly excited. Bai Ningbing stopped his killing, walking over. Next, what do we do? In the blood barrier, only the two of them were left. The others, whether it was Gu Master or mortal, were all killed. Outside the blood barrier, no one was spared from the aftermath of the 2 rank 5 experts' battle. In the entire area, there was only the 2 inside the barrier, and the 2 outside. Fang Yuan looked outside, saying casually, "Next, we wait for first Zhen Guye to run into defeat, and the blood curtain skyflower to vanish." And then, Bai Ningbing pursued. Then, Fang Yuan turned around and looked at Bai Ningbing. Then he smiled. "Then you can go and die." Bai Ningbing was stunned. "Oh? What do you mean?" Immediately, his eyes squinted into a line as his blue irises had a dangerous killing intent. The northern dark ice soul physique, self-detonation, is extremely strong. Even though your cultivation is weak, and the chances are not high, it should be able to hurt rank 5 experts. After detonating, are you able to control the direction of the snow and frost? Fang Yuan laughed. "How would I know?" Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. "I've never self-detonated before." "I know you can." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting his chest. Unknowingly, the image of Bai Ningbing self-detonating previously appeared in his mind. And that line, "Live for me, and witness the brilliance of this world. I will stay by your side. After you detonate, and when the time is ripe, I will save your life and cause you to resurrect," Fang Yuan continued. "What if you can?" "Hey." Fang Yuan laughed plainly. "Then you need to bet. When you detonate, I will be by your side. If you suspect my sincerity, you can send the ice storm to kill me. You must have noticed already." "That's right, my cultivation is already rank 1 initial stage. By then, I will have no way to survive. But if you believe me, then I could be lying too. Eventually I will not resurrect you, because I have no way to do so. Thus, you need to gamble, whatever choice you make, not just what you are thinking, but also what you are considering in the moment before you die." Bai Ningbing was solemn. Fang Yuan's words was telling him to gamble away. But actually, was Fang Yuan betting too? He was using his own life as the wager, fully dependent on Bai Ningbing's thoughts. So exciting. So very exciting. Then I shall bet on it. Ha ha. A moment later, Bai Ningbing raised his head, laughing loudly. Fang Yuan did not care about him, but concentrated on the battle outside the blood barrier. As expected, first Zhen Guye had the lower hand, suppressed by Lord Sky Crane. Although he replenished his primeval essence, he could not replenish it. So, under a sustained battle, how could he compete with Lord Sky Crane? Moreover, Lord Sky Crane was clear of his methods, and he would not allow first Zhen Guye to take back any advantage. I am so fucking furious. A moment later, first Zhen Guye cried out, "Little thief, you destroyed my 1,000-year plan. I will spare you today. Someday, I will kill the hell out of you to appease my anger." Throwing this angry statement, first Zhen Guye flapped his wings and escaped the battlefield, flying towards the skies. Don't think of leaving. Lord Sky Crane quickly turned into a flash of light, chasing relentlessly. Without their intense battle, this battlefield became quiet instantly. This was originally the best time to leave, but the Blood Veil Aurora became a huge obstacle. 4 hours later, the blood barrier was thinning and was about to vanish. But at this time, a white light flew over, turning into the Lord Sky Crane. His body was full of injuries. A wound stretched from his left shoulder to his waist, so deep that his bones could be seen, overflowing with purple poisonous red blood. But his face was extremely uplifted, showing the happiness of getting his long-awaited revenge. His right hand held a skull, a blood-covered face. It was first Zhen Guye. He actually managed to kill first Zhen Guye. Bai Ningbing showed astonishment. Fang Yuan laughed instead. It seems this old fellow hates first Zhen Guye to the core. To kill the first Zhen, he definitely paid a huge price. While they were speaking, the blood barrier vanished, and there were no longer any obstacles between the two. Little thief, quickly hand over the 2 goo worms. I am still in a good mood now. I might spare your lives. Otherwise, when the blood barrier vanishes, you will all die without a resting place. Lord Sky Crane flew into the sky, looking down and laughing loudly. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other before laughing lightly, not speaking. Lord Sky Crane flew into a rage. Good lad, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, you deserve to get killed. Before he finished his words, he turned into a white light and assaulted. Bai Ningbing laughed grandly, taking a huge step in front. I was waiting for you. Saying so, his body lost all color, turning into an ice statue. Cold winds blew, and as winds turned into a hurricane, frost and ice covered the sky, and the infinite ice river appeared. Lord Sky Crane did not expect it in the least that such a development would occur, causing him to be unprepared against Bai Ningbing's attack, and was sealed into the ice. Chapter 199. Walking towards their own destiny. The ice glacier shook intensely as Lord Sky Crane carried out his attacks. He was about to break out of the ice layer in just a few seconds. We can let this old geezer break free, Fang Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing couldn't speak any more. After Fang Yuan's shout, he resolutely self-exploded one of his arms, turning it into vast amounts of frost wind. The wind swept through everything. The glacier spread, and the ice layer rapidly thickened by 100 feet. Lord Sky Crane roared within the ice and started attacking in a frenzy. Bai Ningbing exploded his other arm. More ice condensed, and the glacier repeatedly pressed down on Lord Sky Crane, suppressing him every time he tried to break through. Under Bai Ningbing's meticulous control, the ice moved like an army, firmly entrapping Lord Sky Crane. Lord Sky Crane may be a rank 5 Goo master, but after killing Guye first head, he was thoroughly spent. He attacked again and again, but could break out in the end. It is actually Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. But if you want to kill me with just this, you can keep on dreaming. He suddenly realized and immediately activated life-retaining Jade Burial Goo. Green jade light came into being and covered his body. Then the rays of light turned from virtual to material, changing into a transparent jade coffin with Lord Sky Crane inside it. This jade coffin was abnormally hard. Even after trying multiple times, Bai Ningbing was not able to put even a scratch on it. In the end, he could only add more ice layers around the jade coffin, forming an ice peak that was hundreds of feet high. Fang Yuan had watched all this from the sidelines, worthy of being a 10 extreme physique. He was impressed even though this was his second time seeing it. Fang Yuan was standing right beside Bai Ningbing. Right now, Bai Ningbing had destroyed his two arms and was turning into an ice sculpture. Even his appearance was becoming indistinct as the ice slowly covered him. Both his appearance and his consciousness were slowly dissipating. Once his consciousness fades, he would be completely dead. As the ice layer started to spread towards himself, Fang Yuan was clear on what he had to do. It is impossible to escape by myself. I will be sealed and frozen to death by the glacier sooner or later. It's time. Immediately, he took out a pair of goo worms from his aperture. One black goo and one white goo were revolving around each other in an orbit, forming a light sphere of Taiji diagram. This was the yin-yang rotation goo. Go! Fang Yuan willed it. The black goo immediately flew out and merged into Bai Ningbing's ice sculpture. Fang Yuan may just be a rank 1 right now, but his aperture still contained large amounts of rank 3 snow-silver primeval essence which he almost used up in activating this goo. In the instance when the black goo went into the ice sculpture, black light burst out everywhere. Yin Qi gathered from all around and formed into an energy vortex in the air. A completely new life force came into being within the ice sculpture and started growing vigorously. The dazzling black light dissipated. The ice sculpture cracked and broke into pieces, which then flew scattered to the surroundings. A white gown, silver hair, intact arms, picturesque appearance with lovely blush on the cheeks. Bai Ningbing broke free of the ice and came out. The blizzard came to a sudden stop and the cold air also completely dispersed. The ice layer stopped a few inches from Fang Yuan. He had lived through this near-death experience. I am really alive. Bai Ningbing was shocked. He looked at his pretty jade-like hands and then felt his whole body. His disbelief changed to ecstasy. Ha ha! Fang Yuan laughed brightly. I used the yin goo of yin-yang rotation goo on you. This goo can change yang to yin and give you a complete transformation. It is a rank 4 healing goo and has the effect of bringing the dead to life. It has a weak point though, and that is, the goo master's aptitude will be lowered by 10% once it is used. Bai Ningbing possessed the 10 extreme physique, which was a 100% aptitude. Now, his aptitude was lowered by 10% and was equal to Fang Yuan's 90% aptitude. This news, to others, might have been grievous, but to Bai Ningbing, it was joyous news. This feels great. My aptitude has been lowered. I no longer have the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Haha, what does it matter if I only have 90%? Bai Ningbing started laughing loudly. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. It is very difficult to change the 10 extreme physiques. Although this method lowered your aptitude, as you cultivate in the future, your aptitude will also recover until the day it turns into Northern Dark Ice Soul physique again. When that day comes, you will need to use this Yang Gu. It will turn you around again and lower your aptitude by 10%. Upon saying this, Fang Yuan put back the Yang Gu into his aperture in front of Bai Ningbing's dead straight gaze. Yin-Yang rotation Gu all come in pairs. You have already used that Yin Gu, so only the Yang Gu on me will have any effect on you. Don't even think of stealing it. I have already refined this Yang Gu. I can easily order it to self-destroy with just a thought, Fang Yuan explained. He only had rank 1 cultivation now, but Bai Ningbing was still a rank 3 Gu master. Naturally, he needed some ways to stop Bai Ningbing from taking actions against him. I see, Fang Yuan, you really planned it all. Bai Ningbing heaved a long sigh. What do you want from me for that Yang Gu? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed for a good while, then turned serious. Qingmao Mountain has already turned into a desolate ice mountain. The 3 great clans, along with countless living beings, have all been frozen and will die within 3 to 5 days. Such a scene will definitely attract the attention and investigation of many forces. Moreover, that old man isn't dead and has sealed himself within the jade coffin, waiting to break out. We can't stay in Qingmao Mountain anymore. We need to leave. But look at me. I only have rank 1 cultivation now. I can't even take out my goo worms, much less leave by myself. Hence, I need to rely on your strength. This world is so big, so wondrous, and Qingmao Mountain is only a very small part of it. Follow me as I roam this land and witness the wonders of the world. It was like this. You really planned out everything. Humph! Bai Ningbing grinded his teeth. He was really happy, but there was also some resignation now. However, as it turns out, Fang Yuan's proposal moved him. I can agree to you, but I need to make one thing clear. What? Fang Yuan asked. It is not me who is following you, but you who is following me as I roam the lands. Bai Ningbing's red lips slightly raised with an arrogant smile. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Then, where are we going next? What do you have in mind? Bai Ningbing asked. Bai Gu Mountain. Fang Yuan answered in between his laughters. What's so funny? Bai Ningbing was truly puzzled. Fang Yuan laughed until his tears flowed. You still haven't discovered anything wrong? What is there that's wrong? Bai Ningbing raised his dark eyebrows. Suddenly, his face turned extremely wonderful. Surprise, fear, puzzled, panic, shock, anger. All these expressions intertwined in her face. She looked at her round and full chest, and cried out with a loud voice. How did I become a woman? The voice resounded throughout the Qingmao Mountain, shaking the snow. Of course it would be like that. Yin-yang rotation gu. Yin gu is used in male body, to turn yang into yin, and become a woman. Likewise, yang gu is used in female body, to turn yin to yang, and become a man. Yin-yang rotation, rotating yin and yang. What do you think it means? Fang Yuan spoke like it was what it should be. What the fuck? Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan with a furious gaze and cursed. With this, she must now get hold of that soul, Yang Gu. Brother Bai, calm yourself. Being able to live is the greatest fortune, Fang Yuan consoled her. Fortune, my ass. How about you try being a woman? Bai Ningbing's furious growl resounded within the snow-covered mountain and glaciers. 2 days later, the sun hung high in the sky. The ice was melting down and a stream of clear water flowed through the ice mountain. Crackle. The silence of the surroundings was broken by the cracking of ice. A jade light burst out from within the ice and hovered in the air, turning into a jade coffin. The jade coffin exploded, and Lord Sky Crane gave a long cry upon regaining his freedom and seeing the daylight again. This life-retaining jade burial goo was a rank 5 goo and was very mysterious. As long as the goo master had one breath of life in him, it could suspend his life and delay the injuries. Not only this, but the jade coffin it formed was extremely strong and could even be considered a defensive weapon. Goddamn thief. He cursed with a pained voice. Right now, he was both furious and impatient. Even after killing his lifetime enemy, the first Zhen Guye, he couldn't get the true Blood Sea inheritance. How was he going to answer his teacher when he returned? According to his memories, the ice layer where Fang Yuan was supposed to be was already cut open. If only he did get far. He patrolled the surroundings, hoping for a lucky break. He used his recon goo and discovered many life forces hanging on to their lives in the depths of the ice layers. Living beings were tenacious, and this tenacity could often bring about miracles. It had only been 2 days since this glacier covered these life forms, which was not enough to lead to their complete deaths. Found him. To think he was actually hiding here. The most dangerous area is the safest place, right? This guy is really crafty. Lord Sky Crane's whole body jolted, and became indescribably happy upon this discovery. He rushed into the ice layer and soon fished out an ice chunk. Within the ice chunk, Fang Zheng's whole body was covered with a layer of moonlight from the moon raiment goo. He was already at the edge of death's door. Lord Sky Crane could swear he would never forget Fang Yuan's appearance in this life. However, he was a rank 5 expert, and after closely looking at Fang Zheng, he was immediately disappointed. This person is Hen, only their appearances are similar. Sigh. He heaved a deep sigh before suddenly becoming stupefied. Wait a second. Their appearances are so similar, which means they are extremely likely to be twins. If so, then he is closely related to that little thief. Lord Sky Crane's dim old eyes suddenly burst out with a sharp gaze. With a close relative on him, he could refine the kinship bloodworm. It was because of this rank 5 kinship bloodworm that he was able to locate the first Zhen Guye among this vast world and its diverse life forms. I haven't completely failed teacher's assignment. There is still some hope. This kid is my only hope. I must save him. Fang Zheng slowly opened his exhausted and heavy eyes. Where is this? His eyes were still hazy, and he could only see a blurry figure before him. At the same time, his whole body felt weak, along with an intense headache. The last thing he recalled was the 3 clans competition, where Ironbeak flying cranes covered the sky and everyone around him had fled. He had activated the Moon Raiment Goo and resisted against the flying crane's attacks. As the battle continued, a flying crane broke through his barrier and pecked fiercely at his forehead. He had immediately lost consciousness, tumbling down the cliff. You are the elder standing on the crane? As he became clear on the identity of the person before him, Fang Zheng struggled to get up in shock, but fell down again before he could completely stand up. Kid, you are still thinking of escaping in front of me, Lord Sky Crane? Lord Sky Crane sneered. He sized up Fang Zheng once and said, You could say that I am even your lifesaver. If not for me, you would have already frozen to death. I advise you to not move around randomly. Don't blame me if you fall down. Fang Zheng looked beside him and immediately got a great shock. There were clouds moving all around him, and he was standing on the back of an enormous crane as it flew in the sky. You, who the hell are you? Where are you taking me to? Fang Zheng cried out in alarm. I am Lord Sky Crane, and we are heading to the Middle Continent. Middle Continent? Fang Zheng shouted in shock. Chapter 200. The raft overturns along the Yellow Dragon River. Book 2. The demon leaves the mountain. The Yellow Dragon River is the 3rd river in the southern border. It is over 8,000 kilometers. It starts from Mount Huangguo and passes through mountains and hills like Mount Xuanming, Mount Guibei, Mount Qingmao, Mount Baigu, and Mount Leixi, before finally flowing into the ocean. If the whole southern border was seen through a bird's eye view, one could see the Yellow Dragon River forming a zigzag shape as it ran through over half of the southern border. Several waves roared as they turned over, the violent waves rolling in an imposing manner along the river. It bore through the crack between the shores, and fog was raised up into the blue sky. The Yellow Dragon River flowed rapidly and unceasingly. Many creatures lived in the river: fishes, turtles, snakes, clams, and other life forms. At this moment there was a bamboo raft bobbing up and down with the waves. This green raft looked quite battered and seemed to be in need of repair. There was a simple and crude mast in the middle with a shabby white sail hanging on it. A pile of goods were put around the mast to stabilize the center of the raft. The bamboo were tied with hemp ropes, and there were many loops around some areas. They were clearly hurriedly done as the raft sailed through the river. The bamboo raft flowed with the currents of the river, and every time the waves crashed onto it, the raft gave out a creaking noise which was far from reassuring. This bamboo raft, which looked like it could break apart at any moment, was carrying 2 youngsters. One had an ordinary face with black pupils and black hair, wearing a black gown. Another was a woman with the looks of an immortal. They were Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. After the battle at Qingmao Mountain, Bai Ningbing self-exploding his northern dark ice soul physique and sealed Lord Sky Crane for the moment. They used all their strength to break out of the ice, then cut off some Qingmao bee. Fang Yuan's 1,000-li earth wolf spider was already dead, and ever since Bai Ningbing's white form immortal snake had flown out on its own, there had been no news from it. With no transportation goo worms, The two would definitely be caught by Lord Sky Crane if they were to move on land, as their speed would be too slow. Thus, Fang Yuan could only think of this method. Many tributaries of Yellow Dragon River flowed through Qingmao Mountain. Previously, the rank 5 river Swallowing Toad had flowed with the main course of Yellow Dragon River and accidentally flowed to the foot of the Qingmao Mountain. The bamboo raft flowed through one of the tributaries to the main river course, and as it flowed with the river, its speed was naturally extremely fast. "It has been 5 days. It does look like that old guy will come," Fang Yuan mumbled as he stood on the bamboo raft and took a glance behind him. The bamboo raft's speed could definitely not match the Ironbeak Flying Crane King. But the Ironbeak Flying Crane King would definitely need to rest and could compare with the bamboo raft, which continuously flowed with the river. And as more time went by, Fang Yuan became more assured. Moreover, Fang Yuan recalled that Lord Sky Crane had returned alone after killing the Guyue first head. The Ironbeak Flying Crane King was likely to be already dead. The raging waves of the river bombarded their ears. Bai Ningbing took a glance at Fang Yuan. She might not have understood the details in his words, but knew what he meant. She laughed loudly. "What are you so worried for? If that old geezer chases us, we will just fight to death. Fighting on this Yellow Dragon River will be extremely spectacular. Well, the thing is that if we die here, we will end up in the stomachs of some fishes." "Haha, that sounds interesting too." Fang Yuan ignored her, instead gazing towards the distance. With 5 days of sailing, they were almost at the Baigu Mountain. According to his memories, there was a secret inheritance hidden in Baigu Mountain. The inheritance was arranged by a rank 4 Gu Master of the Righteous Path for someone fated to it. I haven't personally seen this inheritance in the Baigu Mountain and have only heard about it. But it was rumored that this inheritance had some obstacles which required 2 people to coordinate to pass through. When Fang Yuan thought of this, he gave a casual glance towards Bai Ningbing. Although they were traveling together, it was only due to the situation and the pressure of a powerful enemy. He himself was only at rank 1 initial stage and absolutely needed help to roam outside. But with Bai Ningbing turning into a woman, he had the greatest hold on her in the Yanggu, giving her no choice but to compromise. After entering the Baigu Mountain, could they really coordinate with one mind? It was a big question mark. Snap. Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard. "Not good, the rope has come off." This sound was very familiar to Bai Ningbing as she immediately shouted. The force of the river flow was fierce, and in these 5 days, who knows how many times the hemp rope binding the raft had rotted out due to it. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had made enough preparations before they had set out. "Quick, get the hemp rope. I will hold it till then." Fang Yuan immediately crouched down and used his hands to hold the areas where the rope had come loose, preventing the situation from getting messed up. The river flowed fast and violently. It would take a lot of strength to hold the bamboo raft. Bai Ningbing was qualified for this. Only Fang Yuan, who had the strength of 2 boars, was. Luckily, this situation had occurred multiple times before, and Bai Ningbing had become more experienced in dealing with this. She quickly went to get the hemp rope tied around the simple and crude mast in the center of the boat. "Here, take it." She rushed over and handed the hemp rope. Fang Yuan agilely took it and rapidly coiled it around the loose areas, with sweat starting to drip off his head as he concentrated on the task. After coiling the hemp rope around the loose area several times, the raft finally stabilized. This raft has already suffered a lot of damage. From the looks of it, it can only continue on for a day. We need to reach the shore in this duration. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. Yellow Dragon River was not safe at all. Who knew how many dangers were hidden within this raging river? If the bamboo raft fell apart in the middle of the river, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would have no choice but to go with the river, with no way of telling if they would survive. There was a soft, muffled sound. What was that sound? Fang Yuan immediately furrowed his brows. Bai Ningbing listened closely with a doubtful expression. "What sound?" "I didn't hear anything." Roots grew out from Fang Yuan's ears, and almost immediately he heard the continuous ta-ta-ta sounds. Along with the sounds, the bamboo raft also started shaking. "What is that thing attacking the bamboo raft from the river?" Bai Ningbing cried out in surprise. A black ray flew out from beside the bamboo raft and brushed past Bai Ningbing. This black shadow was too fast and could be seen clearly. Bai Ningbing only felt her ear go cold, with some liquid flowing down her cheeks. She subconsciously wiped it. It was blood. "What the hell is this thing?" she cursed as she looked up, only seeing a spindle-shaped black fish falling into the river from mid-air. "It is the shuttle swordfish. Damn it. We need to pull towards the shore immediately," Fang Yuan shouted before pulling the sail. The shuttle swordfish had a sharp head and tail, whereas its stomach was big, just like a textile shuttle. They only appeared in big rivers or oceans, roaming and hunting in groups of hundreds or thousands. They were carnivorous, and would often hunt prey 10 times or even hundreds of times their size. Woo! The shuttle swordfishes shot out of the river like black arrows. The bamboo raft shook violently as many of the shuttle swordfishes struck it. Fortunately, Qingmao bamboo was a top-grade bamboo. It was very strong and durable. But as the shuttle swordfishes kept on piercing the bamboo raft from below, the raft looked like it would fall apart at any moment. The sail was adjusted to borrow the force of the wind. Thus the raft leaned to a side and sailed quickly towards a riverbank. However, the group of shuttle swordfishes had no intention to give up. They scuttled beneath the river and attacked the raft violently. Crack! A Qingmao bamboo was split open and a shuttle swordfish smashed upon the bamboo raft. Its momentum was already exhausted as it landed beside Bai Ningbing. Its head was like an auger and scales tightly covered its whole body, shining with grim light. Bai Ningbing watched it struggling helplessly. After she had self-exploded, all the goo worms she possessed had been frozen to death, while the yin-yang rotation goo saved her, but it didn't have the ability to resurrect her goo worm. Crack, crack. Following closely, other bamboos on the raft started snapping apart. It was outstanding enough that the bamboo raft could even endure the first wave of attacks. But it could endure the second wave. The bamboo raft was damaged and was starting to sink under the river. "Quick, quick!" Fang Yuan cursed as he protected the sail. If the sail was lost, the raft would lose the propulsive force. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would fall into the river, their deaths being a sure thing. The shuttle swordfishes prepared to charge in for a third wave of attacks. Large numbers of the shuttle swordfishes shot out like arrows, breaking the bamboos and snapping the hemp ropes. The bamboo raft was breaking apart. Sky canopy goo. Fang Yuan forcefully activated the rank 3 goo, immediately causing the primeval essence in his aperture to decrease in a terrifying rate. This was still under the conditions of him having 90% a grade aptitude, along with Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. A rank 1 initial stage green-bronze primeval essence could hardly meet the requirements for the Sky Canopy goo. Even if a white light armor took shape, it looked extremely weak and didn't exude the aura of a rank 3 goo. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds issued as the shuttle swordfishes struck against the white armor. They were unable to harm Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing, however, was already injured and was frantically avoiding the shuttle swordfishes that shot towards the bamboo raft. At the same time, she stood behind Fang Yuan, relying on him to block off majority of the attacks. The situation was very critical. The sail was already covered with holes, and the speed of the bamboo raft continued to decrease. There was less than 1/3 of the bamboo raft left, and it was already sinking down with the water surface reaching the ankles of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Damn it, a rank 5 goo master couldn't kill me, but I am going to die by this group of measly shuttle swordfishes instead. Bai Ningbing let out a deep sigh. With another wave of attacks, the bamboo raft would definitely sink, and they would surely die after falling into the river. However, the shuttle swordfishes were delaying their attacks, causing Bai Ningbing to hold her breath and watch tightly, seemingly on edge. "We have reached the shore. The shuttle swordfishes once swim in shallow water. Huff! We are safe for the time being." Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. His whole body ached and was on the verge of giving out. He had almost no rest in the past few days. What with needing to control the sail, and adjusting the direction of the raft from time to time. It had already taxed his body to the limits. Bai Ningbing also gasped in the cold air. Her white gown dyed with blood. There were many injuries on her body, but fortunately she had combat talent, and with full efforts on dodging along with the bamboo raft, lowering the charging momentum of the shuttle swordfishes, she suffered only light injuries. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing, and shortly after, intense pain traveled through his body. He was also injured, with the bleeding continuing even now. The primeval essence in his aperture had completely dried out within few minutes of using the sky canopy goo. Without its protection, his flesh body naturally could resist the shuttle swordfishes. His original plan had been to sail for a day more. However, unexpected events can happen at any moment. Planning could never overtake the changes, and there was still some distance from Baigu Mountain, but Fang Yuan knew they had to pull toward the shore now. The sail was already useless. Fang Yuan had given all his efforts to steer the raft clear from the reefs, stranding towards a beach. The two splashed their way through the water and stepped on the soft beach. They had reached the shore. Bai Ningbing covered her wounds and sat down on her butt. Her face was pale. If this continues, I might die from excessive blood loss. Quick, bring out your healing goo. Fang Yuan gave a bitter smile. How could he pull a healing goo out of thin air? The story pauses here. But Fang Yuan's journey is far from over. If this reached you, leave a like. It helps more listeners find their way to ethereal arcs. Subscribe so the next chapter finds you. We'll see you in the next arc.